It's on.
Yeah.
পিসি শুনতে পাচ্ছ?
হ্যাঁ,
ঠিক আছে, থ্যাংক ইউ।
You can see me?
We will start the proceedings and then give it to you.
Yeah, okay.
Go.
Very warm welcome to all of you who are present in this Walter Kohn Centenary Celebration Symposium online, as well as those who are present here in this hall. Well, it's a pleasure that we have succeeded in getting so many persons from all over the world to celebrate this Centenary Symposium. Now, as you know, that today, the 9th of March, has been selected because this is the day on which Walter Kohn was born, just exactly 100 years ago. We in TCG Crest are really proud to organize this unique event in honor of this man who was responsible for shaping many of our understanding of condensed matter physics and chemistry in the second half of 20th century. As many of you are aware, Walter Kohn had a very strong connection with Indian science and Indian science that is also reflected in today's proceedings. A few comments about the genesis of this symposium. The idea of organizing this Walter Kohn Centenary Symposium started from an informal, tea-table discussion with my senior colleagues, Professor Debashish Mukherjee and also Professor Shobha Bhattacharya. We started approaching some of the stalwart scientists who had connection with Walter Kohn. It started with Professor T.V. Ramakrishnan, TVR, and ended with Sriram Shastri of University of California at Santa Cruz. All of them, and let me emphasize, all the speakers spontaneously came forward and agreed to share their experiences on the life, science, and legacy of this iconic figure of science. Walter Kohn is most well known for the development of DFT, the density functional theory, as you all know, which is an invaluable concept of reformulating many electron problem in a remarkably elegant fashion that metamorphosed the world of materials physics and chemistry, and for which he got the Nobel Prize. This is a glaring example of how a curiosity-driven research of an apparently intractable quantum problem to some applications which are absolutely unimaginable today in materials physics and chemistry. And DFT is undoubtedly an indispensable tool for scientists as well as for technologists. But what many of our students and young researchers may not be aware of are the monumental contributions of Walter Kohn in many other areas of condensed matter physics, starting from Kohn anomaly, and KKR, Kohn-Mojumdar theorem, etc. And today we are going to have a glimpse of all that, starting from a historical perspective, the checkered upbringing, Walter Kohn, and then discuss the legacy that he left behind for generations of physicists, chemists, biologists, and material scientists. But above all, it is Walter Kohn's deep inquisitiveness, encyclopedic memory, an infectious smile, and an enduring humanity that have made him an icon to generations of scientists. So the announcement, especially for the young researchers today, is fasten your belt and enjoy the journey. The other highlight of this conference is the evening talk by no other than Roald Hoffmann, the 1981 Nobel laureate in chemistry, who is probably the greatest living theoretical chemist who has a global view of the entire canvas. His talk entitled Understanding and Computation will be online tomorrow, that is the 10th of March at 8 p.m. Indian time. And it is a great opportunity for all of us to listen to this great visionary of our time. This will be online tomorrow. Please enter into the Zoom link that we have already shared with all of you. Before ending, I would like to take this opportunity to thank all the speakers who are all international stalwarts in their respective fields. And I beg your pardon for not naming them individually. Let me also thank my colleagues in TCG Crest, without whose wholehearted help and support, such an event could not have been organized. Finally, I would like to mention the enthusiastic patronage of Dr. Purnendu Chatterjee, to whom I now hand over the podium to flag off the symposium and give his remarks. Dr. Chatterjee.
Good afternoon, good evening, good morning to all the participants. I want to add a personal word of welcome to all of you. The very fact that you are in this conference, you know a lot more about Professor Kohn than I do. But he is a truly heroic figure in the development of solid-state science, both physics, chemistry, and material science in the second half of 20th century that Gord has just mentioned. His work began with the purest form of research, ended up aiding the development of deepest and useful understanding of materials that lie at the backbone of enormous amount of modern solid-state technology. This range of impact of basic science in generating technology that benefits society constitutes the aspirational DNA of TCG Crest. Thus, it is entirely appropriate that scientists at Crest are organizing this centenary of this great scientist. Moreover, I'm very happy to note that this being done exactly on his 100th birthday, in keeping with the spirit of exactness that is a hallmark of his research. Crest, a very new institution, is keen to solve societal scale problem where there is a talent and capability shortage, but where science and technology would be very essential. Oftentimes, the curiosity-driven research and recognizing that science and technology are global in nature. Today's speakers live in global in nature. Today's speakers live in geographical locations spanning the entire planet, as it ought to be. The 2 time zones of the program reflect that fact. I understand this celebration has received great enthusiasm all over the world. And I hope through celebrating this great scientist's life and work, we at Crest begin our journey of gaining citizenship among the global community of scientists who believe in our mission. Walter Kohn was much more than a great scientist. He was an institution builder par excellence. Kohn Hall at UC Santa Barbara stands as his testimony of his leadership in building the Institute of Theoretical Physics, a mecca where scientists of the world gather to further progress of science. It is our hope and dream that one day Crest too will become a melting pot, a meeting and working place of the world's scientists and technologies. His life story is awe-inspiring, also a testimony of human spirit that rises through and above the most heartbreaking tragedies of recent history. As if this is not enough, Kohn was a great mentor of physicists too, many of her from our neck of the woods, now scattered all over the planet. I'm very happy that many of those whom he mentored and inspired will take part in the program will also share a special memories they cherish of this great man. There is a personal point I wish to make that is perhaps on the mind of many of us. Professor Kohn had a long association with Professor Chanchal Kumar Majumdar. I think Gaur mentioned about Kohn-Majumdar algorithm. Chanchalda, to many of us, a legend in his own right, we gratefully remember that Walter Kohn delivered the first C.K. Majumdar lecture here in Calcutta. All of us will always have a special place for Walter Kohn in our hearts. I'm extremely happy to see that another stalwart, Professor Ronald Hoffman, is giving a lecture with an extremely intriguing title that Gaur mentioned, Understanding and Computation. Like all of you, I look forward to listening to him tomorrow. I wish the symposium all the success. Thank you, Gaur. Over to you.
Thank you, Chatterjee, for this inspiring address. And I hope that we will live up to our expectation in this symposium. Now, may I request our director, Professor Shobha Bhattacharya, to give some introductory remarks to this meeting.
Well, good day to everyone attending this symposium from all parts of the planet. And I just want to make a few. And program is being held in Crest, but it is being organized. Us, SN Bose Center, represent Das Gupta and Chopin Ghosh at University of Bombay. And the speakers and chairs, as has been repeatedly stated, span the entire globe. So I want to make a few announcements of this program. Today, this program is a celebratory program on Walter Kohn, his life, his science, his legacy through both science and the people he mentored. The speakers and chairs today represent the stalwarts who were mentored and inspired by him in multiple ways. Interestingly, the first chair of this program, Amitabh Bagchi, Dr. Amitabh Bagchi, is his direct student. And the last speaker of this program is Sridham Shastri, who is his grand student. He was C.K. Majumdar's student. So this gives you a sense of the direct academic legacy of Professor Walter Kohn. Those of you who may not know the impact Walter Kohn has had in science, I just looked it up for fun. There are two papers that Go talked about, which constitutes what now goes as density functional theory. There are two papers. One is by Hohenberg and Kohn, and the second one is by Kohn and Schaap. And I looked up Google Scholar. Hohenberg and Kohn has 60,859 citations to date, and increasing at an alarming rate for those of us who are not quite so lucky. And if that were not enough, the Kohn-Schaap paper has 69,671, and I could still add, so I added. Together, these two papers are 120,530 citations. Now, we tell our students not to pay attention to citations, but if you have citations of this kind, the world takes notice. Now, what I want to announce is that given his extraordinary contribution all across physics and chemistry, he was not an ivory tower scientist. And those of the students amongst us, I encourage you to look at his Nobel lecture. The first figure in his Nobel lecture is that of methanol inside a cage of sodalite zeolite. And this is about catalysis. And those of you who are aware of the importance of catalysis in industry will recognize the importance of Walter Kohn's lecture's first figure being one of catalysis. So this is rather interesting, and this is what makes the man extremely remarkable, even among remarkable people. I end. So what I wanted to say is that in this year, depending on how this goes, we would like to organize here in Crest a workshop. And this workshop will be devoted entirely to density functional theory, except that in that we will not only discuss theory, we will also discuss experiment, we'll also discuss applications, and we'll also discuss the industrial relevance of what lies underneath this monumental achievement of Walter Kohn. But here I want to end with a personal note, a sad note, regardless. We dearly miss a great friend, Pierre Hohenberg. Had he been here, I'm sure he would have been an enthusiastic participant in this symposium. We lost him recently, and he's the first of those two seminal papers with Kohn. I personally have listened to only one seminar by Walter Kohn, but I heard endlessly about him from Pierre, who used to be my next door neighbor at NYU. And I also remember the great and humble physicist Pierre Hohenberg. He always gave almost the entire credit for that great work to Walter Kohn. So with that remembrance of another great physicist, I would like to start the program today without further delay. The first session is going to be chaired by Dr. Amitabh Bakshi, who also happens to be a great friend, and I'm delighted to see him here today. He is I'll tell you, well, I don't need this, but I'll still read from it. Amitabh was born in Kolkata. He was a student of great success in Kolkata. He is a legend in his time. He studied in Presidency College and went to the United States for higher studies in 1965 and was a direct student of Walter Kohn. And he taught at the University of Maryland and then worked at Xerox Corporation before joining the Mecca of Science, otherwise known as AT&T Bell Laboratory, where he spent 25 years as a research manager and currently lives in Manalapan, New Jersey, with his wife. He has been active in several Bengali organizations like Kollol and Ananda Mandir. He loves to read, write, travel, and teach. Amitabh helps with the teaching of Bengali language to the children of Bengali immigrants in Mrittika, a heritage and language school. So over to you, Amitabh, to chair the session.
Thank you very much. Should I come here? I want to mention that I consider it a great honor and a privilege to be invited by TCG Crest and to be a speaker at the Walter Kohn Symposium. I have not really been a professor for a while, so I have not lost the art of ad-libbing and talking without notes. So I'll be very brief, and I'll say that the first speaker is a very old friend of mine, and I'll just keep a mild record of the time. T.V. Ramakrishnan was with me for about 2 years, a little more than that, at La Jolla. And I'll talk about that, my experience with Walter Kohn. He was a postdoc there, and we were extremely good friends. And I invite Rama, as he is known, to talk about his experience with Walter Kohn. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Amitabh. TVR. So
Yes.
now it is the floor is yours. So I think you are ready.
Sure. Can I?
Yeah.
Can I start?
Yeah, you can start, but make it a full screen, please.
Full screen. I don't know what do you do that. What do you do? How you do that? But
Go. Yeah. Just go on the top, middle. On the take the cursor to the slideshow.
this one.
Now, on the top panel.
Top panel is apps. More.
A slideshow. Can you see something called slideshow?
Slideshow mute. Stop video. Button chat. Pause. Share. Annotate. Remote control. Apps. No more. I have to go to more. I think. I don't see slideshow.
Are you looking at the PowerPoint?
I'm looking at the PowerPoint, and the PowerPoint is occupying the entire the entire screen.
Okay, you can continue. You can go to the next one, and let's see, because we can see the whole screen quite well.
Yeah.
So if you can go to the next one, that would be fine, I think.
It's fine.
It's fine, actually. It's quite legible.
Yeah.
Please go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry. I mean, I mostly talk. You don't have to look at the screen much. Yeah, I first want to start by saying that I'm very happy that this thing is being celebrated, being noted, because in my view, he was one of the founders of this subject in which we work, and through his foundational activity, he not only founded the subject, but at least one of his contributions was for all science, not just for physics, not just for condensed matter physics, but for all science. In half an hour that I have, I would like to talk about the following. Through his personal example, his students and co-workers, and his influence, he transformed the obscure field of solid-state physics into the large and lively field of condensed matter physics in the second half of the last century. And it is not just that he, as I said, it's not just that he transformed this field, but also that one of his creations, which is density functional theory, is a major force in other areas of science. Well, it's not that he was the only pioneer. There are others, such as Philip Anderson. And actually, I have always felt that it's a great thing for the health of this part of physics, that these two are among the foundational figures of modern condensed matter physics. It is also true that well before these two foundational figures, when this was an obscure subject, this Schmutz physics, that is the dirty physics, attracted the attention of many stalwarts from the birth of quantum mechanics, for example, of Pauli, Sommerfeld, Bloch, Peierls, and so on. And during the years of 30s and 40s, it was kept alive and interesting by great figures such as Landau and Mott. In what I'm going to say, I will take the simple route, which is the chronological route. And I would like to introduce Walter Kohn and his life and personality, mostly in a chronological order, influenced, of course, by my ignorance. Now, it is actually very fortunate that many colleagues and friends who are much more authentically knowledgeable in details about these contributions will talk about this. As we can guess, he was born in 1923, and he grew up in Vienna, in Austria, in a well-to-do, highly educated Jewish family. His father was in the business of making postcards with art, basically making art postcards, and he had an international clientele. His mother was highly educated. He was going to school there in a highly regarded Akademische Gymnasium, but his world, which was a very secure, comfortable world, crashed when he was 15, crashed in 1938. And it crashed because the Anschluss was implemented by Hitler in 1938, which meant the unification of Austria and Germany, which also meant that his father was still looking after the business, but without pay, that he was removed from the school he was going to and had to go to a Jewish school, that they were all in danger of their lives. He was fortunate that the next year, in 1939, a charitable activity, which is called Kinder Transport, enabled him and his sister Minna, elder sister Minna, to go to England to be with Mr. Hauff, who was in the same business as his father, but whom his father had never seen. In the beginning, Walter Kohn was not interested in any kind of intellectual profession. He and his parents felt that he should be a farmer. And the reason they felt this was that they had seen too many out-of-work intellectuals. So he went to school in England, but at the same time, his foster parents saw to it that he spent time at a farm where, as he said, he pulled out carrots and looked after piglets. Unfortunately, he contracted meningitis, and that left him too weak to be a farmer, and he understood that he had to look for a different profession. But meanwhile, he was not his own person. He was in prison. He was incarcerated as an enemy alien. He was interned in England and in Canada for different places for 2 years. And in spite of this hardship, he somehow managed to keep learning. And it was also quite fortunate that there were a large number of very good and committed teachers who taught him. When he was released from internment in 1942, he joined the University of Toronto and actually graduated as a student of mathematics. He was again fortunate there that many outstanding mathematicians were there at the University of Toronto, and they could see his intellectual growth. Then this is the early period of his life, which is actually amazing because he's not only survived it, but out of it came a flourishing, courageous, strong Walter Kohn. He says that when he was in Canada, he worked as a lumberjack at a salary of, he used to be paid 20 cents a day. He did not spend that money, but he put together that money to buy 2 books. One was a book by G.H. Hardy called A Course in Pure Mathematics, and another was a book by John Slater called Introduction to Chemical Physics. The next 4 years saw him in Harvard as a precocious graduate student who did his PhD in 2 years, working with Julian Schwinger. Then he was a junior fellow there. And the rumor got around that he knew solid-state physics. The base of the rumor was that to supplement his income, he used to work summers at the Polaroid Corporation in Boston. And for that, he needed to know some solid state physics. So he used to read the book of Frederick Seitz called Modern Theory of Solids. He used to consult Von Bleck, who was probably the only solid state physicist in the department there. And because of this association, when Von Bleck went away for a year on sabbatical, he suggested to Walter that maybe he could teach the graduate course in solid state physics, which Von Bleck was supposed to teach. And that was the birth of the solid state physicist, Walter Kohn. He was looking for jobs after 2 years as a junior fellow. Jobs were not easy to get at that time, but he finally found that there was the possibility of a faculty position in Carnegie Mellon Institute of Technology, which he joined. But meanwhile, he got an offer to be a visiting fellow at the Bohr Institute in Copenhagen. And he took up that offer after having taught a course in the institution which he had joined. And he worked in the Bohr Institute for about 2 years. And he learned during the course of this period, which was very fruitful in many ways, that the great man, Niels Bohr, had not heard of solid state physics. So that is an indication of the level of obscurity of the subject at that time. He came back to Carnegie Mellon in 1952. In the period 1950 to 60, when he left Carnegie Mellon, he and his co-workers, among other people, transformed the field of solid state physics through their work. And one analogy which I can think of is that when he started, this field was a cloud which was no larger than a man's hand. And slowly through his work, it spread across the sky. I don't want to dwell on this analogy because the sky becomes dark, but as a result of this, though I feel that the field of condensed matter physics is a bright field. However, his work had a number of characteristics which made this field something serious. It gave it a great intellectual heft. His style was very influential. His focus on fundamentals, his ability to draw on mathematics when needed. So this mathematical elegance, a deceptively simple approach, and experimental consequences, these were the hallmarks of his work. And these had a great influence on the field. And some of the contributions about which you will hear later today in the symposium are, I'm just mentioning them here. The first, which you probably will not hear about, is the fact that when the coupling between electrons and lattice vibrations or phonons is too strong, there is an electronic instability of the lattice. This was done when he was actually in the Bohr Institute in Denmark, in Copenhagen, with an Indian physicist called Vachaspati. The second contribution, which is a classic work, the contribution which is still of interest to people, is a novel method for electronic structure, which Kohn actually was the moving spirit behind it. It turns out that because he needed someone to help with the computations, he invited Rostocker to work with him on the subject, and he later learned that Jan Koringa had developed the same method in abstract terms several years before. So with characteristic honesty, this method is now called Koringa-Kohn-Rostocker method for electronic structure. The other great contribution of Walter Kohn to condensed matter physics, developed as a developing subject, was an effective mass theory for semiconductors. See, semiconductors, the age of semiconductor electronics was dawning, and while one could go very far with basically simple notions, qualitative notions, it was Kohn and Luttinger more than others who laid the basis for a strong quantitative theory for the semiconductors. Then he was, while he was working on these semiconductors, developing the effective mass theory, he kept on puzzling about the effect of, about the fact that even though the electrons in these materials interact with each other very strongly, we pretend that they do not, and we can subsume our ignorance in just a small number of parameters, such as the effective mass or the dielectric constant. As a result of his concern about for this issue, a number of contributions were made by him and his co-workers at this time, by Luttinger, by Ambegaoker, and so on. Ambegaoker was a PhD student of Walter Kohn, and Luttinger was a collaborator. At this same time, the need was felt by him for a fundamental theory of electrons moving in solids, electron transport. And he was not satisfied with the semi-classical picture, which, for example, the Boltzmann transport equation, which is extremely useful, has with that picture. And so he and Luttinger developed a purely quantum theory of electrical transport, which is actually a classic contribution. You will also hear in this symposium about the Kohn anomaly, which is one of the consequences of there being a sharp Fermi surface in a metal, and therefore having a singularity in the dielectric function. This leads to charge density oscillations, whose measurable consequences were actually developed in detail by Kohn and his students. Kohn also showed that the same dielectric anomaly leads to a kink in phonon spectra, which is a very characteristic feature of these spectra. He was attracted away from Carnegie Mellon in 1960 to a newly founded university, a newly founded branch of the University of California in San Diego, in La Jolla, in 1960, and he was there for almost 20 years. And this long period saw both fundamental contributions to physics, which went well beyond physics, coming from him, as well as to his emergence as an influential leader of science internationally. He, for example, as a contribution, an original contribution, he developed a novel theory of the insulating state in 1964. He showed that the state, the wave function of the insulator is disconnected in ways which the wave function of a metallic system is not. And this actually is a sleeper. I mean, people thought that, well, it's a very obscure thing. But I noticed that just a few years ago, a colleague of mine has been essentially working on this and has developed a theory of quantum geometry. In 1965, as has been mentioned, he developed the density functional theory of electrons with Hohenberg, first with Hohenberg, in the sense that the first paper, the first work was done with Pierre Hohenberg. It's again an extremely deceptive paper. It just states a very revolutionary result in a very understated way. It simply shows that the ground state energy, the ground state of energy of a many electron system is a function only of its density, which gives it a very classical feel. That is, the energy depends only on the density, even though the electron is a quantum mechanical object, it is a wave moving through the solid. Though this wave is there, but all that matters for the energy is just the density. So this result was, it was not quite recognized for what it is at that time. But very soon after, when Walter Kohn came back from Paris to La Jolla, he developed with Liu Sham a concrete realization of this idea, which was the first usage of this approach in solids. It has been remarked by Shobo that these two papers have an amazingly large number of citations. It actually so happens that out of the 10 most cited papers of the American Physical Society publications, most of them are in the area of density functional theory, which shows the wide sweep of this work. He also developed with Maurice Rice in this period a theory of a new variety of an insulator called an excitonic insulator. He developed with Luttinger the idea that you can have superconductivity in a system with purely repulsive interactions, which is quite difficult to sort of accept, because we have been brought up believing that while electrons repel each other, there is some attractive interaction between a pair of them, which is due to phonons, and this attractive interaction is the basic cause of superconductivity. On the other hand, Luttinger and Kohn were able to show that with a purely repulsive interaction between electrons, you can have superconductivity. In the same period, he developed what should be called the modern theory of metal surfaces. This was done with Norton Lang, and actually has been recognized by people who work on surfaces. For example, with the award of what is called the Davison-Germer Prize in this field for people working in surface physics. He left San Diego in 1979, after about 20 years there, and went to another university in the University of California system, this one in Santa Barbara. And here it was the leader, it was Walter Kohn as the leader of physics, of science, as one of the leaders, which was very important, very necessary, and very timely. You see, he left, you see San Diego, that is La Jolla, which is in La Jolla, for the following reason. There was an Institute of Theoretical Physics, which was founded in 1979. This Institute of Physics was an international institute. It was funded nationally by the National Science Foundation, but it was founded somewhat precariously. It was founded for 5 years, and therefore the people who had sort of advocated this and had worked for it were very concerned about the long-term stability of this institution. They were particularly keen that the first director should be a person who is very widely respected in the field and has a high stature. And they were fortunate that they were able to interest Walter Kohn in this. And so he became the first director. And he saw to it that this institution was not a narrow institution, but had a very wide scope. Not only that, he saw to it that it had a very high level of excellence. And because of that, he started a number of imaginative novel programs. Because of that, this institution still has a certain unmatched level of stature. As Dr. Purnendra Chatterjee said, after he left this institute, the building, the place where the institute was called Kohn Hall. It was named after him. He, unlike many people, as soon as his tenure as director was over, he left the Institute of Theoretical Physics and went back to being a professor in the Department of Physics, which he was till he passed away in 2016. He was in this period of leadership, he advocated a number of causes much more, I would say, visibly than before. And I myself have seen the effect of a few of them. For example, his visit to India in 2009, when he was 86, was because of his interest in solar energy. An organization in India which works on solar energy wanted him to come and and if possible, give a talk. Because of his interest in solar energy, he produced a film. He produced a film on solar energy called The Power of the Sun. And this film was produced in collaboration with another Nobel laureate, a colleague of his called Alan Heeger. And then also the other producer of the film was an actor called John Cleese, who is famous for his part being in Monty Python. Towards the end of his life, when he was 90, his wife Mara was suffering from macular degeneration, which is a disease which is very common among the elderly. And he felt that he should do something as a physicist, not as a biologist. And he developed corrective lenses and computer aids for this and published his work in Institut d'Optique journal in France. Finally, I would like to say that his greatest contribution to science, which will probably is a legacy, which will probably outlast all of us definitely, and perhaps live for hundreds of years, is density functional theory, which is a deceptively simple theory of matter. And here I have tried to show what a physical chemist thinks of it. This is a slide from a paper by John Popel, who also who shared the Nobel Prize in chemistry with Walter Kohn, and it shows the sort of the physical chemist's hyperbola, which involves the connection between increasing accuracy and the number of electrons, and it shows that the work of Walter Kohn bridges a huge region, starting from a small number of electrons to an infinite number of electrons. The effort involved is about the same, and the accuracy is higher than that of Hartree-Fock and somewhat close to that of configuration interactions. Finally, I want to say something about his awards recognitions. Well, I mean, he was not unrecognized, as you can see. Perhaps the most known recognition is the Nobel Prize. This is in chemistry with John Poole. Finally, I will end with 3 slides which show Walter Kohn as he looked at various times in his life. This is Walter Kohn when he was 18. This is Walter Kohn when he was 39. And this is the old Walter Kohn when he was waiting to get an honorary degree, honorary doctorate from the University of Oxford. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Rama, for such a wonderful and very understandable and detailed description, much of which I myself did not know. It was an excellent description of what Walter Kohn had done. And I think before I go as the next speaker, I must say that one of the slides he showed was the period in La Jolla when I was there. And it showed a period between 1966 and 1971, a big gap between the work of with T.M. Rice on excitronic insulators and the work with Norton Lang on the theory of metal surfaces. Rama, that was the period I was there. So maybe that was the lean years. And I was describing to you what he did in that period with me. So with that, let me just begin my talk. Title, Remembering Walter Kohn, Guide, Mentor, and Friend. And a little preamble first. I met Walter Kohn for the first time in the fall of 1966, when I transferred as a graduate student from the University of Maryland to the University of California at San Diego, known as UCSD. I had begun corresponding with him a few months earlier in connection with the transfer. I was motivated to apply for the transfer and do my thesis, PhD thesis under Professor Kohn because of the example of my illustrious predecessor, Chanchal Kumar Majumdar, whose name has been mentioned many times, whose brother Mukul had become a close friend in college. I did not meet Chanchalda until after my PhD, but Mukul's good words on my behalf were relayed by Mukul to his elder brother and through him to his professor, and that certainly smoothed the way for my admission to UC San Diego. By that time, Walter Kohn was a full professor and an established physicist. All of this thing was described by Rama, so I'll go very briefly. That's what I wrote. The details were fantastic from Rama's presentation. In the 1950s, he had done notable works on the scattering theory and effective potential with Yost, helped develop the Koringa-Kohn-Rostocker method for electronic band structure calculations, and published seminal work on the quantum theory of electrical transport phenomena with Quinn Lattinger. In 1960, Kohn moved to San Diego from the Carnegie Institute of Technology, which is now the Carnegie Mellon University in Pittsburgh. In 1964 came 2 theorems. They were proved in 2 papers, which showed that they were written jointly by Pierre Hohenberg and Walter Kohn, and showed that the ground state properties of many electron systems are uniquely determined by the electron density. The second one showed that the ground state electron density minimized the energy function of the system. The variational principle has a long history in quantum mechanics. So this was an example. And Kohn was always interested in variational theories. So it's not surprising that that was the second paper. This was the beginning of the density functional theory, or DFT, which got a huge boost in 1965 with the work of Kohn and his postdoctoral associate, Lou Sham, that transformed a very complicated interacting many-bodies problem into a tractable problem of electrons moving in an effective potential. All these developments had happened, of course, before I came to the UCSD campus in the San Diego suburb of La Jolla. My first year in La Jolla was spent taking courses and preparing for the PhD qualifying exam, known as departmental exam locally. Only after crossing that barrier did I make a transition from a teaching assistant to a research assistant. Kohn as a thesis advisor was a polar opposite of what his own advisor was apparently like. Kohn's thesis advisor in Harvard was Julian Schwinger, and multiple students have told me that Schwinger was both intimidating because of a towering intellect and difficult to get hold of. Kohn, in contrast, was quite approachable. He set up a regular schedule of weekly one-hour meetings with me. I remember in the morning going there and always having to clear my throat. Getting up early has not been my forte. He also used to organize an informal lunch seminar on Fridays, as I recall, for assorted visiting luminaries, not so luminaries. Lecture might have been helpful. Not so luminaries showed up, and we students had the task of bringing lunch from our college's little cafe in the woods. A side comment, University of California, San Diego was set up with the idea of having some 12 colleges. I don't know how many it has now. The first one was focused on science, well, Ravel College, which is where Chanchulda went, and that's where I went to. Second one was on humanities called John Muir College. John Muir is a famous naturalist in California who had a big hand in doing the Yosemite National Park. The third one created some controversy during the period I was there, which is also the period of the Vietnam War, where the students wanted to name it Lumumba Zapata College. That didn't go on well with the then Governor of California, Ronald Reagan. So there was a huge problem for a long time. I'll end with saying what happened recently. I went there and I found this now called Thurgood Marshall College. Thurgood Marshall was a great the lawyer who argued the case of NAACP about discrimination in school college admissions in America, and then he became a justice of the Supreme Court. So. Anyway, coming back to the case when I was bringing lunch from the Ravel College's little cafe in the woods, I shall never forget one such visitor, Professor Komalan Dasgupta. I think that's the name. I may be mistaken there. Who had come from Lubbock, Texas. He was a physics professor of Calcutta University before my time, and I had heard stories about him from senior students. In that small meeting room in UCSD, Dr. Dasgupta spoke with a booming voice, appropriate for the largest physics lecture room of Presidency College. One of my dreams has been always to speak that is the largest physics lecture hall. It was hard for me to hide my smirk, but I noticed that Kohn was polite and kept a straight face. In the first year of research, one other thing that Kohn did as a person was to invite his graduate students and postdocs to his residence periodically for dinner. I wonder if this was a style that he inherited from his early background in Austria. In that first year of research, Kohn would assign me to one of his postdocs. David Sherrington and Hans Zitterts come to mind as intermediate research advisors to guide me. The first project that I got from him was Green's function formulation of excitonic insulators. I know you've heard it several times. Kohn was interested in excitonic insulators at the time, and he gave a lecture on the topic at the Les Houches Summer School in 1967. It is possible that a talk coming up later in the session will touch on the subject. I did not make any special headway with my effort, but one benefit I got was to go with Kohn and a few others to a conference in San Francisco on Mott insulators, another name that came up on the talk by Rama. There I was exposed to the Hubbard model, among other things, and I found the experience quite exhilarating. 1967-68 was indeed my trial period. I was dabbling and was encouraged to dabble in various things. So this is the period that Rama didn't have anything, the blank period. One of them was to look at resonant electronic states in amorphous materials. The interest came from a book by Elliot Loeb and Daniel Matthews titled Mathematical Physics in One Dimension. At the suggestion of an experimental physics professor, a fellow graduate student and I looked into a corresponding optical problem of transmission through a one-dimensional random system. The experiment was to look at microwave transmission through a waveguide with a pseudo-random distribution of styrofoam slabs and air gaps. The agreement between the numerical simulation results and experimental data was striking and gratifying. In my third year at UCSD, I finally got a meaty problem from Walter Kohn. It was to look at the frequency-dependent dielectric response of the Wigner crystal. Needless to say, I had not heard of Vignal crystal before. Anyway, but I had a very good background in oscillations and simple harmonic motion thanks to my education under the redoubtable HMM. Those of us who know Hemendranath Mukhopadhyay of Presidency College. That came in handy as did a sum rule, and I had my first paper in physical review. Although Kohn worked with me on the subject, he did not co-author the paper, and I missed out on citations that might have propelled the name of Kohn Majumdar example. By now, I was getting antsy about a real thesis project, and when I got one, it came right out of the blue. One had become interested in some work that Gregory Dash at the University of Washington had done on physical adsorption. Now, adsorption is the two-dimensional analog of absorption. Those of you who may not have heard that term. Instead of absorption, is where it diffuses into the three-dimensional body of a substrate. In an adsorption, the molecules stick to the surface. The adsorption is physical when the molecules do not interact strongly with those on the surface. They do not form chemical bonds. Practice is made using noble gas, helium or neon gas. This is a great way to study physics. I do not wish to delve deeply into the physics project, but we should just talk about Walter side. You can sense from description of my 3 years as a student that his research interests were very wide. Although I was with him right around the time of the development of that area to me. He's looking instead for other areas to explore. Suddenly I started booming like Kamalendra Dasgupta. Once in a while, I would get snippets of Kohn's philosophy of research. He told me that physics research was like hitting one's head against a brick wall and then claiming that one liked it. Another time, he remarked that doing good physics was akin to playing piano well. Well, I especially remember that comment because it went counter to my haughty self-regard of physicists as a special breed. But now I can see the wisdom in his words. I also got occasional flashes of Kohn's erudition. Early on, the words adsorbates and adsorbents confused me. Once I mentioned it to Kohn, he reached back to his Latin education to tell me that adsorbantos was present participle, which means adsorbing, and adsorbatos was past participle, like adsorbed. Since then, I have had no trouble distinguishing between solvent and solute, among other things. My thesis defense was held in the meeting room of the physics building that I alluded to earlier. Kohn had made arrangements to bring in some liquor. Once the serious part was over, he turned to me and asked, Amit, do you know how to make a martini? When I answered in the negative, he smiled and with a twinkle in his eyes said, let me complete your education. It was around this time that I stopped addressing him as Dr. Kohn and started calling him Walter. Years later, I mentioned this martini story to Walter, and he told me who had taught him the optimum proportion of gin and vermouth in preparing the cocktail. More on that later. After I had left UCSD, Walter transitioned to the role of a mentor. He and I never worked on any research problem together, but I turned to him frequently for advice and guidance. The main impact that my UCSD days had on me is that I continued to work on different aspects of surface physics. First, the modeling of low-energy electron diffraction in Illinois, then on chemical adsorption or chemisorption at the University of Chicago, and finally on the interaction of scattering of light from adsorbed layers on metal surfaces when I joined the faculty of the University of Maryland. Walter naturally had a hand in my various appointments with his recommendations. I would also meet him at international conferences and meetings of the American Physical Society or APS. Slowly but surely, he was becoming a family friend. He visited our Maryland apartment several times and advised my wife and me to use goat milk to counter the extreme milk allergy of our son. brought to mind my own drinking of goat milk as a young boy in the Maniktala area of Calcutta. By the way, I liked goat milk, and they're now back in fashion in America. 1979 proved to be an inflection point in both of our careers. Walter had family issues and left UCSD to become the director of the Center for Theoretical Physics, now the Kavli Center for Theoretical Physics at the University of California in Santa Barbara. I encountered tenure challenges and chose to leave academia and physics research for technology research in industry. First at Xerox Corporation in Rochester, and then the AT&T Bell Laboratories in New Jersey. Some of our most intense conversations took place during this period of change. One comment I remember him making was that my physics education was strong and flexible enough to stand me in good stead in my new endeavors. Slowly and inevitably, my connection with Walter became looser as I left academia. It eventually came down to the exchange of holiday greeting cards with brief information on life's events. But then there were some new developments to connect us once more. After graduating from college, my daughter decided to spend 1 year in Los Angeles as a high school teacher under the Teach for America program. When I went to LA in the summer of 2003 to bring her back to New Jersey, I took the opportunity to call up Walter and meet with him for lunch. It was nice to spend time with him eating bag lunches while sitting on a bench by the seashore in the UC Santa Barbara campus. The first thing I noticed was a brand new building named Kohn Hall on campus. We have been mentioning that several times. I didn't know that actually. I just went there and saw it. That, by the way, an aside, there used to be a Urey Hall after Harold Urey, the student in San Diego. More on hall naming later. This was a remarkable honor. Kohn took me to the Theoretical Physics Institute, where I was introduced to the then director, David Gross, who is also a very well-known physicist. Several years later, I went back to see him again, this time with my wife. We got a tour of the architectural highlights of Santa Barbara. Walter had slowed down considerably. He warmed a simple lunch for all of us. His second wife, Mara, had a severe case of macular degeneration. Rama mentioned that, making her nearly blind. She thanked my wife profusely for helping her out. This was my last meeting with my teacher, mentor, and friend, Walter Kohn. And I'll end with a little epilogue. After COVID-19, almost exactly 2 years ago, my wife and I seized an opportunity to relocate in California. My life's journey had come full circle, apparently. Last August, UC San Diego organized a symposium titled Meyer Hall Celebration. The celebration was to honor the APS designation in 2021 of Meyer Hall as a historic landmark for the development there of the density functional theory by Walter Kohn and Lou Sham. Here is a bit of history by the way of explanation. Long after my graduation from UC San Diego, the physics building got renamed Meyer Hall after the great nuclear physicist Maria Geppert Meyer and her chemist husband Joseph Meyer. Both of them were professors at UCSD. It was in Meyer Hall that Walter Kohn did most of his seminal research on the density functional theory, and it's now a historical landmark of APS. Being closer geographically to San Diego these days, I went to attend the conference. Let me share with you some photos from the trip. Okay, this one, if you can increase it a little bit with the plus sign, is that's all. Physics building. The only thing different from the time when Rama and I were there is that the glass enclosed elevator was not there. We used to walk up these steps, but we have all aged. Come to the next one. This is the new Meyer Hall, as I mentioned. It shows pictures of Maria Geppert Meyer on the right and Joseph Meyer on the left. Next one. This is where Lou Sham is in the middle. This is where they were giving the citation from APS. I think left is the person from APS, and the right is the dean of science or something of UC San Diego. And the final one, This I simply had more, if Rama is still listening, for him, because this used to be there connecting Bonner Hall, the chemistry on the left and physics building on the right. And this was nice enough, the design was nice enough, it made to the Yellow Pages cover in San Diego back in the late 60s. That's all. Let me just finish up. I wish to wrap up my talk by invoking Tagore, without whose name no presentation in Bengal is ever complete. There was a distinct but distant connection between Walter Kohn and Rabindranath Tagore. The story was told me by a physicist friend of mine in Princeton. I've forgotten the details, but here is the gist. When Tagore went to Germany in 1921, I believe, one of his hosts was a Jewish gentleman whose name I no longer remember. I tried Wikipedia, not Google, but couldn't really get a name. Nazis came to power and began their purge of Jews. The gentleman fled to Canada. When Walter Kohn was about 16, he was spirited out of Nazi-occupied Austria by the Quakers. We have heard about that from Rama. When Kohn spent time in internment camps in England and Canada before he was released into the protection of Tagore's one-time host in Germany. So there was a connection. I mentioned this happenstance to Walter on the phone. He instantly recognized the name of his benefactor and told me that that was the gentleman who had taught him the optimal proportion for making a martini, which is 1 part vermouth and 5 parts gin. Remember that he heard it from me. The key in all this is that Kohn's own parents stayed behind in Austria and perished in the Jewish Holocaust. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Amitabh. Now I pass on the microphone to Professor Devashish Mukherjee, who is the chair of this particular session. Yeah.
Are there any comments or questions on Amitabh's talk? Who has a
It's interesting. So you mentioned about the difference between absorption and adsorption. You know, I mean, yeah. So I was just curious. So suppose it is well known that palladium has got a huge capacity to absorb hydrogen. I mean, hydrogen absorbs exactly. Whereas when it goes onto a surface, any kind of a 2D substance surface, it goes not as a H, but as H2. So we call that as adsorption. Is that correct? On the surface. So I was just trying to get it clarified. So when I'm talking about hydrogen in metals or a hydrogen on metal surface. So if hydrogen goes as a molecular hydrogen on the surface, we call it adsorption. But when it goes as an atomic hydrogen inside, we will call it absorption. Am I right? Yes. Bulk or the surface? Oh.
And the matter of fact is that hydrogen would react fairly strongly with the typical materials on top. So I mean, I didn't know that. I mean, I don't H2, but yeah, H2 will be a strong bond itself. So I mean,
I was under the impression that when it goes as an H2, then it is more towards physisorption. But when it goes as a H, it goes more towards chemisorption, because the bonding is exactly. Yeah. H. Open any comment? Yeah.
Maybe we can discuss again after that. So it's my pleasure to invite Professor Shubhendra Mohanty. Is he around already? Okay, he's there.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Professor Mohanty, also known as Bhanu Mohanty to many, has been working as a professor in the physics department of Michigan State University since 1970. After spending some time in Bell Labs, he did his PhD with the legendary Professor Tara Prasad Das, TP Das, as they call, from the University of California at Riverside. He has also served as visiting scientist in several institutes, Max Planck Institute, Stuttgart, Argonne National University of Antwerp, TIFR, JNU, IIT Madras, and more recently at NISAR, Bhubaneswar. Professor Mohanty's research interests span a wide canvas in condensed matter theory, electronic structure, magnetism, and thermoelectrics. He's going to tell us today about the memories with Walter Kohn in the late 60s. So may I request Professor Mohanty to begin his talk and share the screen.
Can you see now? I've shared my screen, and can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm okay?
Yeah, we can see you, but not the screen that you are sharing.
You are
Oh, that is the one. Okay. Thanks.
Now I get it?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, GP, Devashish, and Fabio, for asking me to come become a part of this great Walter Kohn's 100th anniversary. And I'm in Bhubaneswar, so I don't have access to my early notes and so on, but it's purely from my memory and my reading of Professor Kohn's papers early in my career, some interactions. And so I want to spend a few minutes recollecting that story. I mean, I was very happy to see Amitabh. I mean, I used to see him, a young guy, and we were all told he's a very brilliant student, Walter Kohn knew everything. So, but then he left physics, I lost contact, but it's nice to see him and his early years at UC San Diego described by him very nicely. What I'm going to do is, as Professor Ramakrishna gave a very beautiful background of Professor Kohn, and I think 23 to 40, Austria, and terrible times, Nazi occupation.
Anu,
yes.
Can you just stop for a second, because I somehow get a message that your screen is not visible to the ones who are online. Just give us a second.
Okay, sure.
So for those of you, okay. Now okay. Okay, fine. Okay, thank you. So we'll yeah. Okay, that's perfect. Thank you.
The technology works. Good.
Yeah, it works. Now you can continue. Sorry.
Okay, sorry. And till 40, and then of course 40 to 50 Canada years in Harvard, then 50 to 60 when he was started his career as assistant professor, went through all the trials and tribulations of getting tenure and became full professor, and then used to come to Bell Labs. I'm going to bring that point back again a little later. Then of course 60 to 70, University of California, San Diego, when that's the time I am going to be talking about, because I was in Riverside doing my PhD, as GP said, from 64 to 68. Then from 68 to 70, I went to Bell Labs and then joined as a faculty member. So during this time, 64 to 68, actually 70, I had several direct and indirect interactions with Professor Kohn. And And so I just want to mention few of those encounters and the papers which I read early in my career, a lot of them by Professor Kohn. So I won't go through the physics part and just refer to them as it impacted some of my early research. Before going to California, I did my studies in Allahabad, and after master's, I spent about 6 months doing research. And during that time, one of very well-known professors, G.S. Verma, and by this, Professor Vachaspati's name came up during Professor T.V. Ramakrishnan's talk. He became a later professor and head of the department at University of California, Riverside. But when I was a student, he was not there. Professor Verma had just returned from USA in '63. At that time, he had learned a lot about electronic structure, calculations. I think he was in Case Western Reserve or something. Then he came back and he had a very nice project with Indo-US project. And the money was good. And I was planning to do research. So my paper he gave me to read and do some understand and do some, further continue the research was the paper by Kohn, Koringa, Rostocker, which you heard about it. So I struggled very hard trying to understand that paper, tried to derive as much as I could. But I knew about band structure and the methods. Then, of course, I did not complete my PhD in Allahabad. I came to do my PhD at Riverside, California. And it turned out that that time, T.P. Das was interested in the electronic structure and properties, particularly hyperfine properties of metals. And one of my thesis projects, which I wrote, was electronic structure, band structure of cesium metal. And as you will see that that's how I got a direct link with Professor Kohn. And while doing this research, those days there were methods and there were potentials. There were a lot of many-body derivations of potentials. What an electron sees in a metal, exchange gets screened, and non-local exchange, and correlation effects, correlation holes, they're all coming into, being discussed. And I studied some of those and applied to in my thesis. But what happened was I guess in 66 or 67, I don't exactly remember, Lou Sam, who was at that time, Professor Kohn had brilliant postdocs doing exciting physics, different types, in addition to having students who are doing many types of different physics problems, like Amitav. Then Lou Sam came and he was looking for a job interview. I think it was a job interview. He came to Riverside, gave a seminar. And as usual, I told him about my thesis, my work. Then what he said was, okay, I'll come back to that a little bit. I just wanted to mention people who have not, of course, not too many people read this paper, but the paper which Walter Kohn wrote with Rostocker was basically electronic structure, metallic alkali metals. Very simple. Lithium was a little complicated. So they worked on that material and published that paper, which I, of course, read during when I came back and did my thesis. But then what happened was, as I said, Lou Sam was visiting, and then he gave me, said, look, we have a very nice thesis way of solving many-body problem. And that time, of course, I didn't understand these whole subtleties of exact dependence of energy as a function of density. But he told me, look, you are solving this problem with electronic structure metals. We have a potential. We used to use later exchange those days, local density approximation. And so I tried to use that method for my in thesis. And I'll show you a reference to that paper, Lou Sam paper, which is now Kohn-Sam paper, which is 70,000 citations. I was one of the earlier ones to cite that paper in my thesis. Then I think thesis was reasonable, and what Professor Kohn was trying to get people to get into the solid state calculations metals. So I did apply for a postdoctoral position, and my memory is I did get an offer, but during the same time, I also got an offer from Bell Labs. Somehow that I wanted to go to Bell Labs for some reason. I did not get a chance to be a direct daily listener to Professor Kohn's physics, actually. So I did go to Bell Lab, and as you point out, Professor Kohn came back again there to hunt me or guide me. At Bell Lab, I did, we're trying to do, of course, those days, I think, I'm sure TV remembers a lot of Hubbard model, Green's function, Kondo effect. There's all exciting things are going on.
Hello, Bhanu. Can I interrupt once more? There is some sound which is coming. There is some sound.
No sound coming?
From your side, is there some kind of a sound which is coming? Because can you check?
My
some kind of a
can't hear my video.
It is there by chance any kind of a background?
Nobody. I have a question. Can you see my screen? Okay.
Oh, I see. Okay, Bhanu, so it is not your problem. So go ahead.
Can you see?
Yeah, it is. It's fine. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Go to the full screen mode.
Okay, I will. Just a minute. Okay. So at Bell Lab, I will. Then I went to work on semiconductors, and at that time excitons were of very interest, and we looked at the exciton problem, effective electron holes between electrons and holes in polar semiconductors, the role of phonons. And with Chandra Verma, we wrote 2 papers. I'm going to tell you how these works were intimately connected with Professor Kohn. Okay, so this in the work which we looked at the excitonic problems and effective interactions were done by a beautiful paper written by Professor Lou Sam and T.M. Rice, they were the postdocs with Professor Kohn. And I'm not sure whether maybe TVR can answer that question, whether he also was a postdoc during that time when Sam and Rice were there. I'm not sure, but he was a postdoc with the famous Kondo theorist. But this was a paper which I studied extensively. And during that time, there was Professor Kohn, as you had heard, he was very much interested in the fundamental nature of states in condensed matter. Effective mass theories were being developed, but he was not very happy with simple effective mass theories, the corrections to effective mass theories, non-local corrections to interactions, intermediate range corrections. They're all exciting things which he was interested in. And that led me to read all these papers of Professor Kohn. And as everybody knows, he writes brilliantly. Each sentence is powerful. His equation is perfect. And the papers which I read through that time, went through, are the 3 papers by Kohn and Lottinger. And Walter Kohn himself wrote an effective mass theory in solids, which TVR pointed out. And then this effective interactions between charged particles, the role of non-local dielectric functions. So that was so all my 4 or 5, 6 papers I read through very carefully, derived them, was an earlier part of my life, research life was by Professor Kohn. And the other thing I wanted to mention is, I read about it. Of course, Professor Lottinger was thesis advisor of Professor T.V. Ramakrishnan. And when I was Bell Labs, Professor Lottinger used to come from Columbia, give us an extensive course on many body physics. And those were the diamond notes, which I used till I retired when I was teaching many body physics. But then I read that they were born the same year, 23. Walter Kohn was in April, and Luttinger was December 2. And then both were Harvard graduate students. Luttinger, of course, from New York, all very fancy, brilliant students from one of those top schools there. Walter Kohn came with a different background, to be a farmer who turned to be a great physicist. But apparently they were in the same class, taught by Swinger. And Swinger was a young, brilliant, he was developing many-body physics with functional derivative techniques, Martin and Swinger. And these two were apparently students. And Walter Kohn was very serious, but Luttinger was very funny. But they must have liked each other, must have studied together. And later, when Bell Lab provided an avenue for them to come back, Walter Kohn from Carnegie Institute of Technology, and that time actually, Professor Luttinger was at University of Michigan before he moved to Pennsylvania and then to Columbia. And I was just imagining how exciting those summer visits were at Bell Lab when they were developing new ideas and new theories. Anyway, it's a memory. Of course, after that, my research changed, but I have come back to DFT after 25 years. So I am very deeply involved with DFT calculuses now. But those were the memories of my with Professor Kohn and I thank the organizers, GP. I mean, I didn't know what to speak, but I just wanted to be a part of this because to see all great old friends and TVR. Amitabh I never saw him for many years. And thanks again for the organization. Thank you. Hello, I'm done. Hello. GP, can you hear me? Stop sharing.
Hey, Bhanu, this is Amitabh.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Well, great to see you. Great to hear from you. I remember you coming to San Diego to give a talk. I didn't realize that you were being interviewed for postdoctoral position, and I was a student. Can you hear me?
Who remembers this?
This is Amitabh. Amitabh Bhatt.
Oh, Amitabh, yes, maybe because yes, maybe Amitabh, I did go.
Maybe I should come
Yeah.
to you because
Yes, and Amitabh, you should send me your pictures of San Diego days. And
no,
I don't.
I have some in slides that I don't know where they are, and I'll convert slides into.
Okay, this will give us a chance to dig it out. And if TVR can also find some old slides, it'd be nice to
Might be
think.
nice. Yeah. Yeah. I was also thinking that you probably were at the Banff summer school in 1969, where I was. Chandu
Yes.
Verma was, and you were there too, playing tennis.
Yes, yes. Yeah.
Anyway, one thing I wanted to tell you, my recollection, check in this, you are a deep research worker. I think you recall Kohn telling me that Quinn Luttinger was a student of TISA in MIT. So,
Oh, could be. You're right, maybe. But they
Okay.
must have taken he did his PhD from MIT.
MIT,
Walter
TISA,
Kohn was
yeah.
Harvard. But I think they took the course
I'm
of,
sure the two courses together. Yeah, they knew each
that's
other as
what I
students. There's no question about that. And also, he told me that he used to stay with Luttinger when he went to New York, but he, of course, when Luttinger died, that changed. Thank you.
Oh, dear. Yeah, dear.
Hello.
Hello.
You said Luttinger was TISA student, but You said that, but Tisa was an experimentalist. I see. Okay. No, that's interesting. That's correct. Superfluidity. Yes. Right.
Okay. Hello? Yeah. In the early days, back then, in the 40s of the superfluidity of helium-4, Tisa and Landau were slightly on opposite sides, and they were discussing, and Landau had some thoughts and quasi-particles he might have introduced at the time. So I'm sure that Tisa did some theory. We can go back and check the first papers of Luttinger, but there's no question that they were, I mean, according to what I remember from Kohn, they were like across the river or whatever, in the Harvard and MIT, or maybe they're on the same side of the river, I think.
And this is not very serious, but I think Tisa did the fountain effect experiment on superfluid. Yeah. This I recall from, I only remember my undergraduate days, nothing since. But it's interesting that those days it was possible for a bright theoretician to work with an experimentalist. Oh, yeah, but there was only one Fermi.
So we thanks.
Hello.
Professor Krishnamurthy is an honorary professor of IISc Bangalore now, who has been working in the Department of Physics for the past 4 decades.
Yeah, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah.
So he did his PhD in Cornell with Kenneth Wilson, who was the 1982 Nobel laureate in physics. On renormalization group approach to dilute magnetic alloys. He has made seminal contributions on quantum many-body theory and statistical physics. And today he's going to talk on an interesting topic: insulating state and multi-insulator transitions from Kohn's 1964 paper to now. Professor Krishnamurthy.
Okay, so let me start sharing my screen. Can you hear me? Can you see my screen? Hello? Hello?
Yeah, we can't see your.
Can you hear?
We can't.
You are not able to see my screen? Yeah, okay. Let me try again. I thought I shared it. Oh, okay. I didn't press stop. Okay, how about now?
Yes, now it is coming.
Yeah?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
It's okay
Yeah.
now. Yeah.
All right. Okay, so let me start. Thank you, all of you for this opportunity. I mean, Walter Kohn is certainly one of my heroes, and you've heard what an inspiring person he was. I first had the privilege of meeting him in 1986, I think, when I went to KITP for the first time in my life for attending some conference, and then he was still the director at that time. And this is something that in which Professor Ramakrishnan was there and Sriram Shastri was there. And I remember, at least vaguely, Walter Kohn used to sit in the front row in every talk, and he was just an imposing and inspiring presence. And then many years later, he came to India also, and then visited IISc, and we had a conference there where he interacted with all of us, and he was just an amazing guy. And so it's a privilege for me to give this talk. So I thought I will talk about this particular paper by Walter Kohn, which TVR mentioned in his talk, and because it connects a bit to some of the research that I have been involved in. So I'll tell you about it. Okay. So this is this paper published in 1964, received August 63 and published in January. And so the abstract says in this paper, a new and more comprehensive characterization of the insulating state of matter is developed. This characterization includes the conventional insulators with energy gap, as well as systems discussed by Mott, which in band theory would be metals. So before I go on to tell you what this paper is about, let me fill you a little bit in, because there are many students and other people who are not experts in the subject who may benefit from this. I'll fill you into the background to place this paper in its setting. So as most of you know, the theory of Bloch and Wilson developed between 29 and 33 of non-interacting electrons moving in periodic potentials due to ions and forming energy bands.
Hello, HRK.
Provide.
Hello, yeah. HRK.
Yeah, can you hear me?
This is GP. Yes, just one thing.
Yeah.
I mean, I think your your screen is also coming and blocking part of the presentation. So can you see your picture is also coming in the screen? Yeah. Hide it. There is a hide one. Just hide that.
Okay. Hide.
Yeah.
Where is the hide thing?
There is a minus sign on the top. You see, so that you can hide that.
Oh, okay. Good.
Exactly. Now it is okay.
All right. Very good.
No, okay. Again, it has come.
Yeah. Okay. So let me see.
Yes. Now just press. Yeah. Or you can. Yes.
Okay. I put it out of the view. It's
Perfect.
okay now.
Yeah. It is perfect.
Okay. Great.
Perfect.
Okay. All right. So this theory provided a sharp distinction between metals and insulators, depending on the electronic band structure, the number of electrons per unit cell of the crystal, with primitive vectors, which I've denoted A sub j. I'm sort of slightly, I've changed the notation into more modern notation compared to what Walter Kohn used. So this may be notation which you're more familiar with, like from books like Ashcroft and Mermin. Okay, so the Hamiltonian for one electron moving in a crystal is p squared by 2m plus some effective potential, which is periodic with the periodicity of the lattice. That's what this equation says. I think you can see my pointer, or yeah. Okay. And then we have to solve this eigenvalue problem that the Hamiltonian acting on this wave functions is an energy times wave function. And Bloch showed that these wave functions are of the form a plane wave modulated by a periodic function, a function which is periodic in the lattice. And the allowed values of this wave vector k, which is in this plane wave, is determined by periodic boundary condition. And if the crystal consists of L1 and L2 and L3 unit cells in the three directions, for example, for a 3D crystal, then you can show that the K is basically a discrete set of points inside what is called the first Brillouin zone. It's like one of the unit cell of the reciprocal space. And typically we take it to be confined inside the first Brillouin zone. And then there are exactly as many. So the number of values of K for a band is exactly the number of unit cells in the lattice, and which means that allowing for spin degeneracy in the Pauli exclusion principle, each band can accommodate exactly 2 electrons per unit cell. And hence, if the number of electrons per unit cell is even, which is a necessary condition, and the top of the highest occupied valence band is separated by an energy gap from the lowest occupied conduction band, then we get a band insulator or a semiconductor if the gap is smaller than about one electron volt. On the other hand, if the number of electrons per unit cell is odd, or if 2 bands overlap in energy, then the highest occupied level, which is the Fermi level, which is called the Fermi level, is inside a band, and then we get a metal. In this case, there's no gap for charge excitations. So one can show that filled bands carry 0 net electrical or heat current, and then hence a band insulator is also electrically insulating. That is, it has 0 electrical conductivity at 0 temperature, and its thermal conductivity has also a specific heat at low temperatures, which means temperatures much smaller than this gap, comes only from phonons, and which also goes to 0 at T equals 0. So at 0 temperature, it's basically electrically, thermally insulating. Okay. However, if I have, as I pointed out here, if the number of electrons is odd, then, or if bands overlap, then the Fermi level will be inside a band, and then the system is conducting, and the standard theory of transport, which, as Professor TVR mentioned, that Kohn and Luttinger and many other stalwarts helped to develop. For metals with n electrons per unit volume in a partially filled conduction band with an effective mass m star and scattering rate tau, you can show that the complex AC conductivity as a function of frequency omega is given by this formula. It's the famous formula called the Drude formula, Ne squared over m star and tau over 1 minus I omega tau. So in particular, if you take 0 frequency, the real part of the conductivity, which is what we normally refer to as conductivity, is Ne squared tau over m star. And then in general, if tau is, for example, goes to infinity, as it would do for a pure metal, in fact, you can see that the conductivity, the real part of the conductivity would diverge at 0 frequency. And at finite frequency, it is purely inductive part, which is Ne squared over times I over m star omega. So that's what it will look like. Okay. And this formula actually works for semiconductors as well. If n is interpreted as the number of thermally excited holes and electrons, and for many semiconductors, it often takes the form. You can work that out. And it's some constant times t to the 3/2. And the crucial factor is this exponential of minus the gap, E gap over 2kT. And this is responsible for what is called the negative temperature coefficient of the resistivity of insulators and semiconductors, whereas metals as a function of temperature typically has a positive temperature coefficient of resistivity, and that comes from the temperature dependence of the scattering time typically. And that's how experimentalists distinguish metals from insulators. Okay. So that was like the story of band insulators and band metals. Now, there was a report in a conference in 1937, the conference report by De Boer and Verwey, that many transition metal oxides, such as nickel oxide, with a partially filled d electron band, was nonetheless, they were poor conductors and indeed often insulators. So they reported this, and this was not consistent with this band theory. And Mott reported in the proceedings of this meeting that Piles remarked in the meeting that it's quite possible that the electrostatic interaction between electrons prevents them from moving at all. Because as I said in the previous slides, the band theory, band metals and band insulators was done mostly ignoring electron-electron interactions. Whereas Piles put his finger on the key factor that is causing this particular thing, that electrostatic interaction. And then he goes on to say that low temperatures, majority of the electrons are in their proper places in the ions, and etc. I won't read the rest of it, but basically I'll tell you more about this. But basically, inspired by this comment from Piles, Mott went on to pursue this topic over several years. And here is some more modern data showing this same information that I mentioned to you. For example, this shows the band structure of iron oxide, cobalt oxide, nickel oxide, computed by Matisse in 1972. And you can see that red line there, that is where the Fermi level would be if it is according to band theory. And they would all be metals, but they are all insulators. Not only that, they are actually insulators which show antiferromagnetism. That was learned later. I mean, not at the time of Mott, it was not very clear. But anyway, Mott pursued this thing over several years from 1949 to 61. And in 61, he came up with this scenario by considering a periodic lattice of hydrogen atoms with varying lattice spacing A. And he considered two limits. One in the limit of small a, where the 1s orbitals of hydrogen overlap very strongly. So large overlap of orbitals. And this leads to extended and weakly correlated 1s bands, because these 1s bands are very wide and they screen the Coulomb interaction between electrons. And then this band is half occupied because there's only one electron per unit cell, whereas the band can accommodate two. And therefore, this should be metallic. On the other hand, if you consider the other limit of large A, then the natural picture is a small overlap of orbitals. The natural picture is of what is called the Heitler-London limit of molecules, which many of you, if you've studied molecular chemistry, you would have known, which is of localized correlated atomic state. You're basically thinking of each hydrogen atom as if it's a neutral hydrogen atom with one electron trapped close to the proton. And then Mott argued that in this limit, if you try to move an electron from one hydrogen atom to the next, so he's thinking that in the ground state, each proton, each hydrogen atom was one electron. And if you try to move, you have to pay an energy cost, which is the difference between the ionization potential, which is the energy that it takes to remove an electron from the hydrogen atom, and the affinity, which you gain a little bit when the electron goes into the goes onto the neighboring hydrogen atom. So it will become an H- ion, but nevertheless you gain some energy, and the difference he called it U, and he said that if this is positive and large, then it would be prohibitively expensive for these electrons to move across the sample, and then it would be an insulator. So, and then he sort of came up with some clever arguments, which I will not go into, I don't have time, to estimate when is it likely, as you move this lattice of hydrogen atoms and keep tuning this lattice spacing, when is likely for the system to transition between one metallic state on the one side and the insulating state on the other side. And he came up with this criterion, which is n to the 1/3 times the Bohr radius, basically, is 0.2. And actually, it's surprising that many of the materials are pretty well described by this result. But of course, there are lots of questions he couldn't answer at that time, which I'll touch upon later in my talk. Order of the transition and what are the changes in structural, magnetic, transport, optical properties connected with this transition and so on. So, but still, this is generally regarded as a generic explanation for occurrence of insulating phases and metal insulator transitions in systems with an odd number of electrons per unit cell in the paramagnetic phase. Okay. So back to Walter Kohn's paper. So that was kind of the background with which Walter Kohn was operating. So as you saw that the basic characterization at that time of insulating states was in terms of energy gap separating the ground state and then conducting states. Okay. So Mark wanted to go beyond that, and then he wanted to focus on this localization aspect, which had been Kohn wanted to go beyond that and wanted to focus on these localization aspects, which Smart had brought up briefly, but not in a very sharp way. So what he shows in this paper is the following, that every low-lying wave function of an insulating ring, which means insulator with periodic boundary conditions, breaks up into a sum of functions which are localized in disconnected regions of the many particle configuration space and have essentially vanishing overlap. And this property is the analog of localization for a single particle and leads directly to the electrical properties characteristic of insulators. And in an appendix, he also proposed a soluble model exhibiting a transition between an insulating and the conducting state. Now, it's a pretty complicated paper, and I won't have time to go through all the intricate arguments, but I'll give you, I hope, a gist of what he accomplishes in the paper and how he goes about it. Okay. So, Kohn considered like a lattice of static hydrogen atoms with n electrons in a volume omega. And then he considered an electronic Hamiltonian with a fictitious constant vector potential A added in. And this is the same Hamiltonian we encountered earlier, but I've added, made two modifications. One is this, instead of P squared by 2m, I've added this vector potential, a la Kohn. And then also written this for n electrons. So there's a sum over j from 1 to n. And then there's an ion potential, which is a function of all the ionic. Actually, there should have been a sum over I here, j here as well. And then there's also an electron-electron interaction term that has been added here. And we are, in general, if I take this Hamiltonian, now there's a very complicated wave function, which is a function of all the electron coordinates and all the spin coordinates of the electrons as well, and of this constant vector potential. And there is an eigenvalue or energy eigenvalue, which is in principle also a function of this vector potential. And the spin can be up or down or plus or minus half, whichever you like. Okay, now you can do perturbation theory in this vector potential that has been added and verify that the second derivative of any energy level is E sub nu with respect to A, and finally after taking the derivative you set A to 0. That is given by this formula. I mean, there's a leading term which is basically coming from the A squared by 2m when you expand this Pj plus A whole squared, and that is basically n delta alpha beta divided by the mass of the electron. And there's a second term which is coming from A dot P summed over all j, so A couples to the total momentum of all the electrons, which is this capital P here. And then basically this is like a second order perturbation term, which many of you would have seen, between this P can in principle scatter the state of the system from nu to nu prime, and then there's an energy denominator. So this is what you can show. I don't have time to go through the details of this, but Kohn showed this, and then he observed that if you make A instead of being a constant, if you make it a function of time, so that corresponds to an AC electric field. For example, as you know, that electric field is dA by dt. So you can figure out what is the A of t you need to put, so that the electric field is some vector E times exponential of minus I omega t. Then you can do time-dependent perturbation theory to calculate the current and the conductivity. And in particular, the longitudinal or diagonal conductivity, sigma alpha alpha, is given by this expression. This is again well-known expression, which people, Kohn and all the people working in condensed matter physics or many-body theory knew. So Kohn observed that actually, if I take omega times the imaginary part of sigma alpha alpha omega, which is called sigma double prime, okay, which there's a notation I've introduced before, and that's exactly E squared over the volume of the sample times the second derivative of E naught of A evaluated A equal to 0. From the two expressions that I showed you, he noted this. Okay, so in particular, if you take free electrons, there's no scattering, that is, this scattering time goes to infinity, then trivially, the ground state energy is, as a function of A, is h cross kj over A, summed over J over all the occupied wave vectors. And then you can differentiate with respect to A. And of course, you'll conclude that omega times sigma double prime is E squared n over m omega, or n e squared over m, where n is the density of electrons. And that's exactly what the expression from Drude formula that I showed you earlier. Okay, so that's all fine. Now, on the other hand, Kohn argued that if most of the electrons are trapped in localized states, well away from the boundaries of the crystal, with some length scale bounded by some little r0, then you can get rid of the A in the Hamiltonian by using a gauge transformation. Okay, so here is this gauge transformation. You take the phi naught without the A and multiply by exponential of minus A I times A dot, basically A dot R over H cross, then it's like actually there should be a sum over J here, I'm sorry. So this, you make this for each of the electron coordinates. And you can see then when you take this grad coming from the P, then this A coming from here cancels the in P plus A and then gives you this P. Then so you can verify that if I were to have just basically R here, this would solve the same Schrodinger equation with the A. That is, so basically the solution with the A is simply related via this gauge transformation to the solution without the A. Now, where does the localization come into this? You might say that this is very general. But the point is that if you used R sub j here, instead of this function, then you will notice that this function will not satisfy the periodic boundary conditions. That's why the problem is. Okay. Whereas if it's localized, Kohn came up with a special clever ruse saying that if you kind of periodize this R sub j, that means, for example, in the x direction, you take x modulo L1. And similarly, if you, in the y direction, you take y, x2 modulo L2 and so on. So basically you subtract as you keep going further and further so that this is periodic function. Then you can satisfy the periodic boundary condition, but at the cost of introducing a discontinuity in this wave function. But Kohn argued that if this wave function are localized, by the time you get to the place where there's a discontinuity, the wave function amplitude is so small that it shouldn't matter. And therefore, this modified wave function should still be an eigenstate of the Hamiltonian with the same energy as it would be with A over 0. So therefore, he would argue that trivially, the second derivative of E with respect to A will be 0. And therefore, this omega sigma double prime should be approximately 0. That means to exponential accuracy and corresponding to an insulator. So that is this basic idea. So how do you implement this for the real materials? So to complete the characterization, Kohn proceeds to show in this paper that the wave functions of both band insulators and mod insulators have these localization characteristics needed to complete this proof. And in both cases, it requires the use of the orthonormal basis of one-year functions localized at the sites where the nuclei are. And these are these were well known at that time and first defined by 1 year. So for the mth band, basically what you do is you take the block function psi mk bar and then multiply by e to the minus I k dot the lattice vector and some phase factor theta that depends in principle on k, sum over all values of k, and that gives me, you can normalize it, and then that's the 1 year function. And you can in fact show that this is an orthonormal set. And also Kohn himself showed that in a 1959 paper, he had shown that in one dimension that you can make these exponentially localized around R, like this Wm of R minus R is exponentially localized around R. And that requires an appropriate choice of theta k. And in fact, later, other people have shown this is valid in higher dimensions as well. But in his 1964 paper, Kohn assumed that since he had shown it in first one dimension, he assumed that it would be valid in many dimensions as well. And then if you use second quantized notation, where the C dagger creates an electron with spin S in the mth 1 year state centered at R, then you can rewrite this Hamiltonian in using these creation and destruction operators. I am not going to go through a lot of detail, but just to tell you the one essential idea. And so then Kohn separated the electronic Hamiltonian into 3 pieces. So one, which is kind of diagonal in this 1 year basis and involves only the number operators of this 1 year basis, basically the C dagger C. And then the eigenstates of this Hamiltonian are easily determined because we just have to specify the occupancy of the different 1 year orbitals. Okay. So for example, if you have a lattice of n atoms that are very far enough apart, then m equal to 1 will correspond to the 1 year orbitals of the 1s band. Like for example, if you have hydrogen or helium atoms far apart, basically there'll be the 1s band and then the 1 year orbitals of the 2s and 2p band and so on, depending on the material you have. And then basically, depending on the number of electrons you have per unit cell, per atom, you keep filling these 1 year orbitals, sort of the lowest ones. And you can see basically it's like roughly looks like separated atoms, neutral atoms, except that these states that are being filled are 1 year orbitals, whereas the atomic orbital would not be orthogonal or neighboring sites. So that's the one difference. Okay. And then, so the idea is that in this limit, when the atoms are far apart, the ground state of this Hamiltonian is a good first approximation to the ground state of the system. So in particular, for a lattice of n helium atoms, there is a non-degenerate ground state, which is called which is the band insulating state, with E naught, which is 2n times epsilon 1 of helium, given by, I take the vacuum state where there are no electrons, and then at each site I create one one upspin and one downspin electron in the appropriate 1 year orbital and take a product of those. And in fact, interestingly, you can show that this state is nothing but the state of all the block states being filled. This is completely equivalent. Okay. And now, of course, if you want to excite this thing, at the minimum, you have to go to the next 1 year orbital, and that's the gap to this excitation. So this state is then made up of localized states. And for a lattice of n hydrogen atoms, is this similar state, but except that now I have a choice as to what the spin of the electron. I have only to put one electron in each 1 year orbital, and I have a choice as to what spin that can be. It can be up or down. So there's a 2 to the n-fold degenerate ground state, which is the mod insulating state. And now, what Kohn argued was now he then discussed what is the effect of these two terms, other terms in the Hamiltonian, which cause transition between these eigenstates of H naught. And he has quite an elaborate argument which shows that if you assume that perturbation theory converges, then you can show that whatever additional perturbations that are caused, or whatever additional things you have to linear combinations you have to add to this ground state to make the actual insulating states, in both cases will consist only of localized states, and therefore, using his earlier arguments, basically you can get zero conductivity. He in fact had a slightly more elaborate argument, which I don't have time to go into, where he showed that even the real part of the conductivity is zero for such systems. Okay, so that is basically the idea. I hope you got some idea of what he accomplished in that paper. And later, as Tivia had mentioned and other people mentioned, he worked on interaction effects in band insulators in terms of excitonic insulator. Okay. So how much time do I have? Go. Can I take another 5-10 minutes? 5 minutes?
Yes, yes.
Hello?
Yes, you
Okay.
can. Yeah.
So yeah, let me connect this to, okay, so that was the work. So what is since? So from there, where have we come now? Most of the later work is not been, as I explained in his paper, Kohn was worrying about all the states of the system and really being very carefully addressing all the one-year states and the transition between them, etc., without throwing anything away. But in later work, actually, most work in this area has used things like model Hamiltonians, and the simplest of this is called the Hubbard model. Actually, this has already been proposed by the time Kohn wrote his paper, but probably not that well known. At least it's not cited by Kohn. And this is basically the model that you get by just keeping the lowest one-year orbital. Only one one-year orbital at each site. Now I've labeled them with a site index I. Okay. And then if you keep only one-year orbital, the only interaction term you can have will be Ni up, Ni down. There's no other possibility. And then from among the other terms, H1 and H prime, which I showed you in Kohn's paper, you keep only one term, which is the one that causes electrons to move from one site to another, staying in this lowest one-year orbital. All right. So, and then there's a chemical potential. So this is called the Hubbard model. If only nearest neighbor, in most calculations, people in fact just keep the nearest neighbor hopping, as this is called, which is and that's called the TU model. And then if you include a second neighbor hopping, it's called T prime U model. And this model turns out to be hard enough, actually, that it's occupied physicists, condensed matter theorists for a huge number of years from Kohn's paper until now. And even now, except in one dimension, we don't have an exact solution. In one dimension, for the TU model can be solved exactly using a method called beta ansatz. But the moment you add a T prime or go to higher dimensions, this model is not exactly soluble. So it's led to a plethora of approximate methods, which I don't have time to go into. So there was one important development due to Anderson, which he showed, in fact, that if you, for example, take U much larger than T, that's kind of the Mott limit, where basically you have, as I mentioned before, you have 2 to the n degenerate states where the spins can be up or down at any site. That's the 0th approximation state. And then if you try to move an electron, it can only hop to a virtual state, which is energetically higher by amount U. So if you do second order perturbation theory, you can come back to the ground state, the degenerate manifold, and you can ask what is the effective interaction between the spin variables of characteristic of the ground state. And Anderson showed that it's antiferromagnetic. with a size which is 4t squared over u. And in fact, this is actually responsible for the antiferromagnetism that's ubiquitously seen in modern insulators, because u is actually not infinity but finite. Okay. So one of the methods, for example, which has been developed to evolve a quantitative theory of this metal insulator transition goes under the name dynamical mean field theory. Basically, the idea is that if you just take one site and integrate out all the other sites and then replace the other site by an effective medium and watch what is happening in one site, you can see basically you can have an upspin electron up till some time, downspin electron, and then it can leave the site and go to the effective medium, come back, and then in the meanwhile, or while it's there, an upspin electron can come in and go, and then come back, and so on. So the dynamics happening at this one selected site is exactly the dynamics that happened in a single impurity Anderson model, where I have an impurity site which is correlated, but it's interacting with a conduction band, which is a conducting medium, a metal, which is uncorrelated with some hybridization. And in fact, you can make this process self-consistent. So you like map this Hubbard model into a self-consistent Anderson impurity problem that goes under the name of dynamical mean field theory. And actually, using that, you can show that actually this is a schematic phase diagram, actually in the temperature U plane of the half-filled Hubbard model. And you can show that there's actually an antiferromagnetic insulating phase at low temperatures in 3 dimensions. And then it transits to a paramagnetic phase on one phase, and it's kind of insulating on one side and metallic on another side with a crossover from one side to another. So, and in fact, a large number of methods have been developed over the years, which I don't have time to go into. And this is a pretty reasonably good phase diagram of the 3D Hubbard model. With sort of some consistency by the different methods. Okay. And this is some of my own work, which I'll allude to. In 1980 and between 73 and 80, people investigated a spectacular metal insulator transition in V2O3. And this left panel here, top left panel, shows that the resistivity, when the system goes from metal to insulator, the resistivity drops by 8 orders of magnitude. It's amazing. And there are 2 kinds of transitions. And here you can see there are 2 metal insulator transitions here. And then that is actually because of the phase diagram on the right, top right panel. And there's actually an antiferromagnetic insulator at the bottom. And there's a paramagnetic insulator on one side and a paramagnetic metal on the other side with a first order transition here. And if you're going like this, you can sample 2 transitions. And then one of my students, Pinaki Majumdar, who's presently in the Harish Chandra Research Institute, and we did model this using compressible Hubbard model and using this dynamical mean field theory, showed that at least the ferromagnetic transition, you will compare this portion of the diagram with this portion of the diagram, you can actually reproduce many features of this phase diagram. Okay, so I just take 2 more minutes by mentioning another interesting thing which not been considered until very recently, which is that there's all these correlation effects were being talked about in the context of the Hubbard model, where you start from a band metal and have the correlation induced insulating behavior. But you can ask the question, is there any interesting possibility for correlation effects to affect band insulators? At first time, you might think it's already insulating, so what can adding correlations do? But it turns out that that's not the case. Actually, using dynamical mean field theory, we showed that if the correlation, the interaction strength is proportional to the gap, of the order of the gap, you can actually have dramatic effect. And this work was done with collaboration Arti Garg, Mohit Anderia, Somen Bagh, and Anmesha. and done using this model, which is a wrinkle on the Hubbard model called the ionic Hubbard model, where in addition to the Hubbard model, I had a staggered potential, which is plus delta on one sublattice and minus delta on sublattice. You can verify that if you turn off U and you solve this problem, this is actually, if delta is large enough, this is actually a band insulator, because this is actually a two sublattice model. So there are two atoms per unit cell. So actually, and two electrons, and there's a gap between the top band and the bottom band, and the bottom band filled is band insulator. But if you turn on U, skip the details because I've run out of time, I just end with two phase diagrams. Lots of amazing things happen. In particular, this is the T prime U ionic Hubbard model. And you can see that you can go, as you tune U, from a band insulator to paramagnetic metal to a ferrimagnetic metal to an antiferromagnetic half metal, where there's only one spin species at the Fermi level and the other spin species is gap. And finally to an antiferromagnetic insulator, which is like the same as the Mott insulator. And then if you make U and delta very large compared to the hopping, then you can even induce D-wave superconductivity sandwiched between paramagnetic metal, ferrimagnetic metal, antiferromagnetic half metal. So it's a very rich system. Okay, so that's pretty much, I think I ran out of time. So let me conclude by saying we have progressed considerably in our understanding of insulators and metal insulator transitions using the paths shown by such giants as Walter Kohn, Phil Anderson, Mott, Hubbard, and forging new paths in the process. But we still have many more challenges ahead, because all these, even the results that I showed you are very approximate, and we still don't, there's a lot to understand about correlated systems. Thank you for your attention. Yeah.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah. Shall I? Okay. Yeah, I can hear you.
Are there any questions? Yeah. Are there any questions from the audience?
Hello. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Professor Krishnamurthy, for a wonderful talk. I'm just curious about your last model that you showed. It was very nice. So you had a staggering, you had a staggering in the on-site potential kind of stuff. Okay. So suppose we make a model where the on-site potential remains constant, but we put the staggering on the hopping integrals, nearest neighbor hopping integrals. So like what people do in simplest of topological insulator studies. So
yes.
Is there any change expected, or do we have any?
I don't know. We have not looked at it specifically, but my guess is that, basically any of those models, if you put a staggering in the hopping also, you can get insulating. You get like band splitting and then insulating behavior.
Likely, yeah.
So my guess would be, as long as the interaction effects become comparable to that gap.
Yeah.
Again, similar physics will be happening, but the details may be different.
Okay.
I mean, coming back to topological insulator, again, there are all kind of interesting questions that if you do something similar and make interactions comparable to band gap and topological insulators.
Yes.
We looked at it a little bit, but there's actually a lot more to be understood there, because there you have spin orbit coupling and so on.
Yes,
so
definitely, yeah.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So sorry, one other comment, if related thing I mentioned is that, the trick that Kohn brought in terms of legacy, the trick of Kohn in adding a constant vector potential. has come to be rather known as twisted boundary condition, because if you make that gauge transformation, as I showed you, it corresponds to like the boundary condition being not periodic, but picking up a phase factor. So basically, Kohn essentially showed in that paper, therefore, that by studying the energy as a function of the twist angles and the boundary condition, you can actually gain information about localization characteristics. And it's like become a weapon in the arsenal of condensed matter theorists. It's used by Sriram Shastri, and like it was also used by Thouless in characterizing localization in disordered systems. In fact, it's closely related to topological characterization of bands and so on. Okay, yeah.
So that hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
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 So the addition of the vector potential that you showed is the one which was first done in the paper by Kohn.
Yes, as far as I know, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, if not, then let's thank Professor Krishnamurthy for a nice presentation. Thank you, HRK.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah. So I think we are going to have a break now, and may I request all of you to have a little bit of snacks and tea, which is just outside this hall, just outside the hall. So please.
Just one comment before we disperse is that the next session is the last India session. Okay, and then we will transfer to the western part of the United States. Okay, and this gap is necessary so that they don't have to wake up at an ungodly hour. Okay, so this next session will still be an India session, and then 6 o'clock onwards, Indian time, will be the Americans who will wake up and give their talks.
There is no odd time. That's what I tomorrow.
সবাই শুনুন।
হ্যাঁ, হ্যালো, স্বপন দা, শুনতে পাচ্ছ স্বপন দা?
Yes, yes. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me? Hello?
আমি শুনতে পাচ্ছি, তুমি শুনতে পাচ্ছ?
Yeah. Okay. So we just are coming back from the tea break. We are starting in another few minutes. Okay. So you are ready, right?
I'm ready.
Okay. Yeah. Can you put on your video? Can you please? Yes, that's fine. Yeah. Okay. So just in another 2 minutes we are starting. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. That's fine. Hey, yeah. এই এটা নিয়ে নে।
Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Okay, so welcome back. We are going to start the next session, which will be basically on many body functional. So we are glad that Professor Swapan Ghosh is chairing the session. Swapan Ghosh is well known to this community. He is one of the leading stalwarts in the field of many body theory and density functional theory in India. And also he is one of the members of our organizing committee of this symposium. So I'm really happy and glad that he's here, and we are requesting him to start the session. Professor Ghosh, please.
Thank you, Gaur. I really am very thankful to the organizers, particularly Gaur, for giving me this opportunity. It is truly remarkable that TCG Crest is organizing this event. on this occasion of birth centenary of Professor Walter Kohn. I had the good fortune to meet Professor Walter Kohn twice. Once in 1994 during the 30 years of DFT conference in Poland, and another time during his visit to Mumbai. He visited Bhabha Atomic Research Center and gave a lecture there, both in 1994. So in this session, we have two eminent speakers. The first talk is by Professor Debashish Mukherjee. Of course, he doesn't need any introduction. He's a distinguished professor at TCG CREST now, and earlier he was director of ISCS. He's one of the most distinguished theoretical chemist of the world. And the title is Remarks on Density Functional Theory and Quantum Chemistry. Debashish, please.
Thanks, Shopal. May I have first transparency, please? The first one. So as Ayman is busy with that, let me essentially kind of accuse Gaur, first of all, for suggesting my name as a speaker, and that too on density functional theory, in which I have very little domain knowledge. So if I really goof up, not my fault. So what I wanted to emphasize are rather general statements, something that an observer who is really in the periphery of the subject, but not working on the subject, what he gathers, something like that. I didn't have much opportunity of talking to experts really that much, except a few whose name I will mention as I go along. So basically, I would try to tell you my feeling about Kohn's impact on quantum chemistry. Kohn certainly was not a quantum chemist. He was basically a condensed matter theorist, but his or no sound. Like that, okay. So maybe that it is at an angle. Sorry.
Now speak.
This is the same problem, I think. Of this speaking up. Yes, yes. Can you all hear me? Okay, so it looks like that. Now, basically, Walter Kohn really made the impact on chemistry, not quantum chemistry, but also a large part of biology by this unbelievably simple way of generating the behavior of many particle wave function almost on the basis of the information of density. And this is the celebrated Hohenbach-Kohn theory. But he did something even more interesting of practical value, that he, with Liu Sham, also suggested through the variational principle a set of equations which are uncannily similar to Hartree-Fock equations. But they're not Hartree-Fock equations. They are somewhat richer. And through that, one can derive the density rather easily, and from that, they could get to know the physicochemical properties using very, very simple model, which is the density functional theory. The thing that, of course, is of paramount importance is what the functional is. That is what really is the practical content of the Hohenbach-Kohn theorem. Now, this really you cannot get any kind of feeling just from the statement of the Hohenbach-Kohn theorem. So, can I have the first
The first one.
Hello.
Hello, hello. Am I being heard? Hello, hello. Can you hear me clearly? No.
Can you hear? Hello.
Manoj Harbola, can you hear me? Now you can hear me? Okay. Just make sure that your volume is highest as possible. Okay.
Can you hear me, Manoj? This is
This is okay. So I think you have to hold this, unfortunately.
no, but both. Oh, like that.
কাছে অত কাছে যাওয়া যাবে না হ্যাঁ এইটা কি
This is possible. No, that's right. That's right. Hello, hello. Can you hear me now?
yeah hello is clear.
Okay, okay. Yeah. Now, basically, the most important impact of the Hohenberg-Kohn theorem and also Kohn's own contribution conceptually after this theorem was discovered, he came up with the idea of the nearsightedness of electronic matter. Now, this is really a rather simple concept once noted. What he said was that for fixed chemical potential, the local electronic properties like the density depend essentially on the effective potential only at the nearby points. That is, changes in the potential, even if they are very large, they are not felt if they are beyond a critical distance because of the short distance nature of this particular potential. This is a remarkable study of the idea of ionic bond that Pauling actually found out quite independently and long back as something to say that any stability of ionic solids, which are largely ionic solids, are essentially controlled by very local properties, the nearest neighbor around any ion. And that is also because of the short range nature of the ions. Now, this, if really it's essentially extrapolated to its logical conclusion, was the range separated density functional theory. Usually these two are not really tagged together, but in my opinion, they are really very deeply related. Range separated density functional theory is where we accept that there is a nearsightedness. Then we say that there is, of course, a critical distance. And why don't we really separate the Coulomb interaction, which is long range, between two electrons anywhere, into a short range part, which is really where the nearsightedness comes, and the rest of it, that's a long range part. The nearsightedness part is where the density functional approximation is at its best. So that's where the nearsighted interaction, which is essentially the density functional approximation, what it governs, is operative. The anything that is beyond that, that is beyond the critical value, these are like a low density electron gas with nearly slowly varying potential, as is usually the case for the Coulombic tails. So the idea was that for the larger part of the distances beyond the critical range, use any kind of wave function theory that you want. So you can merge the density functional theory, which is a one electron model, but a correlated model, with a many electron theory, which is based on maybe the standard Hartree-Fock plus all kinds of many body method approximations that can go into it. And that you can do to your heart's content. This is a low density system essentially, and you can use any kind of approximation. So it's a kind of a marriage between density functional and wave function method. And there is a boundary that is the critical boundary. Beyond and above, the two regions are different. So that is essentially what this particular range separated DFT told us. So the next one. Now, just to continue about this, let me just point out that there are quite a few different methods which are using at the large distances rather well developed and well understood many body methods like a random phase approximation. But there could also be many other different approximations, many body approximations, which we could have used. The third aspect that struck me as a student of density functional theory was kind of an ambivalence which you can note among the practitioners of many electron theories. The ambiguity of the ambivalence about the conceptual importance of Kohn-Sham orbitals. Kohn-Sham orbitals are easily generated. They look like the standard molecular orbitals superficially. So they actually should have been very, very useful tools, and chemists certainly think of Kohn-Sham orbitals as very, very important tools. The problem is that for quite some time, particularly among the condensed matter physicists, Kohn-Sham orbitals were really kind of underestimated. The importance, the conceptual importance of the Kohn-Sham orbitals were underestimated. And for a long time, actually, the Kohn-Sham orbitals were not used by physicists. They were mostly used by chemists. I think that that's something that I would want to emphasize here, that molecular binding is difficult to reconcile with the behavior of an electron gas. So it is not a very good model to try to mimic the electron density variation entirely by an electron gas approximation, because the variations are of different origin. In molecules and atoms, the exchange correlation hole has the dimensional space of several atoms, more or less. And so it covers a region with widely different densities, and just not nearest neighbor, but several atoms going with it. So it is really not a good approximation to assume that the exchange correlation hole extends over a region in which the electron density changes so little that one can replace it with the exchange correlation hole of an electron gas. That is not such a good approximation. So the problem was not with Kohn-Sham orbitals, but to interpret the Kohn-Sham orbitals about where they really work well and where they don't. The last point here on this slide is kind of obvious. The Hohenberg-Kohn theorem is an existence theorem. It says that there exists a functional for which, if you really happen to have the correct density, the energy reaches the minimum value. but it doesn't tell you exactly how to get to the Hohenbach-Kohn functional. You have to think of ways on your own to find out the Hohenbach-Kohn functional. And if they're approximate, then of course you are working on slightly shaky ground. Had it not been the Hohenbach-Kohn theorem, which tells you no, there is a unique functional of density, and the energy takes the minimum value if you really happen to hit on the exact density. But unless you know that functional, of course, this is no guide for you. And that's one of the practical disadvantages of the Hohenbach-Kohn theorem in particular, and in general, of any kind of theories which are built around certain existence theorem. There is one person in this world who has the maximum number of hair follicles on his head. Doesn't say anything. You can't cannot find out that person. The next. Now, this probably would not be an overstatement if I say that the density functional theory as a rigorous electronic structure method in quantum chemistry arose out of very painstaking works of Becquet and Perdue. This was in late 80s, and they optimized density functionals for the exchange energy of atoms, because that's what where actually the hallmark of how the exchange correlation functional behaves comes into play. Now, these were kind of empirical estimate, and with massive amount of thermochemical data, they tried to actually find out what are the best approximations to the optimized density functionals. But this was from atoms to begin with. The real breakthrough came when Becquet applied it to molecules, and surprisingly, the exchange functionals proved to provide very good bond energies, which are anyway had been too large with local density approximation that physicists started with quite good accuracy. There is another parallel development which was made by Pople. Pople was the co-winner of the Nobel Prize with Walter Kohn on the same year. Pople used certain sets of orbitals, that is some of Gaussian basis, called the G3 set, which also using wave function method now, not the density functional method, calibrated using the same kind of arguments, particularly relying on density. And then that led to, again, a very reliable estimate of the accuracy of those basis sets. These basis sets were not necessarily to be used in density function. They could have been used, and they are used actually for truly molecular calculations. Now, the reason this is more or less the hub of my question, of my point, feeling uncomfortable. The reason why density functional theory is so very reasonably successful are probably poorly understood. For decades, and this is probably the main reason, the only progress made was the proliferation of functionals that describe properties of a group of homologously related molecules to increasing accuracy, but not others, not other sets of molecules. And basically, in a homologous range, the level of accuracy can be systematically improved. But this insight as to how to go to greater accuracy would completely fail for not homologous molecules. So you have to find out a classification scheme of defining which are homologous molecules, have a systematically improvable approximation for them, but have another kind of approximation for another set of homologous molecules. That is kind of a heavy empiricism, and then not really something that you can say that is leading to progress. and this is a general feeling just not for me, but for others, that DFT serves the chemistry community very well. And it does serve the community with relatively less computational effort compared to the so-called many-body methods. The excited state DFT, this is the problem area, or the DFT methods for direct computation of energy differences of spectroscopic interest, that is, the theories of differential correlation, not correlation energies per se, of a given state. These are to be developed further. And particularly, they have to be developed further if we have to actually use them as competitive with the modern direct many-body methods for energy differences, as for example, what are called the multi-reference coupled cluster methods. I think this is the last slide. Or is there any further? No. Okay. Now, before thanking you for your patience, let me just make one point. Walter Kohn was invited by us in Cultivation of Science to give Chanchal Majumdar Memorial Lecture, the first Chanchal Majumdar Memorial Lecture. And Chanchal Majumdar was one of his very favorite disciples. He did his PhD with Walter Kohn. And he spent about 10 days with us and discussed lots of things. And I was the director at that time, so I had to be with him for very many different reasons. One is a huge invitation list that he had, and we had to prune it and then suitably essentially find out a particular timetable for him and so on. Two things struck me. That Kohn himself was quite skeptic about the limit of applicability of the Cohen-Kohn theorem. But he said that this is the best that is possible to get under the kind of approximations that are humanly possible for us to solve. And in that sense, it works quite well within the limitations. He was not too much impressed by the high performance computers churning out huge numbers after huge set of computation. But he was impressed by the later developments of quantum chemistry, which actually came to be developed by them more or less on their own. And these were really the many-body methods which combined the so-called propagator theories, which are meant for frequency-dependent properties, and static Hartree-Fock or beyond Hartree-Fock correlated methods. He felt that that has a bright future. But he never worked along such lines as far as I have seen. It probably indicates that he was sort of through with it and probably looking for greener pastures. So maybe this is what he felt, but this is not what he was immediately ready to delve into. This was my understanding. And my personal gratitude to him, I may say, I mean, this is not something that one publicly discusses. There was a situation at one time where I not only would have lost my directorship, but also I would have lost my job for reasons I don't understand fully. And suddenly this was removed completely from a note from the ministry, Prime Minister's office actually, sent to our council chairman. And the council chairman, whom I knew rather slightly, called me and said that Walter Kohn actually has written personally to the Prime Minister that Devakish Mukherjee should not be removed from the position of the professor. He didn't say anything about my director's position, but he should be allowed to continue to do research. That's the kind of a person like that it should be. And so that is something that I would cherish. And actually, it so happens that this audience has one of my colleagues who probably surreptitiously, unknown to me, must have informed Walter Kohn. Otherwise, how would you know? So with that, I end my talk.
Thank you, Vasudha. So talk is open for discussion or questions.
Yes.
Any questions or comments?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
The level of accuracy slowly goes down, but the computational complexity increases rather slowly for the density functional theories. Compared to that, if you use wave function-based methods, which are basically set-dependent methods, then maybe after 10 atomic systems, if you think of just twice as big a molecule with 20 atoms, this will be more than tens of million-fold computation. So, I mean, that's not the solution. No, that's a different issue. That is a different issue. That's a conceptual issue where actually the excited state density functional theories are not as well developed as in the ground state or non-degenerate density functional theory. And there is also a problem of the concavity of the functional, which is for excited states is an open question. But on the other hand, there is a very good method using linear response theory. You can use the ground state density in a time-dependent way in a Fourier transform space. You can actually work on that. So not a terribly bad thing. I remember that, yes.
Are there any other questions? Are there any questions or comments? I can't see really, but well, can you see any questions? Devasita, are there any other questions?
Oh, maybe that. Yes, Shoboshachi is asking me a question.
Yeah, I think my thing was not on. Shopon, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear.
Okay.
Okay.
Thanks.
So I'm asking a naive outsider's.
No, please go ahead.
So the question is that since you talk about spectroscopy, experimental spectroscopy resolution will give you some numbers. How close are the best calculation compared to the spectroscopic evidence? That's question number one. And question number two is if you got any closer to the experimental result. I mean, are you taking the experimental results to be the given and the theory is trying to get as close to it as possible? If that is the aim, then the question is how close is close enough that getting any closer will not make any practical difference in things?
So I would say that there are two takes to the whole thing. One is that as you go closer and closer to the so-called experimental results, it might so happen that you are changing basically the resolution with respect to the property. And particularly where the Born-Oppenheimer approximation, after all, that's an approximation, and the shape of the molecule also depends to the extent the approximation is valid. If you go too close to the accuracy, then you would see that some of the approximations are really not that much valid. For example, a molecule like CH5 plus. This was a big challenge for quantum chemists. What is the structure of CH5 plus? The more and more accurate calculations indicated that the molecule might become a bit wobbly. It is not symmetrically placed. The 5 atoms are not symmetrically placed. And more accurate calculations were done, and using also the Monte Carlo methods. But it looked more and more wobbly as you go closer and closer. Till the high resolution spectroscopies came up, or essentially found out, to their surprise, that CH5 plus, because of the small mass of the hydrogen atom, is an extremely non-Born Oppenheimer molecule. It's as if there is a football with a central carbon inside, and the 5 hydrogens are completely moving around. I mean, they are not really kind of in a fixed bonds. That just breaks down. So essentially, it's a tricky question of whether more improved results will finally vindicate the correctness of a theory or not. The theory has its own limits. Born Oppenheimer approximation is almost a program, but nature does not know. That's one of the possibilities.
Any more questions?
Hello, hello.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. So can I ask a small question? Is there time?
Good.
Yeah. Okay. So just one small question. So you mentioned about the Becquet-Perdue and regarding the the homogeneous, the electron gas approximation is failing. Now, what I'm saying, so is it true that the electron gas approximation and its various different manifest ramifications that have been put in the Jacob's ladder of Perdue? So in case of solids, we have seen that the accuracy is becoming better and better. Okay. Now, is it true that then that Jacob's ladder, if we try to apply for molecules, it does not work?
Molecules are, I would say, ironically, more complicated than ordered solids.
That's true. So no, just, I mean, very simple question. So that means that the entire thing, whatever, starting from LDA to GGA to meta GGA to and so on, I mean, we try to make things better and better, okay, in the exchange correlation. So the same thing, if we try to apply to a molecule, does it not work? That's the question.
It does not work as well as it does for the solid state materials.
Sure. Okay.
That's no.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. I think I'm through. Professor Ghosh. Yeah.
Yes.
I'm through.
If there are no other questions, there are no other questions, I believe. Okay. If there are no other questions, let us thank Devasida for an excellent talk.
Thanks very much.
And we'll go to the next speaker by Professor Manoj Harbala from IIT Kanpur. He's an eminent theoretical physicist and expert in density functional theory. His title is a Panoramic View of Many Electron Problem Through Density Functional Theory. Manoj, please.
Yeah. Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. So first of all, let me thank the organizers that they thought of me as a person who could talk when so many great persons are talking. I'm really thankful and feel flattered. So what I'm going to try to do here is give you a unified picture, give you an idea as to how DFT has brought physicists, chemists, material scientists together, because it gives one particular method, one way of thinking, which can work across these different systems, and how one should be thinking in that direction. And I'm really happy that Professor Mukherjee has set the stage for this, and I just want to carry on from there. So if you look at many electron problem, mostly, I would say one would be taking two different approaches. One would be thinking of electrons moving like independent particles in a mean field. And of course, we all know that the best mean field theory is the Hartree-Fock theory. Let me see if I get the pointer. Yeah, laser pointer. Okay, so we do the Hartree-Fock theory, and that's the minimum one starts with in any interacting problem. And the other approach has been considering electrons moving collectively, like in a plasma oscillation. And one of the theories that made first use of such a way of thinking about many electron problem was Bohm-Pine's theory that introduced the idea of random phase approximation. It split the Hamiltonian into long-range part and short-range part, which also Professor Mukherjee touched upon in a different context. But that was the whole idea that, if you once you take care of the long-range part, it gives you the collective motion, and the rest you can treat as a single electron problem. So this is what you do. So I'm just giving you two different approaches so that one appreciates that, there are two different, very opposite views of looking at the problem. And then there are many other things that one does, which are very, very system dependent. And right now, I'm not talking about any other phenomena than just taking the electrons moving, interacting with each other through Coulomb potential and moving in some field. Now, let me just first talk about electrons moving as independent particles. And since there are many experts, I apologize right from the beginning if I'm being too simplistic. So two theories that come to mind immediately are Hartree theory, and as I said, the best mean field theory, Hartree-Fock theory. And they're based on getting some approximate wave function, which are product wave functions. So they're built from single particle orbitals. So the question I'm going to ask is single particle description a reasonably good approximation to the many electron system? And because you're doing it, and why should I do it if it is not good? And the answer is in the affirmative. Most of the chemistry and large number of phenomena in condensed matter physics can be well explained by electrons to be moving independently. And I'll just give you example. This is supposed to be a narrative on Walter Kohn, so I just made it just picturesque and all that. So first example is why single particle picture is good is this: the periodic table itself. If single particle approximation was not good, there would be no periodic table, because valence electrons just keep on repeating after certain periods. So you have the periodic table and most of the chemistry. Second one is there's a spectrum of atoms and molecules where you can really get these colors, because there are single particles, single electrons jumping around the orbital. So another many electron system, but single particle approximation works reasonably well. Third, the band gap itself, the band picture itself. We talk in terms of band gap, we talk about electron getting from valence band to conduction band and things like those. And fourth, I just took this esoteric example of quantum Hall effect, which is again a single particle picture. Once it goes to the fractional quantum Hall, then it becomes interacting system. But here you can explain everything through electron being considered as moving independently. So the question that one would like to ask then, although I'm talking about wave functions which are approximate, which are built from single particle approximation, they give reasonable answers. So the question I raise is, can single particle picture be made exact? Or am I asking a stupid question? And this is where DFT comes in. And it says, it's just that one has to think differently. And it says that, yes, indeed, you can make single electron picture exact. And DFT provides that formalism. And how it does it is because the link between an interacting system and the corresponding single particle non-interacting system can be provided by electron density. The density does not distinguish between particles which are interacting or particles which are non-interacting. As long as you're getting a density, you get some sort of a X-ray structure factor, you're doing fine. And that doesn't tell you whether that density came from interacting particles or non-interacting particles. So the answer, yes, I can make the single particle picture exact. And again, I would connect with what Professor Mukherjee said earlier, is that I think the Kohn-Sham orbitals were not made use of in that sense, that they were representing something exact. They were representing the exact density of a system. So they really were there exact in some sense, not the wave function sense, but density sense. So one could make use of them in a very, very nice way. So I just want to give a cautionary note before I go any further, is that the way I'm talking about DFT here it is parallel to the methods that focus on developing wave functions for a many electron system, keeping the Hamiltonian exact as the interacting particle Hamiltonian, interacting electron Hamiltonian. So we are not talking about systems or Hamiltonians which are model Hamiltonians. So we are keeping that out right now. So this connection is provided by the Hornberg-Kohn theorem, which says that for a given interaction, right now we're talking about Coulomb interaction between electrons. For a given interaction between particles, there's a one-to-one correspondence between the external potential, which is different from the internal potential, the interparticle potential, and the ground state density. And so ground state density determines the potential uniquely. And this is what gives you the idea as to how to have that single particle picture exact. Because if you look at the ground state density rho r, for interacting electrons, the potential energy is the sum of the external energy, the nuclear energy or the ionic energy or whatever, and the interparticle energy. And by Hornberg-Kohn theorem, this rho gives you unique V external. If I continue along the same lines for the same density, for non-interacting systems, the potential energy would be given by this. Sum of some Kohn-Sham potential, which I'm introducing a non-interacting potential. And by HK theorem, again, there's a unique relationship between the density and the Kohn-Sham potential. So in principle, by HK theorem, assuming such a system exists, and which we find that in a majority of cases it does, I can connect a non-interacting system, I can map a non-interacting system, and I can map an interacting system to a non-interacting system. So this is what the connection is provided by density and the celebrated Hornberg-Kohn theorem. And therefore, what results in is the Kohn-Sham equation, which is a single particle equation written here in atomic units. And it gives the exact density through this relationship, just like single particles or the Hartree theory or Hartree-Fock theory, where Fi are the occupation numbers for ground state occupation of the orbitals. Now, the difference between this and Hartree-Fock theory is that Hartree-Fock theory gives you an approximate wave function, and whatever is derived from that is approximate. Here, in principle, you're getting an exact density and exact single particle description of a system, an interacting system, through the density. Now I'm going to motivate. How does one get? You see, again, I'm taking a particular approach of getting the Kohn-Sham potential from any electron wave function, because I want to emphasize the connection between the two. So if you take the pair correlation function for a given many electron wave function, which gives you the probability of finding an electron at R prime, if there's an electron at R, you take this expectation value and it comes out to be a product of the density divided by n and this thing, where the density is added, to density is added one term, rho xc, which I'm going to call the exchange correlation whole. And again, by normalization of the probability, this is going to integrate to -1. So this is the product of the density. if the system was completely non-interacting, nothing else would happen. This was a pure product wave function. This would have been rho r by n times rho r prime by n. Now it is no more so. This is much more complicated. So the wave function gives you a structure around each electron that modifies its density. So this pair correlation function, which we obtained earlier, right, tells you that each electron causes a deficit of probability of finding another electron in its neighborhood. And this is given by this exchange correlation hole. And major component of many body effects arises from this exchange correlation hole. There's little kinetic effects, but this is a major effect. Now, from the pair correlation function, one would simply say, okay, let me now then write the Kohn-Sham potential for the non-interacting system as the external potential, the Hartree potential, the Coulomb potential because of this density, plus a potential due to the exchange correlation hole. It's a very simple, straightforward way of writing the potential. It is very simple, given by Slater earlier. However, it's wrong. But you can write the exchange correlation potential from the exchange correlation hole, and that is calculated as the work done in moving the electron in the electric field of this exchange correlation hole. So, from the many-body wave function, you can map it on to a non-interacting system through this construction of a potential, which is the single multiplicative potential in which electrons are moving. And this comes out to be very, very close to the Kohn-Sham potential. So what I've shown you that you can go from many electron problem, from the many electron interacting problem to a corresponding non-interacting problem through this process where electrons are moving in a single multiplicative potential known as the Kohn-Sham potential. There are some additional terms which are dependent on the kinetic energy differences between interacting and non-interacting system, and nabla of the density, the del square, Laplacian of the density. But this is very close, 99%, 99.9% close to this. So we have shown you that you can think of this entire many electron problem in terms of electrons moving in a multiplicative potential. And once you develop that insight, it gives you a way of looking at the dynamics of electrons. And that helps. That's the insight that DFT provides. Now, of course, there's mathematical definition which came way before all this did. And in that, the energy is written in terms of these non-interacting orbital kinetic energy, external potential, the Hartree potential, exchange correlation energy, and V Kohn-Sham is given as this functional derivative. So this, of course, this is how Kohn and Sham derived the Kohn-Sham equation. And I wanted to go the other way because I wanted to show you direct map from interacting problem to non-interacting problem. So now the USP of DFT is that this quantity EXC rho is unknown. That is the only unknown quantity. Rest everything is known in this. And this can be approximated. And as earlier speakers and the audience commented, there's a Jacob's ladder where you can keep improving this further and further and further, make it better and better and better. And that is what has been the major area of research in DFT for the past 30, 40 years. Professor Mukherjee mentioned Becky and Purdue. They have been stalwarts in this direction. In fact, Becky's functional was one of the first ones that started GGA, and Purdue also came with the similar functional in a different way. Both idea in both being that you satisfy certain exact properties. What do Kohn-Sham calculations? What do they give us exactly? So they give, why is this line coming? I don't know. There's a line coming, but never mind. So it gives you the ground state density exactly in principle. It gives you the ground state energy through that functional that I wrote earlier. It gives you the ionization energy exactly. And that happens to be the eigenvalue of the highest occupied orbital. So these three things are given exactly. And then, of course, you develop the technology further and you can get the other quantities of interest like the bulk modulus, phonon frequencies, whatever. You use the derivatives of the energy. So sometimes particularly if you're talking about, giving a class to graduate students, they say, what's the big deal? You've gotten the ground state energy. Only the ground state energy. But then you tell them, you take the derivatives of the ground state energy, you go further and you can calculate a lot of properties. Number two, it's a fermionic system. So ground state energy itself is most of the time it is, even at room temperature, a solid and fermionic temperature. The fermionic temperature is like 10,000 K, so it's okay. So this is all that you can get exactly. The only thing is now the functionals are approximate, so you end up getting slightly off, not exact, slightly off, and sometimes, in certain properties, way off. But we understand precisely how it comes, and the energy is now spent in developing functionals. The solution of the Schrodinger equation or the Kohn-Sham equation remains simple. The complex part is the functional development. Now I'll come to the second part, and that'll be electrons moving collectively. So that's the comment on the narrative on the single particle picture, and I hope I've conveyed to you that we can have an exact single particle picture through density. Now, other way of looking at electrons and when they are interacting is they move collectively. And that is made use of in Thomas Fermi theory and its extensions, Bloch equation for time-dependent potentials. Now, these theories describe many electron systems in terms of its density. Density is a natural variable to describe the collective motion, like a fluid flowing. There's a lot of jiggling around going on, between the molecules in a fluid, but you see it overall as some sort of a current, some sort of a density, and that's precisely how one is looking at electrons moving collectively. So these also are shown to be approximation to an exact many electron theory by HK theorem and its time-dependent extension by Runge and Gross. And I'm very, very happy to note here that the person who's chairing this session, Dr. Swapan Ghosh, he was one of the first ones to have extended the DFT to time-dependent regime within periodically applied potentials. So that is, thank you, Swapan. I mean, you've been an inspiration in all this. So motivation for collective motion description is the following. First and foremost, and this is why it was developed, is the ease of calculation in terms of the density. And, whenever you teach a course in DFT, you say that, ease of calculation, no matter what is the number of particles, the variable remains density, which is a function of only 3 variables and so on. And electrons do perform, physics-wise, they do perform collective motion in certain energy ranges. For example, plasma oscillations are collective oscillations. If you talk in terms, you shoot the electron through a thin film, you see plasma oscillations. And in atoms and molecules, also plasma oscillations do take place in a certain energy range. So just to show you, make the 2 points more emphatically, let me show you, even this is in 1991 Reviews of Modern Physics, pedagogic notes on Thomas Fermi theory and some of its improvements on atoms, stars, and bulk matter. And I've highlighted different topics that he covers. This is Larry Spruck, who was the treasurer, I think, of APS at that time. Real and model many electron systems, many electron atoms, Thomas Fermi theory. Neutron stars, white dwarfs, and divergence of perturbation series in quantum electrodynamics, Thomas Fermi theory. Atoms and positive ions in intense magnetic field of a neutron star, Thomas Fermi theory, and stability of bulk matter. And a person, Elliot Leib, he has written many, many papers exploring Thomas Fermi theory. So this is a very attractive way of looking at it. And the beauty is that DFT provides the proof that such a theory exists. It's just that Thomas Fermi theory happens to be an approximation to that exact theory. The other one I want to show you is that plasma oscillations do take place. This is another Reviews of Modern Physics, which was written by J. Ball, John Wheeler, and Feynman. And using Thomas Fermi theory, they calculated, and I hope you can see this, the universal atomic photoabsorption cross-section calculated from the Bloch hydrodynamics model of the Thomas Fermi atom. So this was a universal one. The only thing that happens, because Thomas Fermi doesn't give you shell structure, In real atoms, it will oscillate around it like this. But here is the density-based calculation.
Manoj, hello,
Yeah.
Manoj, the previous one.
Yeah.
Can you just go back? Whose paper was that? No, the previous one. The previous
Before
one.
that,
Yes.
Larry Spruck is given on the bottom.
Well, I don't see. I can't see it.
Right here.
Oh, we can't see because that has been cut.
Oh, it's been cut. I don't know how to show it. I'll send my talk to you. You can share.
Oh, okay.
Larry Spruck, it's his Reviews of Modern Physics 63 in 1991.
Okay.
All
Thank
right?
you. Thank you.
Okay.
Please go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. So this is the other one. So this shows you the utility of using density and so on. So let's just explore this further, because I just talked about approximation. Just like in single particle case, initially I talked about Hartree-Fock. I talked about approximation of density-based theory. Let's explore this exactly in terms of orbital free density functional theory. So it is shown. So I've actually, in a way, I've gone the other way. I've gone from 2000 to 1965. So in Hornberg-Kohn theorem, it is shown that the density gives you the external potential, which gives you the wave function, and which gives you the energy as a function of the density. And if you apply the variational principle, conserving the number of electrons, it gives you the equation, Euler equation, which is the functional derivative of the energy, keeping V external constant. You want to keep the Hamiltonian the same, equals the chemical potential. And this is what Professor Mukherjee again earlier referred to when he was talking about short-sightedness. And physical meaning of mu, of course, is chemical potential. And that is very easy to show, because you take delta E, which is d rho times delta rho, which comes out to be mu delta n, and this is the chemical potential. So another conceptual advance of density functional theory is that even at microscopic level, when I'm talking about 3 electrons, 4 electrons, 5 electrons, I'm talking about a thermodynamic concept, chemical potential, which I can define through DFT. And that gives you certain insights. For example, if I look at now, obviously, if you want to do it, you want to vary the electron number. So if you do DFT for fractional number of electrons, it gives you an E versus N curve, which is very simple. So you take N electrons, N plus 1 electrons, N minus 1 electrons. The energy comes out to be varying linearly between 2 integer numbers. And therefore, the chemical potential comes out to be minus I, the minus of the ionization potential for between N minus 1 and N, and minus A, the minus the affinity between N and N plus 1. And this is exactly defined when you do exact fractional electron number DFT. And consequently, if you look at the implications of discontinuity in chemical potential, so one can define chemical potential through DFT. However, it's discontinuous. So average potential at N would be an average of left and right minus I plus A over 2. Now you see, for atoms and molecules, this gives you the molecular electronegativity. So DFT gives you a mathematical definition of electronegativity, which is otherwise obtained qualitatively. There's Pauling scale, there's Mulliken scale, but here is a mathematical way of getting it. On the other hand, if you look at insulators and semiconductors, it right away gives you that the Fermi level or the average chemical potential would be right in the middle of the band gap. So again, through one theory, you're connecting on one hand these, finite number 10 electron systems, on the other hand 10 to 23 electron systems, and it's just moving around, seamlessly from one system to the other. Next question somebody is going to ask, can DFT be used to obtain excitation energies? Again, there was some discussion earlier and Professor Mukherjee commented on it. Yes, they can be obtained using time-dependent DFT, and that is based on the extension of HK theorem by Runge and Gross, and before that, Ghosh and Deb. And the idea again is to calculate frequency-dependent response properties of ground state system and find response. The corresponding frequency is the excitation frequency, like in Green's function for a many electron system when you do the full many electron system theory. So I'll just conclude with this, and I hope I've been able to convey that Walter Kohn was the originator of a formalism of many electron system, many electron problem that looks at all kinds of many electron systems through a wide angle. I should have written lens also, giving a 180-degree view of them. And I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Manoj. So the talk is open for discussion.
I should also show my face.
Yeah, please.
Oh, the light is not on, so
It's okay.
it has gotten dark suddenly.
You look
Oh.
great.
So you got a load shedding there or what?
No, no, no. One second. Let me turn the light on. It's getting dark now.
Yeah, that's fine. But I mean, there is light in your room. Yeah, that's it.
Here I go. Yeah.
There you are. Yes.
Yeah.
So Manoj, it was a there is a comment by Professor Shobha Bhattacharya.
I just want to congratulate you for an extremely clear talk. You must be a great teacher.
Thank you.
Yes, Manoj, I mean, there are a number of things you mentioned and gave a really panoramic view. I mean, superbly presented. Yeah, but the question that is still probably needs to be addressed is the following.
Yes.
That okay, I mean, I don't want to linger it further, but the way the quantum chemists approach, starting from Hamiltonian, either going through configuration interaction or going through coupled cluster. Okay, that is one direction in which the quantum chemists approach, and for very, very legitimate reason. Whereas the people who are in the field of materials, okay, they are with a reasonably satisfactory fashion, they are using the density functional theory. The question is that these two approaches, okay, either the approach using density functional theory with all the improved ramifications of the exchange correlation potential, vis-a-vis the approach of, let's say, the configuration interaction or the coupled cluster. Okay, so there, I mean, can you comment on how the people who are more interested in molecules rather than extended systems like what the materials community do, to what extent they will be satisfied using the density functional approach with however good exchange correlation you suggest? Can you comment on that?
Yeah, so it's a very good question. So two things. One, working on fundamental aspects of DFT, I'm actually very happy that chemists are not satisfied, quantum chemists are not satisfied, keep improving the wave function further and further, because I can always invert that wave function, get the exchange correlation potential, and say, aha, this is how I should be making further progress in making functionals. Small systems, and then I can apply them. So yes, indeed, one agrees that the way the development has been in quantum chemistry, so much time has been spent in making a wave function, is that they can progress much beyond. And as Professor Mukherjee earlier said, sometimes dealing with smaller systems where the inhomogeneities are larger, and you take away the nuclear centers, nuclei far apart, things do change. So these things do happen, but I'm very, very hopeful. The way earlier people said you can't go beyond LDA, you do solids and maybe a little bit gradient correction will be all right. There will be progress in DFT also, and the way to look at it is somehow make an intermediary between wave function and something which I did not cover today. When wave function and density can be connected, there's this equation for density that comes through wave function. There works in that direction. So yes, progress has to be made, and they will be satisfied. I mean, we have to talk to each other. We have to use their wave function for small systems and make it better, right? They have to see, they have to help us. So that's what it is. And I'm not sounding very evasive about your question, but I'm very, very happy you asked that question.
I understand. So I think, we need to discuss it further. And probably you were there when Professor Shobha Bhattacharya mentioned that we are going to have dedicatedly some workshop only on the density functional and many-body theories.
Sure,
So
sure.
we are looking forward
I
to,
love Kolkata, man. I mean, you call
to
me and I'll be
your
there.
presence in that,
I
yeah, along with our other friends, both from the physics as well as the
Yes.
chemistry community. Thank you once more for a beautiful presentation, and I hand over the podium to Professor Swapan Ghosh.
My pleasure. Yeah.
Any other questions? Well, Manoj, it was a great talk.
Thank you. So I think Crest will throw me out now. They do something, right? Earlier they were not allowing me to come in, and
No. You're most welcome. We are most welcome. We are looking forward to your coming to Crest. Yes.
No. I think you. It's a very nice thing you do. You don't, let others switch on the mic, so which is good.
That's right. Okay. Thank you very much, Swapanda, for chairing this session. Thanks a lot. So thanks to all the speakers and the chairperson. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so now I think we move over to the next session. In fact, as was pointed out by Professor Shobha Bhattacharya in the forenoon session, that the afternoon session starting from 6 o'clock will be, all the speakers will be from United States. So because of the time difference, we have purposely kept all of them in the after 6 o'clock. So this session is going to be chaired actually by Professor Bhanu Das. In the pamphlet, we have written Professor Tanushri Saha Das Gupta, but for some urgent work, she had to go to Bangalore. And as a result, she requested me that it will not be possible for her to chair the session. And we requested Professor Bhanu Das, who has kindly agreed. So may I request Bhanu to come forward and chair this session.
Thank you, Go. So shall we start? Okay, yeah. So, okay, so hello, Bhaskar. Hello. Yes. Okay, so let's start. So can you hear me? Okay. Okay. So let's start. The first speaker of this session is Professor Bhaskaran. He's currently Emeritus Professor at the Institute for Mathematical Sciences in Chennai. And he also holds a distinguished visiting research chair at the Perimeter Research Institute in Waterloo, Canada. Professor Bhaskaran is internationally known for his contributions to theoretical condensed matter physics, particularly strongly correlated quantum matter. His work on resonating valence bond theory with P.W. Anderson to explain high temperature superconductivity and the discovery of emergent gauge fields in strongly correlated electron systems are claimed. With these few words, I would like to request Professor Bhaskaran to give his talk.
Hello, very good evening. Do you hear me? Hello, do you hear me?
Yes.
Wonderful. So, good evening to you all. I'm sorry that I cannot be there. Really, it's a virtual presence, but it's still nice to see old friends and be with you for about 30-40 minutes. So let me start sharing the screen. Okay. Do you see the presentation? Bhanu?
No.
We can't see the presentation. I think you share the entire screen.
Share the entire screen.
Share
Okay,
the entire screen.
So the question is, how do I do it? Okay, sorry, excuse me. I have.
You go to stop share and then again share the entire screen.
Okay, yeah, now I do stop share, okay.
And then go to share screen and share the entire screen.
Okay, yeah.
No, not that.
So I stop now. Excuse me. Oh, stop.
Yes.
Ah.
Yeah.
Now okay. I say remain entire screen. Oh, good, very good.
And
do you see it?
Yes. Yeah.
Wonderful.
It has
so
come.
now I'll go to slideshow mode.
Slideshow and the full screen. Yeah.
Is it clear?
This is
Wonderful.
clear. Absolutely. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay. So, Bhanu, I have about 30 minutes and 5 minutes for discussions. Is that right?
Yes.
Wonderful. So, okay. So again, thank you for inviting me to this wonderful meeting. And I'm very happy to be there virtually. And so hello to all friends and so on. So my title of my talk is Memorable Meetings with Walter Kohn. And so as a first instance, I would like to congratulate the Chatterjee Group for creating this wonderful institute, TCG Crest. And I like this subtitle, Inventing Harmonious Future. I think that is really we want. We have seen lots of developments in science, technology, and so on. But we have to be in harmony with nature for us to survive, for nature to survive, and for the species to live forever and so on. So greetings to members of TCG Crest, organizers, speakers, participants on the occasion of Walter Kohn Centenary celebration. So my wish is that may science bloom and create harmony with nature. And this photograph I took last spring. We were in California traveling, got this wonderful scene. So this reminds me of the kind of science developments happening in science, in the field of science. It's blooming. Science is exploding, and I'm sure with proper use, we can make good use of it, and we can become better human beings also. Okay. So, and also, I believe in private funding for basic science. So, institute like Perimeter Institute and TCG Crest are showing new path for developing science with an aim to have better harmony with nature. So, having said that, let me spend a few minutes about Perimeter Institute, where I spend considerable amount of time every year, 4 or 5 months every year. So it's in Waterloo, Canada. It's a small campus, part of a big green park, a little zoo, and an artificial lake. A lot of nature is around, you can see. And I have wonderful colleagues whenever I go there, Indian colleagues like Subir Sachdev, Senthil Ashwin, Ashok, and among others. So it's a great place. So let me spend 2 more minutes about this institute, because I see similarity with the Crest Institutes, TCG Crest. It's a research institute with extensive visitor program. The founding director was Howard Button, and then very dynamic Neil Turok, who recently handed it over to Rob Myers. So it has a special visitors program called a Distinguished Visiting Research Chairs and more than a dozen named chairs. All the money for these things are obtained from enlightened philanthropists locally. So there is also a Perimeter Scholars International program, a 1-year program for motivated students, no examinations, just working out problems and attending courses. Wonderful program. Also, to me, it's an example of respect by a philanthropist for theoretical physics and open-ended research and science as something that helps transform society. In fact, if we talk to Mike Lazaridis, who was a BlackBerry chief and a founding donor with $150 million, who has given nearly $500 million, he's very passionate about science. He will tell you stories about how Maxwell's equation has transformed society. When Maxwell discovered his Maxwell's equations, even apparently Faraday didn't believe it. He didn't take it seriously. But it predicted existence of electromagnetic waves, and then 20 years down the line, Hertz proved it, and then 20 years down the line, J.C. Bose, Marconi, and so on, propagated it, and now the world is different. So there has been a lot of attempts by enlightened private individuals, starting from Nobel, Kavli, Yuri Milner, and I'm talking to an audience in Calcutta, Mahendralal Sarkar, the story of Raman effect, and so on. Amazing private initiative, Tata. Very recently, this Purnendu Chatterjee, and recently I had a wonderful chance to meet Mani Bhaumik, who is at LA. There is a Mani Bhaumik Institute of Theoretical Physics at UCLA. And they also value science enormously and so on. So also there is something called corporate social responsibility, using which private in the homes and so on, they can fund science. So this is just an introduction. By the way, my talk is going to be very light. I'm not going into technical details because it's remembering Walter Kohn on his 100th anniversary, and also the audience is heterogeneous. I'll make it very light. Now I came across this book. I do not know how many of you have seen this book. It's a wonderful book that was published during celebrating 80th birthday of Walter Kohn. And what is remarkable about this book is there are about 100 friends and collaborators of Walter Kohn, not 1 or 200. Each one has 1 or 2 stories. So these share personal stories and anecdotes. So it's a beautiful collection. I encourage people to look at it and know more about Walter from this book. Okay. My interaction with Walter Kohn started soon after my PhD. So I will briefly go through this. So I completed my PhD in 75 in IIC, and then wrote to Walter Kohn for a postdoctoral position. And in those days, there were no soft copies. I think I sent a hard copy of my thesis. I got a very warm response, and I had no publications, incidentally. So only my thesis was there. So I sent it to him. So I got a very warm reply from Walter, detailed reply saying that his funds are saturated, but however, he recommended me to one of his former students and so on. So that's a interesting old story. I really was touched by his response. Then I met Walter Kohn in this beautiful International Center for Theoretical Physics several times. I remember distinctly, many of you may have been to ICTP. It's a beautiful location on the Riviera coast. You see this the palace, and then this is ICTP. And then there is the Adriatico Hotel on that side. So I remember discussing with Walter Kohn various things, including Kohn anomaly, which I was working at that time, walking along this. So that was a wonderful thing. Abdul Salam, great Abdul Salam, started it. Now Atish Dabholkar is our current director. So my first meeting was with, personal meeting was at ICTP. Then I met Walter at Aspen Center for Physics. I don't remember the exact year. And I remember discussing with Walter Kohn and Anderson about K3C60, superconductivity and Fullerites. So it was a very animated discussion. And Erio Tosati and myself, we had developed some theory, and we had wonderful. Walter was, as usual, very quiet and made few remarks. Then another memorable meeting with Walter was when I was in ITP. I don't remember which year. I've been there several times. Walter invited us for dinner in his house at Santa Barbara. I remember E.Q. Grass was there, and Robert Griffiths and Wolfenstein. Griffiths of Griffith singularity, Wolfensteins of neutrino physics, and so on. They were all there. So we had a wonderful time. Talked about a variety of topics. Then another meeting was, it was again memorable for me because I was standing there somewhere near ITP. All of a sudden, Lettinger comes there, and Walter Kohn and Anderson, all the three trio, great people there. I was just watching them and discussing them. Then Walter made a first visit to India, I believe. And that was to Chennai before he got Nobel Prize. My former colleague Tapas Chakrabarti, who is at Manitoba now, he organized a wonderful meeting on novel physics in low-dimensional electron systems. He had invited Walter and Von Klitzing, both of them were there. So we had a wonderful time. So Walter was there for Math Science for a week. And I remember he accepted to come to our house in Kuttivakkam on the seashore. We had good dinner and a lot of discussions with Walter. So later when I met him, I was discussing with Walter. He said that what he remembers during the visit was, one of the days was a rainy day. So he saw children and women walking through the water, flooded water in the street, without taking much care, and wading through the water. So he remembered. Then I met Walter at the Canadian Association of Physics meeting in 2006 when the beautiful Niagara and Brock University. We had some discussion. Then there is another very interesting phenomena. Apparently, there was an invitation from a private university in 2008 or so for Walter Kohn to come to that Satyabama University in Chennai, but he could not come. So Walter had come to India in 2013, early December. So he sent a note to TBR saying that he remembers that invitation, so he'll be happy to visit Chennai. So TBR immediately alerted me, and I contacted Sundareswari, who is a professor there. So Walter Kohn came, and it was a wonderful meeting. So all the people doing electronic structure calculation and density functions met, and we had 1 or 2 days of meeting for 2-3 days in December 2013. And I remember Walter was about 90 or 91 at that time, and he had an aide with him, but he was very active. And he immediately flew back to the US, and I met him at Princeton University in W. Anderson at 90 meeting. So I will share with you some of the photographs that we had taken. So these already I have shown you, the beautiful. By the way, talking about private initiative, when ICTP was started, Salam's vision was that theoretical physics, in addition to a lot of science, is important for third world countries. So he sought support from beyond governments, from private agencies and so on. And also I should point out, Aspen Center for Physics, it's a beautiful place. There is a private initiative in the sense, there was a physics, I forget his name, physics graduate student who had a rich uncle. So he convinced his rich uncle to give him a piece of land at the beautiful Aspen, where the center is standing now. Similarly, Institute of Theoretical Physics, ITP, Cowley has contributed, and so on. So this is a picture that I cherish and keep it with Walter Kohn and Anderson in 2006 at Niagara, close to Niagara in Brock University. And then this is also a picture with some of you may recognize Arun Parmakandi, professor at University of Toronto. Arun was a student of Nandini and at TAFR. He is a big professor in Toronto. So we had a wonderful picture. Then, as I told you that Walter Kohn came to India, he had a lightning tour. He came to Delhi, he came to Chennai, then he went to Princeton, where we were celebrating Phil Anderson's 90th birthday. And you see this wonderful rare photograph, 5 Nobel laureates and 1 Fields medalist, Walter Kohn with Dan Sui of fractional quantum Hall effect, Doug Asher of liquid helium, superfluid helium-3, and Phil Anderson, and Frank Wilczek and Ed Witten. So it was a memorable meeting. There is also a photo of Walter Kohn with Phil Anderson, old friends. In fact, their friendship started when they were graduate students at Harvard. There are lots of stories about it. In fact, I think there is some story that Anderson explains in the book that I gave you. Here is Bert Halperin with Walter Kohn in the same meeting. Okay, now let me come to some physics in the remaining 10 to 15 minutes I have. So it's not going to be very technical, but just like a storytelling. Now let me just start with a very important statement that exactly solvable quantum models and theorems open windows to rich quantum world and point in new directions. It turns out Hilbert space is too vast. So we often, we theorists are lost in Hilbert space in our voyage. In fact, I have a favorite lecture called with the title Lost in Hilbert Space. Now it is here models, they bring us to some regions where there are beautiful islands and so on. So there is some ground reality you can experience. So they are really windows to the rich quantum world. And we have already heard about Kohn theorem. I briefly listened to Manoj's talk, just last talk. So wonderful theorem by Kohn and Hohenberg. By the way, I also met Hohenberg at ICTP for the first time. It was wonderful talking to him in those days. So then there are, I will talk about Kohn Majumdar model. I forgot. It will be there in the next thing. Then there are, of course, very popular models these days. Majumdar-Ghosh model, the first valence bound solid. And you can later, Shastri and others showed solid tonic spin on there. Haldane-Shastri model, a gapless spin liquid. Shastri-Sutherland model, valence bound solid in 2D. And Sachdev model, a gapless spin liquid. And a recent exciting example is Sachdev Kitaev model, Isvika model. Wonderful model with lots of rich physics, and it's still opening up new things. I'm sure you will hear about it in the next talk by Subir. Okay. So Majumdar-Kohn model and a theorem. This is what I will briefly allude to, and how you can make use of developments and stand on shoulders of giants and do new things. Turned out in those days, a variety of experimental results were available on dilute non-magnetic alloys and also magnetic alloys. So you take copper and put a little bit of chromium or manganese. Sometimes manganese possess magnetic moment, sometimes they do not. And lots of interesting transport anomalies and the various anomalies are there, and there were plenty. People like Friedel, Anderson, and many others studied it carefully. And there were some exact understanding of, for example, Friedel's theorem about how locally charge will be depleted and how it is connected with Friedel's shift and some phase shift and so on. And Anderson, putting all these things together, wrote down a very delightful, simple model code, which is called Anderson model with a repulsive interaction locally. And he did a Hartree-Fock theory and found out under what condition local moment will be formed and so on. So this was the thing that existed at that time. Then that's when Kohn and Majumdar entered the scene, and they wanted to build a simple and soluble model to gain some new insights and pave way for further development. It is you can see the signature of Walter and Majumdar wanted to make some exact statements in some simple model. What did they do? So they looked at the following problem. We know one electron problem, for example, in 3-dimension. Suppose you put a local attractive potential in 3-dimension, you won't, like a spherical well, you won't get at a bound state immediately. You need a critical value of parameters, the width of the well and depth of the well and so on, to get a first bound state. You can see it in Landon Lifshitz. So there is a non-analytic phenomena, namely bound state formation at a value of critical parameters. So Majumdar and Kohn wanted to find out what happens to this in the presence of Fermi C. So what did they do? They just filled up the Fermi C, including this localized potential, and put an electron there and so on. There is a bound state. And in a remarkable way, they found that the non-electricity that is there in the binding formation at the level of one electron is missing when you look at the total energy. So there is no non-electricity. So this is an exact statement, but surprising statement. And of course, they were very cautious about phase transition seen in metal. You cannot blindly apply it to cerium and magnetic impurities. And they also mentioned that importance of interactions that have been left out. So this was the status in 65. Then Phil Anderson walks in. Kohn and Anderson are old friends. So Phil sees a new thing here. So standing on the shoulders of giants, I call it as standing on the shoulders of friends. So what Anderson looks, it's a slightly different. He says, what is a Fermi-C? Fermi-C is full of low energy soft excitations, a lot of infrared excitations. Unlike a Goldstone mode, it's the phase space is very big for low energy excitations. So he works out some kind of exact theory, asymptotic exact theory, where he says, even if you perturb the system locally with a small perturbation, like putting a repulsive potential, the entire Fermi-C will shake up because of soft low energy degree of freedom excitations. They are plenty, they are in copious amount, and it will become orthogonal. He calculated using Toplet's determinant and various things, the way the orthogonality catastrophe will take place. So this is it's interesting that, Kohn and Majumdar had looked at it in one point of view, and Anderson looks at it in a different point of view. That's how, we make use of already existing developments and make further progress. And then it, thanks to Kohn and Majumdar, and on which Anderson did this work, it opened a new thing, infrared problems in Fermi surface. X-ray at singularity got explained. Then Anderson empirical model got new understanding, Kondo effect, heavy fermions, poor man's RG, hidden Fermi liquid theory for many things slowly followed. And also it's interesting, having said this Anderson orthogonality catastrophe, Walter Kohn had written a paper earlier in 1959 on what is called Kohn anomaly. In fact, that was one of my first discussions with Walter Kohn, because I had done some work on charge density waves and so on at that time, which was called giant Kohn anomaly. So that's also a catastrophe arising from soft particle hole expectations, but involving momentum 2kF rather than Q equal to 0 or infrared long wavelength particle hole excitation. So while preparing this talk, I remembered that Phil Anderson also, is using in some sense, early insights of Kohn, where Kohn used the finite momentum soft excitations. Here he is using zero momentum soft excitation. So that's the way they are really good friends, and they are made mutual use of each other's work. Okay. So Bono, how much time do I have? Hello?
Yeah, 10 minutes.
For discussion or even talk?
Okay, 5 minutes, and then after that 5 minutes.
Okay, wonderful. So let me close with we are talking about Walter Kohn. He was a great man and very compassionate person and so on. So I will spend a few minutes going back to the book. And then there is a very interesting incident given in this book, which I thought I will share it with you, because since we are talking about Walter Kohn's birthday, it's important to go beyond science and talk something also. So there is a short article by Bonnie Scott Severs. She was Walter Kohn's secretary at Santa Barbara when the institute was started. So she has written a very short article about act of compassion. When I read it, I thought I remembered Mother Teresa. I'm talking to our audience in Calcutta, so it's a place of Mother Teresa, epitome of compassion and so on. So one day, Walter Kohn calls the secretary and said, "Bonnie, would you call the police?" Walter quietly asked. Then he says, "I found a young man wandering in the hall downstairs," he said. He is wearing only his pajama bottoms and seems confused and frightened. I talked him into the elevator and to come up here with me. I have him in my office now. Please explain the situation to the police and ask them to come without fuss. I don't want to upset him any more than necessary. Police arrived quickly, talked to him for a few minutes, and then kindly led him away. The fellow cried as he left Walter's office. I'm sure he did not want to leave Walter's warm support. So Bonnie asked, when this episode was over, I wondered how many of us would have acted out of such genuine concern in similar situation. A typical reaction will be to call the guard and chase this fellow away who is making a mess in the corridor. You or shout, and there will be commotions and so on. Walter's reaction is entirely different. So he talks to him, and in fact, in those days, ITP was in the 6th floor in the building. I remember very well those. So it didn't have an independent building, so it was in the top floor. So Walter boldly, without getting any fear from this young man, and taking him in the elevator and putting him in office and comforting him and asking him to sit, and then he goes to the secretary and does this. So I was really, touched by this particular article. There are many, many such articles. So I encourage you to read this. So Walter was real, and of course, if you go back to his younger days story in his home country, Austria, and so on, it's very sad. But that shows that how, compassionate human being can be. So this is something that I thought I will share it with you. And let me see what I have. So I'm coming from Mad Science. It's a small campus, but there is nature. These are photographs that I took of bird sitting in these. We call this. There's a name for this flower. I forget. And we have small huts and so on. Many of people have come to Mad Science. Then I see harmony in nature. In the new institute where I am, whenever I am at Chennai, I share my time between Mad Science and IIT Madras. You can see real harmony. I meet PhD students and MSc students, Mass BTech students, and also monkeys. They come to my office, and if I have a banana or a murukku, they snatch it and go away. It's a friendly fight. So with that picture, and I invite you to come to Madras and also to Perimeter, Mad Science, and enjoy science and nature. Thank you very much, Banu, and I will close it here and be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Bhaskaran. Any questions?
That's a very general talk, remembering some of these, so there's no technical details. I'll be happy to go to details if there is any questions.
Okay, any questions, comments? Okay, if there are no questions or comments, yeah, of course. Is it? Can you hear me?
Yeah. Hello.
My name is Amitabh Bagchi. I don't think we have met, but I was a student of Walter Kohn.
Amitabh, I have seen your papers. I think you were Walter Kohn student in Maryland and so on. Yeah. Hello, how are you? Please tell me. Yeah.
I recall the IN, by the way, ICTP and a huge, I think, elevator there was to go down to the Adriatic to swim. But anyway, you might have done that too. The question I had is, are you in Los Angeles, and for how long? And because you have met Mani Bhaumik, and I'm curious about that too.
Oh yeah, that's wonderful. Good. So I am, in fact, as a matter of fact, I'm leaving Los Angeles tomorrow to Chennai.
So
I've been here for...
I will go back to Los Angeles in a month. That's why I was wondering if I would meet.
Oh,
so
I
go
see.
ahead about Mani Bhaumik. Go ahead.
So Mani Bhaumik, see, it shows that how ignorant I am, and generally we are. I read archive article, the archive every day. I spent about, condensed matter and quantum stuff. Spent half an hour reading archive articles. I saw an article by Mani Bhaumik on entanglement issue. It was posted in the archive just last month. So I downloaded that article because these days there's a lot of excitement about entanglement, and quantum entanglement is a very interesting thing. Then I found that Mani Bhaumik is a young man who is 91. And he lives in Los Angeles. He, in addition to supporting science and so on, he also does science. He's interested in entanglement. He talks about Einstein-Rosen bridge to explain entanglement. Very interesting views. So I had an opportunity to meet him and had dinner with him not long back. And he is again a model to follow. Apparently, he's a science philanthropist. He has spent several $1 million in UCLA in setting up. By the way, he did a PhD at IIT, was the first PhD from IIT Kharagpur, and then came to the US. Then he was one of the discoverers of Excimer lasers. So he became a billionaire and so on. But his mind was in science, so he supported science. He continues to support science. In fact, he was telling me about a meeting that he's going to organize on 80th birthday of David Gross, the Nobel laureate, who became the later director of Santa Barbara. So that was Mani Bhaumik. I was very impressed. I told him that he should encourage many of his billionaire friends to support science all over the world, because science is very important, can be made good use of to make progress in society and to be more harmonious with nature. So I had a wonderful time with Bhaumik. He took me for dinner in Beverly Hills Hotel, and we discussed entanglement and various things. Yeah. So that's my...
Bhaskaran, this is Shobho.
Hello, Shobho. Yeah.
Hi. I just want, if you see Dr. Bhaumik, please say hello from us. You will be delighted to know that he has donated to CREST 15 acres of land in Kolkata.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry.
Campus will be built.
Yeah, correct. I remember, I'm sorry. He told me, when I told him about CREST, that I'll be giving a talk.
Yeah.
He said,
say, give him our gratitude and remember us to him if you see him.
Oh, definitely. Sure.
Thank you. And
also, I also had a very interesting chat with, apparently, he tried to give $150 million to his alma mater, IIT Kharagpur. There were some bureaucratic things, and the things did not go smoothly. So it's like, you give money to them, nobody accepts it. So he was unhappy. But I told Professor Mani Bhaumik, things are very different in IITs these days, because there are separate departments which looks at endowment and putting the money safely and so on. So some of you maybe should talk to Professor Bhaumik and tell him that India is very different when it comes to now accepting money from donors and doing a careful job of it. I'm sure IIT Madras is doing a wonderful job. I have to send Professor Mani Bhaumik some material on that. I promise to send him.
Okay, thank you, Bhaskaran, for a very illuminating talk, and let's thank him once again.
I'm sorry, it's not a technical talk, it's just some storytelling, but I'm very happy to be with you on this day, and again, best wishes and greetings. Thank you very much.
It was a great talk, Bhaskaran.
Thank you. So I stopped sharing.
Oh. Okay, so the next speaker is Professor Subir Sachdev. He's the Herschel Smith Professor of Physics at Harvard University. His research interests span a truly wide canvas, from non-Fermi liquids to black holes, from resonating valence bonds to quantum criticality. The list of honors bestowed upon him is too long, but just to mention a few, he was elected to the US National Academy of Sciences in 2014 and received the Lars Onsager Prize from the American Physical Society and the Dirac Medal from the ICTP in 2018. His books, Quantum Phase Transitions and Quantum Phases of Matter, are considered as landmarks for practitioners in the field. Several of his students are now leading vibrant condensed matter theory groups in various institutes in India and abroad. With these few words, I'd like to request Professor Sachdev to give his talk.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes. We can hear you.
And let me share my screen. Let's see. I'm sharing it, right? So can you now see my slide? I hope.
Yes.
Okay. Let's see. Okay, well, thank you very much for this invitation. I'm very happy to be here at this remarkable new institute, and hopefully someday in person. Hello to Bhaskaran and Shobho, whose voices I've heard. So unlike Bhaskaran, I really don't have too much in a personal sense to talk about Walter Kohn. I don't think I ever really met him. By the way, Bhaskaran, I'm extremely impressed at how good your memory is and all the dates from long back. You remember when everything happened. So, however, it turns out, not coincidentally, I suppose, that some of my recent work with my group has had, been greatly influenced by a famous early paper by Walter Kohn, as I'm going to mention in a few minutes. So yeah, so this talk will be about recent work, but I'll try to keep it as non-technical as I can. And let me first, of course, mention my collaborators. And in fact, really the leader of this work was my former student, Avishkar Patel, who's now postdoc at the Flatiron Institute in New York, and a current student, Hayu Go at Harvard, and postdoc Ilya Estelitz, who's leaving Harvard shortly. And this work is in this paper, which has been on the archive for some time. Okay, so the paper by Walter Kohn I was referring to is this remarkable paper. Today it's just simply called Kohn's theorem. I don't know if it's even mentioned in this conference so far. So here, Walter Kohn looked at the effect of electron-electron interactions on transport properties, on the conductivity, in particular the conductivity in the presence of an applied magnetic field. And he discovered a remarkable exact result, which is well beyond density functional theory or anything. It's exactly true. And what he showed that, well, he considered Fermi gas with Galilean invariance, in which you can show this exactly, but the result is actually much more general and applies to more generally to any Fermi liquid state in the absence of Umklapp scattering and impurities. And the result is that the conductivity is essentially that of free particles, that conductivity has no effect from interaction. You get a pole in the finite magnetic field at the cyclotron frequency. And in fact, with Galilean invariance, even the coefficient D is just given exactly by the free particle value. So, excuse me. Another way to say this is that the conductivity, this system, even if you have electron interactions, is a perfect metal. Okay. So the question that was in some sense behind some of my recent work, and really should have been behind a lot of work in the past 20 years, but somehow this important paper by Walter Kohn was forgotten, at least in this subfield that I'm in, which is what happens in a non-Fermi liquid. So what's a non-Fermi liquid? Well, I'm going to give you an example very shortly. It's a metal which has a Fermi surface, just like the free electron gas or a Fermi liquid. But on the Fermi surface, if you look at the excitations, they're not almost free particle-like as they are in Landau's Fermi liquid theory. The particles, in fact, don't exist near the Fermi surface. But nevertheless, sharp Fermi surface and the Luttinger theorem continue to apply. So now we can ask, what is the conductivity? So if you've lost the quasi-particles, the electron interactions are so strong that quasi-particles don't even exist. Is there a remnant of Kohn's theorem? And my message to you today is the answer is definitely yes. And this has lots of important implications in how we think about experiments in what are called strange metals. Okay, so let me give you first an example of a non-Fermi liquid. So imagine you have some Fermi liquid on the square lattice, which has some Fermi surface. And then you have some interaction J, and you turn up the strength of the interaction. And then beyond some critical interaction, the Fermi surface distorts into a rectangular shape. So there's a broken symmetry, and it's either in this shape or the other shape. So this is, there's two possible states. So this is an Ising phase transition, and there's some Ising order parameter phi that will describe this critical point. This is also sometimes called a Pomeranchuk instability, because it's also a possible instability in Landau's Fermi liquid theory. And transitions of this type have been seen in the Nick tides, especially in a lot of recent work. So the question I want to address is what happens right at the critical point, where in fact now it's very well understood and accepted, you do get a very interesting new state of matter. So here's the critical point at 0 temperature, which extends to a finite temperature phase transition. And this phase transition, being an Ising transition, then is really given in the same universality class as Onsager's Ising model, because at finite temperature and close enough to the boundary, quantum fluctuations are not important. So similarly, you might guess that the phase transition at 0 temperature, because now you have quantum fluctuation in the time direction, is in the class of the 3-dimensional Ising model. And that's, of course, now known for a while to be incorrect. And the reason being is that there are low energy excitations at this point, not only from the Ising order parameter, but also from the Fermi surface. And as Hertz pointed out, these Fermi surface excitations then change the criticality of this point. So today we have a very good understanding, I would say, of what this point is, and especially more recent work with the very high-powered computers, the theory seems to work reasonably well. So we have some strongly coupled system, which is a well-established example of what we call a non-Fermi liquid. That is a Fermi surface, but with no quasi-particle excitations on that Fermi surface. So then the question becomes, what happens in this fan, this quantum critical fan, where thermal fluctuations and quantum fluctuations about the quantum critical point are really the starting point of our description. If you did some experiments here, would you see, as is seen in many systems, what people call a strange metal? And I'll if I time things right, I'll tell you a little bit about what a strange metal is and describe some of its experimental properties. So the answer, and I think many people for quite a while, including me, I guess, believe that yes, the answer is yes, and we just need to understand this 0 temperature theory better. And the answer, in fact, is no. And the reason it's no is very much connected to Kohn's theorem. Okay, so, and of course, our recent work is about getting to yes in a different model, which hopefully I'll tell you a little bit about before I conclude. All right, so let's actually go back and talk about this theory here. So we start with the Fermi surface, and here's some strong interaction J. There's lots of other indices and form factors which I've just omitted for the purpose of this slide. So what you do is first you want to introduce this Ising order parameter, and you introduce it by Hubbard-Strutanovich decoupling. So if you integrate over phi, you will get back your interaction. And so now you have a theory of Fermi surface with what's called a Yukawa coupling between the boson phi and the fermion density, and some effective action for phi. And we're going to tune that effective action to make this boson critical at J equals JC. So we want to know what happens in that theory. All right, so studying that theory has been a topic of 20+ years of work. But in fact, you can get almost the complete answer by just doing something very familiar, is solving what are called the Eliashberg equations. So this is just diagrammatically how you represent them. This is the self-energy of these fermions, where you have the electron Green's function and a 1 boson, or Eliashberg or Migdal were applying it to the electron phonon problem. Here, let's apply it to this other boson phi, which has a stronger coupling. Unlike a phonon would have some gradients here, this doesn't have that. And then this is the phonon self-energy, the phi self-energy, which is given by an electron bubble. All right, so you solve these fully self-consistent equations. All these Green's functions are fully renormalized. You solve them completely, which can be done almost analytically. And what you discover is that the electron Green's function has this, of course, begins with a pole at the quasi-particle position. In fact, density functional theory, this would be the Green's function with some highly renormalized E of k. But now there's also a self-energy which is strongly frequency dependent. In Fermi liquid theory or density functional theory, this would be omega squared. But now this is a much smaller power of omega, it's omega to the 2/3. And because this power of omega is smaller than one being here, it's actually even more important than this I omega. And that's really the signal that there are no quasi-particles left. Okay. However, as a function of frequency, as a function of momentum, there's still a pole, there's still a place where this changes sign, and that defines the position of the Fermi surface. Okay, so that's the theory. And now let's compute the conductivity, which is what Kohn's theorem. So to understand, does this explain a strange metal? Let's take this theory and compute the conductivity. So that was done, and I'll describe some of the earlier results in a minute. But relatively late in the game, around 2007, we pointed out that actually no, this is in fact a perfect metal, and the conductivity is infinite. There's a translational mode, and this is really again something that was well known going back to work of Peierls. It's what's the analog of the electron phonon drag, where because the low energy physics conserves momentum, any current carrying state must also have a non-zero momentum, and that's enough to imply that the conductivity is actually infinite. But more interestingly, you can now ask, what about at finite frequency, where you compute, say, the microwave or the optical conductivity? So that calculation for a somewhat different model was done by this group, very well-known paper, and they computed these set of Feynman diagrams, and these are, completely standard Feynman diagram. This is the so-called Markey-Thompson and our vertex correction. These are the Slammers of Larkin. These are exactly the diagrams you should compute, and they indeed found that each of these diagrams give you an omega to the minus 2/3 contribution to the conductivity, reflecting, this omega to the 2/3 in the self-energy. And so there was some highly anomalous non-Drude-like contribution, which also seemed to match lots of observations in the cuprates. So this was, something that people thought was onto something, and there definitely was. So in fact, this paper is completely correct. Every statement in the paper, there are no wrong equations. They have exactly the right set of graphs. But for whatever reason, they didn't actually do the integrals to compute the number C. If they had bothered to do that, which actually recently my student Hayu Go did, you find that C is 0. And this is really, again, we now understand to be a consequence of generalization of how powerful Kohn's theorem is. It applies also to very strongly interacting Fermi gas, provided the interactions are long wavelength, and this is definitely long wavelength interactions. So then there's an emergent center of mass mode, which basically carries all the current and the momentum. And you will get, in fact, a cyclotron frequency that's basically just the band value and nothing else. Even though the self-energy, so the bottom line is, even though the self-energy is highly anomalous, so anomalous that you don't even have quasi-particles, the conductivity is not. Okay. All right, so moving on. So how do we then describe these things we call strange metals? So what are strange metals? I guess I have to speed up a little bit. What time do I have to end?
About 12 minutes.
Okay, that should be good. Thank you. So strange metal is a very celebrated state of matter that's found above the critical temperature of many novel superconductors. So that includes the cuprate superconductors, which have this beautiful linear in temperature resistivity with a very small residual resistivity. Or more recently, the twisted bilayer graphene, where again, if you look above the superconductivity, you see linear in temperature resistivity. So it's found in pnictides and heavy fermion compounds. So it's a highly universal phenomenology with pretty much the same properties. And so really it calls for some very general explanation, not some detailed feature of your particular theory for a given system. So the resistivity is linear in temperature. And also importantly, the resistivity is small, so in 2 dimensions, smaller than the quantum unit resistance. If it becomes bigger, then the situation changes quite a bit, and we refer to those as bad metals. So I'm not talking about bad metals. We can also measure the optical conductivity, which I have indicated the earlier results for. And what you see, you do see an anomalous higher conductivity, and in recent work, a careful analysis of the data by Michaud et al. Has shown that sigma of omega falls off as roughly with some logs as 1 over omega, not 1 over omega to the 2/3. So that's another universal property. There are also properties which people call marginal Fermi liquid. At least in my definition of a marginal Fermi liquid, I refer to something for this where the electron self-energy, which we saw was omega to the 2/3 in this example of a strange metal. Here, in fact, this power is 1. So it's omega to the 1. And that's right at the border of where a Fermi liquid or quasi-particles are. Fermi liquid defined or quasi-particles exist, and that's what Chandra Verma et al. Call it a marginal Fermi liquid. Chandra also called these properties, the transport properties, marginal Fermi liquid properties, but I'm not going to do that. I'm going to think of these as strange metal properties, and these are, by definition, a marginal Fermi liquid. Also, another property in the thermodynamics, there's a log enhancement of the linear T-specific heat of a Fermi liquid. So in the famous paper by Chandra, the implicit assumption was that if you had these 2 properties at the bottom, you would get the properties at the top and vice versa. And that's in fact not correct. That's in fact the key. Understanding that and resolving that tension is the key to our recent work. Okay. All right. So what is our theory in the last few minutes? So now we have a proposal to how to explain, in principle, all of these materials by a simple and universal theory. So we're going to start with the same theory I discussed earlier for boson coupled to Fermi surface. And, the theory turns out to be extremely general. This boson could be anything. I mean, I've given you an example of the Ising nematic order parameter, but it could be a spin density wave, a charge density wave, a slave boson, and so on. All of those have very, very similar properties in the theory I'm going to describe. So that's the universal part of it. So what are we going to add to this theory that I had earlier, where you had Fermi surface coupled to a boson by you carve out term? Well, first of all, you might think, you got to escape from all the consequences of Kohn's theorem. So we have to break translational symmetry. You could imagine Umklapp doing it, but Umklapp becomes extremely rare at low temperatures, so it doesn't seem like a plausible explanation, which would be generically applied to all systems. So let's add some randomness. So first thing you want to do is, as you do in the theory of the disordered Fermi liquid, is just add a spatially random potential. Okay. So now you add this and you turn the crank of the Migdal-Eliashberg equations, which in this case actually turn out to be very similar to the equations of the SYK model. That's how we were led to this. And if you just turn the crank, you find now actually something remarkable, which sounds very exciting. Now you find that the fermion self-energy, first of all, there's the Drude term. This is this frequency independent term proportional to V squared, just the usual lifetime that gives the Drude conductivity. And then you find this mod omega term that comes with a log because of Kramer's crowning. And so this means that the scattering rate is linear function of epsilon, which is what's seen in photo emission. So very exciting. So it's a marginal Fermi liquid. And you also find a T log T specific heat. So great, we're halfway there. The bottom two properties of the marginal Fermi liquid we are satisfying. And in fact, this was already known for quite a while. It was mentioned in passing in this famous paper on a different problem. So then I asked Hayu and Avishkar, okay, why don't you go ahead and compute the conductivity? This probably will do it. But you still don't escape the clutches of Kohn's theorem. In this case, it's because the scattering inelastic scattering is forward, although the elastic scattering is all over. The inelastic scattering is forward, and so it simply cancels out in the when you take the same set of diagrams again, and you just get a Drude conductivity given by some transport scattering rate is proportional to the V squared. So the disappointing term, disappointing result, which emphasized the point I made earlier, a marginal Fermi liquid in the self-energy does not imply strange metal in transport. So then what is the answer? So we were just about to give up. And then I remember during the pandemic, Avishkar was visiting Harvard and we had a long lunchtime conversation where he was describing some of his other work on strange metals. And the key ingredient in that work, and also in some of my work and on the SYK model, is to put randomness not in the potential, but in the interactions. Okay, so what we're going to do, we're going to take this theory with random potential, which didn't seem to do the trick, but put in a random interaction. So why would we want to do that? Well, there's huge amount of evidence in experiments that interactions are not spatially uniform. So here's some data, STM data on the cuprates, where they're measuring the local gap at different points on the sample. And what you see uniformly everywhere, really, that the variance of the gap is as large as the mean. I mean, there's huge variations in the superconducting gap across the sample, suggesting that whatever boson is leading to the superconductivity has a random coupling. So we're going to add that random coupling. We had a coupling G before, and now we just add a G prime to account for that random. I think I missed, yeah, so sorry. So you add the random coupling here, the J coupling becomes random, but now you can rescale phi and just transfer that to this. So this is now the final model. This is our universal theory. Any boson with random interactions and also a random potential. So now you just put this into the same set of Migdal-Eliashberg SYK equations, and you just solve them. And just as before, with the random V, you get the Drude scattering, and you get a marginal Fermi liquid. So fortunately, this actually doesn't spoil the nice properties. The self-energy is marginal Fermi liquid with the scattering rate linear in frequency, T log T specific heat, so all of that works. But we had found that this contribution to the marginal Fermi liquid, G squared over V squared, canceled in transport. But now you go ahead and compute the transport by the same set of graphs. But now you have inelastic terms that don't conserve momentum, and that's really the key. And because of that, you get essentially everything you want. So you get a conductivity then that falls off as 1 over omega, reflecting the scattering rate having two terms one coming from potential, which is frequency independent, that's the Drude term, and one coming from the random inelastic interactions, which give you a linear frequency term. So if you compare that with what happens in the electron Green's function, then of course the elastic term is the same, and the inelastic term, here there's a G prime, that's also here, but there's an additional term here that came from the non-random interactions. This doesn't appear in transport. And now that you have in transport this linear frequency dependence, there is also an effective mass that goes logarithmically with frequency. And this is also seen in optical experiments rather clearly in this recent paper by Michon et al. Okay, so there it is. We have a residual, this Drude term determines the residual resistivity. The linear NT term is determined by the random interactions. The transport doesn't care about the non-random interactions. And the self-energy has a marginal Fermi liquid form, and there's a T log T specific heat. So, and all of this, I should emphasize, is special to two spatial dimensions. And it's really remarkably general. Avishkar has some recent numerical quantum Monte Carlo results that he presented at the March meeting, where at least the electron Green's function of this theory is being checked in quantum Monte Carlo, and it seems to work down to quite low temperatures. Okay, so that's really all I have to say. So let me just conclude. So the theory we have considered is a very popular theory, essentially going back to Hertz, the Fermi surface coupled to some critical boson. Hertz considered the case without spatial disorder. And in two spatial dimensions, this gives you a non-Fermi liquid, something that Hertz didn't recognize, but was recognized by Patrick Lee in '89. But nevertheless, it's not a strange metal. At least my definition of a strange metal. If you add potential disorder, then it's a marginal Fermi liquid as far as the self-energy is concerned, but not a strange metal again, because it doesn't have linear resistivity, 1 over omega optical conductivity, T log T specific heat. But if you finally put in randomness in the interaction, as in the SYK model, amazingly, everything falls into place. And you get essentially all of these properties that are observed to be quite common in across numerous materials. So that's I think that's the end of my talk. So and really, as you can see, all of this recent progress was really and could have happened much earlier, I think, if people had really understood the lessons behind Kohn's wonderful theorem. Thank you.
Okay. So thank you very much for an excellent talk. Any questions? Yes.
Professor Sachdev, very much for a beautiful presentation. Even though I definitely am not an expert in the field, but I was just thinking of this comment which you made in the beginning, that this strange metal in bosonic system, you mentioned something like that. So what is the signature of that? I mean, the strange metal in bosonic systems that you mentioned right in the beginning.
Okay, let me share. Yeah, so I don't mean to imply that it's okay. It's a fermionic system. We are dealing with a Fermi surface. You have electrons. So ultimately, the system we're dealing with is just the system. You have fermions with some interaction. Now, what happens near this quantum critical point, near this point here, that an efficient way to treat it is to take this full Fermi interaction, which in density functional theory you will treat in some other ways. Well, that's all fine, but near the quantum critical point, we can't use that approach. So what's happening, roughly speaking, is there's some kind of exciton, some particle called bound state, which is getting very low in energy. And that exciton is this field phi. So in this case, in this Ising nematic order, this exciton carries angular momentum L equals 2, and it breaks lattice rotation symmetry if it condenses. So that's the boson. This phi is the boson. It's an emergent particle due to the strong interactions.
I see.
So once you're near the critical point, you can just go ahead and deal with this theory of this boson phi, which is your emergent, which is an exciton, and then look at the properties of this theory. So that's what was pioneered by Hertz in 1970s or something. In fact, that article by Hertz is at the end of Anderson's book. That's when I first read it. So he identified many important features in his original article already, including the fact that this critical point is not just a three-dimensional Wilson-Fisher theory, but something entirely different. And the last 20 years or 30 years have been a long saga of understanding, going beyond Hertz and understanding what goes on. And my own work here is part of that same tradition.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
Yeah.
There's one more question.
The scanning tunneling spectroscopy, that picture that you showed, the measurement of the superconducting gap, right?
Yes.
And,
yes.
Does the material itself has inhomogeneity?
Yes. Let me just.
Why do you see the spatial inhomogeneity in the superconducting
Yeah,
gap?
that's That's an excellent question. If I can now remember where to share my screen. I'm already sharing, right? Oh, yes. Yeah, so can you see the slide now? Yes, okay. Yeah. Right, so this is bismuth strontium copper oxide. So to get superconductivity, you have to dope the system. In this case, you're doping it by adding some extra oxygen. So there is definitely some impurities, extra oxygen in random places, and that will affect the system. So the system has a lot of impurities, no question about it. And that's probably one factor into all this inhomogeneity in the gap. And this is, quite universal in the cuprates, and in fact, in almost all correlated electron systems. I mean, one of
variation in the value of delta, spatial variation.
Yeah, that's what these pictures are showing, the spatial variation in the value of delta. So that's the color scale. So delta goes from 0 to 15 MeV, and this is this OD23K refers to the overdoped side. 23 Kelvin is the critical temperature. And so that determines the doping concentration. This determines a small delta. And the disorder actually seems to increase as you increase the doping proportion of delta. I mean, an interesting question is, would the system form these puddles even if you had a perfect crystal? We don't know the answer to that because nobody has a perfect crystal. But what we would say is that if you got a perfect crystal without this inhomogeneity, then you wouldn't see a strange metal. So that's one of the falsifiable predictions of our theory.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Okay, any other question? Oh,
yeah. Subir, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
The question I have is, are you suggesting that this inhomogeneity is essential for superconductivity? That if you had, for example, a delta equal to 0, like a YBCO type thing, the superconductivity will disappear?
No. Superconductivity, it doesn't, it's not, but I would say the strange metal would disappear. So I'm sorry, I don't have a phase diagram here, which I have in so many other talks. So if I could just, the phase diagram of the cuprates has, superconducting dome, and the superconducting dome will probably, will be there as far as you can tell. But above the superconducting dome is where you have this strange metal behavior.
Right.
Right. So in this picture here, this is TC. This is where superconductivity onsets in zero magnetic field. And the strange metal is right above it. This is a lanthanum schwarzschild copper oxide. So what I would say is that if you somehow manage to dope, which is by say gate doping with a perfect crystal of lanthanum copper oxide, no one has succeeded in that, you would still see this part, but above TC, the resistance wouldn't have this beautiful linear behavior. That's what we would say.
So in other words, the pseudo gap phase will disappear.
No, pseudo gap will also be there. So that it's the strange metal. The pseudo gap is at lower doping. Sorry, if
you were on the high doping side, you were on the metal side. The right-hand side of.
Permit me to pull up a sort of a phase diagram from some of my earlier talks. Yeah, this probably has it. Yeah, here we go.
I think I understand what you're saying. You're showing.
Okay, so this.
Yeah. Okay.
So this is the pseudo gap is this peak region. This is the superconductivity. Yeah. So all of this would be fine. It's this blue region where you see the strange metal that we claim that there's that inhomogeneity is crucial, and that's because of Kohn's theorem in the end. And also, I would say that actually some evidence for this in recent experiments. So unlike this twisted bilayer graphene, now this sample, or in fact all of the ones that twisted bilayer graphene, have a lot of twist angle disorder. However, Andrea Young has recently succeeded in getting a lot of correlated physics in just untwisted graphene, some Bernard stack bilayer graphene and so on. And there, in fact, he sees all of the other stuff, but he doesn't see the strange metal. So we're very excited by that. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks.
It'd be nice to start.
Thank
Sure.
Any other question or comment? Okay, so if not, I mean, let's thank Professor Sachdev once again for excellent.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. Sunny, are you there?
Yeah.
Okay, you can hear me. All right, great. We are a little ahead of time. Is it all right that we get started?
Sure. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear. Yeah, great.
Okay, so I should start.
Let me just introduce you, have that honor, and then you can begin.
Okay. Sure.
So just 1 second. Where is Gold? Sunny, just 1 second. We are trying to get the organizer in here.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
All right. So it's rather late hour here in Kolkata, while Sunny is in sunny California and is beginning his day. So it's my great pleasure and privilege to introduce the next speaker, who is a very distinguished solid-state physicist And oh, there. Okay. Hi, Sunny.
Hi.
The first thing I want to tell you about him is that at one time he was my boss, and that was the happiest time of my life. He was such a dedicated scientist that he had no clue as to what I was doing, except he would show up in the day of our performance review and run by my office, just stick his head in and saying, "You are doing great stuff, right?" And I would say, "Right." He said, "Good." And then he would run off. So everybody should have a boss like that. Now, Sunny Sinha is a neutron scatterer by profession. He is also from Kolkata originally. He got educated in Cambridge, and I first met him in Argonne National Laboratory. And then he came over to Exxon when Exxon was building a blue sky lab. And he continued his work in multiple areas of condensed matter physics. Magnetism was one of his favorite. When he came to Exxon, Exxon was working in what used to be called complex fluids, and Sunny called it sludge physics. And so he did extraordinarily beautiful work on small angle scattering on what people thought were dull and not so interesting stuff. And he continued to do that. And he's currently a professor emeritus. Are you an emeritus professor now?
Yes.
Yes. At UC San Diego, and continuing to do his science with as much vigor as he did when, 40 years ago when I met him. He has many accolades, many honors. I think among them, he won the the Department of Energy's Lawrence Prize. Am I saying it correctly? Lawrence Prize, right? Lawrence Award. And today he is going to tell us about something that I didn't know he worked on, and that is the Kohn anomaly. And this was perhaps from before the time that I knew Sunny. And so today he will tell us about Kohn anomaly. So over to you, Sunny.
Thank you very much, Shobho. Let me try to share my screen and Can you see this? Can you see my screen?
Yes, just if you go to full screen, then we'll see the whole. Yeah, just go to presentation. Yeah, that's it. Perfect. Yes.
Okay. So thank you, Shobho, and thank you to the organizers for inviting me to this symposium. I'm speaking from the same department that has in this conference, which I've been listening to from almost the beginning. So I've been up all night. You might excuse me if I tend to wander a little bit because I'm really tired right now. But this campus, which so many of you have speakers have referred to in such affectionate terms because of having worked with Walter Kohn on this campus. I've been here at La Jolla for the past 20 years. Unfortunately, it was after Walter Kohn left to go to Santa Barbara, so I didn't actually have the pleasure and the honor of having him as a colleague. But I've known Walter for many years before that. He I chaired, he chaired a conference, a committee on neutron sources, which was known as the Kohn Committee. And I was a member of that. So I got to know him rather well. We had several meetings. And I also got to know him in connection with a school, summer school that I used to attend in Paris sometimes. And he had a friend there who was very close to him. So one of the things that I can say about Walter is that as the Jewish people say, he could be described as a real mensch. And by that, I mean what many of you have already expressed. He was somebody who was not only somebody who was absolutely, he had tremendous integrity and the respect of everybody, but he was also a very kind and caring person. And he really had, he was concerned about many things, and not just physics, but also about society and the state of the world. One simple example is the fact that when Bush started his war in Iraq, or was about to start his war in Iraq, Walter Kohn was one of the signatories of a bunch of Nobel Prize winners who at that time, it was not noticed very widely and it was ignored by almost everybody, but they submitted a petition saying that going to war in Iraq would be a colossal mistake for the United States, and imploring the government not to do it. So this was, I was really glad to see that Walter was actually one of the original organizers and signatories of that petition. Then he was also concerned about global warming, and as has been mentioned in this meeting already, he was very interested in pushing for solar energy. And I'm sure he did that when he came to India, when he visited India. He also came to San Diego to give a colloquium from Santa Barbara, and gave a talk on solar energy as well. Can you hear a pinging sound regularly while I'm talking? Shobo? No, I just get this pinging sound.
I think we do hear a small pinging.
I don't know what where it's coming from, but
it is not interfering with your talk at all. So
okay.
Sorry. Yeah.
It's probably more annoying to me than to the audience.
So we hear you fine, although it happens in the background slightly.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So let me just say that while I really enjoyed being at La Jolla and the University of California, San Diego, it's probably not, it's missing a lot of the great people that many of you remember from your days here in the glory days, when there were people like Walter and Harry Sewell and Bernd Matthias and so many others. Maria Goppert-Meyer and many other famous people were here amazingly all around the same time. But they're not, they're all gone, unfortunately, although Lou Sham is still around, and I frequently have lunch with him. And I told him about this meeting, and he was very pleased and thanked me for, I don't know whether he ever manage to see the program or attend any of the talks, but he was happy that I gave him the information about this meeting taking place. I think he would have enjoyed listening to some of the talks, I'm sure. Anyway, so let me get on to talking about Kohn anomalies. In 1995, 1959, way back, Walter published this little 2-page PhysRev letter on saying that there'd be in the phonon spectrum of a metal, there'd be little sort of glitches in the phonon dispersion curves, which arose from the fact that the screening function, I mean, he realized, as many people did at that time, although a rigorous theory of phonon dispersion curves, I don't think had been developed, but he realized that electron screening must have played a crucial role in lattice vibrations, and that electron screening, which was given by, in the case of the free electron gas, by something like the Lindhardt dielectric function, which is shown here at the bottom of this page. This is essentially the susceptibility of the, not actually the dielectric function itself, but the point is that this function has a logarithmic singularity at twice the Fermi wave vector. And this is simply due to the fact that he pointed out that the Fermi wave vector is an extremum across the Fermi surface. The 2kF is an extremum across the Fermi surface, and that if Q was larger than 2kF, the electrons would suddenly feel different ability in their ability to respond to the lattice vibration. More generally, he showed in the same paper that, let me see if I can somehow he showed that it didn't have to be even a free electron Fermi surface, but it did have to be like an extremum, and that whenever you had your Q vector cutting cutting across the Fermi surface at an extremum like this, there would be an anomaly in the dispersion curves. It's actually a very mild singularity. It's a logarithmic singularity from the function that you saw in the previous slide. But nevertheless, a lot of people were a lot of neutron scatterers, including myself, very excited about the possibility of being able to measure phonon dispersion curves and get information about the Fermi surface. And so this was followed up by a flurry of work by many neutron groups all over the world, studying with great accuracy the phonon dispersion curves. Here's an example in lead, and you can see that this is the kind of anomaly they're talking about. It's just a little kink in the phonon dispersion curve, and it can be sort of studied more accurately if you plot not the dispersion curve itself, but the derivative of omega with respect to Q. or the phase velocity, which is shown in the inset here, because that is the one that shows the biggest effect at the Kohn anomaly. So you can see that this is the point of the Kohn anomaly, and it was used to map out the Fermi surface of lead by a Swedish group, well, several groups, but one of the leaders in these kinds of measurements was a guy called Reg Stedman, who is an Englishman who had naturalized himself in Sweden and worked at the Swedish Atomic Energy and worked at the reactor there. And he made very precise measurements of dispersion curves of lead and aluminum, and tried to, here's an example of plotting the derivative of omega versus Q to try and see where the Kohn anomalies were. And he mapped out, for instance, the points on the Fermi surface of lead using these kinds of measurements by measuring it's a tremendously intense, labor-intensive work, because he has to measure the phonon dispersion curves in all directions, including off-symmetry directions, and those who measure phonon dispersion curves for a living or used to know how long it takes to do these measurements. So this must have taken a long time. And anyway, he did get agreement with the Fermi surface out of that. And then he went on to look at aluminium. And here are examples of the Fermi surface of aluminium with all possible extremal spanning Q vectors, which would be the sites of possible Kohn anomalies. And then he went around looking for those anomalies in aluminium. Let's see what. In any case, after a while, I think he pointed out that this was probably not the best way to study Fermi surfaces, because it was really a very long and intensive set of measurements, and that it turned out that it wasn't a very practical way to map out Fermi surfaces, although it was an interesting thing to see the Fermi surface reflected in the phonon spectra. More recently, I think very recently, people have claimed to see the Kohn anomalies in the phonon spectra of graphene and of vial metals, where it's not an extremum across the Fermi surface, but the separation between vial points that seem to determine the position of these anomalies. Anyway, what I want to say here really is that Walter Kohn's paper, apart from predicting the existence of these anomalies in phonon dispersion curves, was really important in being one of the first papers to show that the electronic structure, which could be used to calculate response functions in a material, could then be used to study where possible structural instabilities or magnetic instabilities and other things. And this was a generalization of what Walter Kohn had proposed with his original idea of the Kohn anomaly. So let's consider what that involves. It involves this thing called the generalized susceptibility function, which I'll try to show here if I can. Okay, So this is an example of a generalized susceptibility function where you have a disturbance coming in at a wave vector q plus some reciprocal lattice vector, and you're looking at the response at another reciprocal lattice vector. It has these matrix elements. It is a sum over all possible states, and these are occupation numbers and energy denominators. And in principle and in practice, it can be calculated with great effort if you knew in detail the band structure and the wave functions that you can get, for instance, from density functional theory. Well, this kind of generalized susceptibility function in mean field theory, which was, in those days, that's what people used to use more than more sophisticated theories now. In mean field theory, the generalized susceptibility function, as you can see, if it showed a peak, then it meant that if the denominator was going to go to zero, it would probably go to zero at the Q value of that peak, and the denominator going to zero for the interacting susceptibility function, and this is the non-interacting susceptibility function. The interacting one in mean field theory is given by this, where this is some kind of interaction, either a charge interaction or a magnetic interaction, would give you the position of a charge density wave or a spin density wave which would occur in this material. So this is the sort of generalization of the Kohn anomaly idea in terms of generalized susceptibility functions. Is not a question of even, it's certainly true that if you have an extremum across a Fermi surface, that there will be a peak in general of this function at that Q, because you have a buildup of points of sort of density of states with a vanishing energy denominator at that Q. But this is more general in the sense that I think it doesn't necessarily have to be an extremum. It can you just calculate chi of Q, and you can try and predict or understand why charge and spin density waves take the wave vectors they do in certain materials, and why instabilities occur. So here's an example of a calculation that actually my postdoc, Rajendra Gupta, did years ago on dysprosium, tour de force, where he calculated 128,000 points in the Brillouin zone, the wave functions and the energies, and put them all together to calculate that generalized susceptibility function. And you can see that it has a peak, and in fact, the peak occurs at the Q vector where dysprosium has a spiral antiferromagnetic order along the C-axis. Now, in many other cases of the calculated for other rare earths, this didn't work too well. So we attributed this to the fact that the matrix element effects, which overwhelm this peak and make the peak in chi of Q rather different, and weren't calculated very accurately. So sometimes it worked and sometimes it didn't. Now, and another example is the case of chromium. Here's the Fermi surface of chromium, and you can see that this portion of the Fermi surface and this portion of the Fermi surface are what's called nested, in the sense that they're parallel portions of the Fermi surface, so that you can see that the same Q vector connects a huge number of points on across this Fermi surface. So this is like this idea of nested Fermi surfaces giving rise to instabilities at those Q vectors was an example, because chromium has an antiferromagnetic spin density wave very close to the zone boundary. And so we decided to do the same kind of calculation of chi of Q for chromium. And here's the simplest, crudest, non-interacting susceptibility without any matrix elements or interactions put in. And it certainly did show a peak at the wave vector where chromium has a spin density wave. But then the situation becomes more complicated when you put in the matrix elements and then try to put in the interactions and do the RPA. It still gives you a small peak, but it's not as convincing as this figure would lead you to believe. Now, to go on to 1D systems, of course, the Kohn effect, in a sense, in 1D is exactly it's the Kohn effect on steroids, if you like, because a 1D system has two portions of, if it's a metal, has two parallel, completely parallel flat portions of Fermi surface, which are connected by the same wave vector. And we can call that 2kF. Which are plus kF to minus kF. And you can see that because they're so parallel and flat, chi of Q has a singularity almost, an infinity in principle, although that's rounded off due to other practical effects. Much more than you get in 2D or 3D. You get in 3D, you get this singular logarithmic singularity. In 2D, you get something a little more noticeable, but in 1D, you get this huge instability. And this, of course, leads to the well-known phenomenon of the piles, sometimes known as the Kohn piles, instability in one-dimensional metals. And you can see that if you have a metal which is like a set of one-dimensional atomic chains, the pile distortion, which will undoubtedly take place because the chi of Q is so huge and large, it sort of has to take place, can take the form of either a dimerization or a zigzag of the atoms. But either way, there will be a structural distortion. And so one dimension is the place where, if you like, the Kohn effect stands out above everything else, although it's known as, basically it's the Powers instability. It was pointed out by Powers. The other thing to point out is that the Kohn effect, which is an effect in reciprocal space, is this logarithmic singularity in reciprocal space. If you Fourier transform it to the effect of what are the density oscillations due to a dielectric function screening of some kind of charge in real space, you get this singularity at 2kF translates into oscillations, which were pointed out by Friedel and known as Friedel oscillations. And in fact, this is just an example, a picture of what they would look like in one dimension, where they're most pronounced. But they're in 3 dimensions, and they modulate the Ruderman-Kittel interaction between magnetic ions, for instance, in metals, and they can lead to these exotic structures, spin structures, antiferromagnetic spin structures that you see in the rare earths, and they also are responsible for frustration that you see in spin glasses. So you can see that this idea of this response function and its singularities at extremal points of the Fermi surface or nested regions, or just generally maxima in the response function as a function of Q, can explain, or it sort of opens up a vast area of condensed matter physics. And so, in a sense, while the original Kohn anomaly paper was a little two-page paper, and you might think, well, it just showed that, phonons have a little few anomalies, so what? It actually had huge implications, which were developed and understood gradually over the succeeding years. So I think that's really all I have to say. I think I'm finishing a bit early, but really I don't have too much more to say. So I think I will stop here. And thank you for listening. And I'll be happy to answer any questions if anybody has any.
Are there questions? Yeah. Bhupen, yeah.
Sunilda, Bhupen here.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, Bhupen.
Oh, hi, Bhupen.
I sent you a mail, probably it ended up in your spam.
I actually didn't have internet for the last week, so I have to apologize for not replying to your email, but I got it today. So
Okay.
I was going to write to you.
Okay. So let me come to the question that I have. That anomaly that you showed at Q equal to Q over 2F equal to 2. That means it's a Q equal to 4K instead of 2K.
I'm sorry, which one are you talking about for the
high function that you have plotted for 1D, 2D, and 3D?
Yes.
There, the anomaly shows that Q equal to 4K. Not
Is that
2K.
right?
Yeah, that looked like that.
Can
you put that slide again?
Let me see. Yes.
High function for 1D, 2D, and 3D. Yeah, this one.
Yes, I think this is a 2KF actually, the singularity, not 4KF.
Okay, that was a bit confusing. Okay. Yeah, it should be 1, not 2.
I know that I think I know what you're talking about. There is a 4KF instability, but I don't think that's the one I'm talking about. The Parles instability I think occurs at 2KF.
Okay, so the point is 1 then.
Yeah.
And Fidel oscillation that you showed, that also
yes,
can be seen on the surface steps. If you have an atomic step on the surface.
Yes.
In many cases, it was seen that on the surface. If you scan in one direction.
Yes.
Practically like one dimension.
Right.
Yeah, this appears at many places, Fidel's oscillations.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is Gaurdas. So, a very beautiful presentation. I wanted to just ask you a very mundane question. So, after the prediction of normally in the late 50s, when and why did it take so many years by the experimentalists to really identify that? Is it because it was a very small kink and they just ignored it, or it is something else? I would like to know the scenario of the experiment. When was the first neutron scattering experiment done to identify the Kohn anomaly in a metallic system? Can you please say that?
So yes, I think I can answer that. First of all, Kohn's paper appeared in 1959. In 1959, we did not have very powerful neutron sources. And the measurements of phonon dispersion curves that people used to make in the early 60s and even the late 60s, around that time, the technique was rapidly developing. And I think by the time the late 60s appeared, in 1959, there was no such thing as a triple axis spectrometer on which people could measure phonon dispersion curves along a particular direction. So that had to come with Brockhouse's development of the triple axis spectrometer, and then the installation of those things at higher flux reactors. So I think basically it's because people just couldn't make precise enough measurements in a reasonable time to measure these very subtle anomalies that Kohn had talked about. But they were finally seen I think in the late 60s and 70s, and then people began to see them. But it just was not feasible because neutron scattering was a field that was developing quite rapidly from the late 50s into the 70s. It just wasn't possible at the time to measure precisely enough for these subtle effects. As you can see, you have to look almost at d omega by dq, the derivatives, to see where the singularities are. And it wasn't easy and practical at that time. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, definitely that answers the question. But when I go back in my memory lane, and when I was in BARC in Bombay, at that time, yes, I saw the paper of Brockhaus and K.R. Rao, and that I think was 1964 from Chalk River.
That's correct. Yes. But they didn't look for Kohn anomalies.
Yeah, Kohn anomaly in some metal, probably niobium. I don't remember that. Yeah. But the experiment was by Brockhaus and K.R. Rao, and it was in Chalk River, probably.
Yes, but I think they may have seen one or two anomalies, but it was Stedman who actually took it upon himself to actually measure these anomalies in all directions and try and map out a Fermi surface. That was the time. Other people measured dispersion curves and they found anomalies and they said, we've seen a Kohn anomaly corresponding to this dimension of the Fermi surface, and left it at that.
Okay, thank you.
If there are no further questions, I have one. Well, remember, we used to work on charge density waves at Exxon. And these were quasi one-dimensional materials.
Yes.
We used to refer to them basically as spirals distortions.
Yes.
And the nesting idea was kind of the folklore that if you had a nested wave vector, then, and if you were quasi 1D, then it was a much better candidate for these kinds of things happening. So this answer, I think we can probably get in textbooks, but just in case you have something to tell us, that, some of these interesting electronic materials like niobium triselenide, which was my bread and butter those days, there the wave vector used to be incommensurate with the underlying lattice. Yet it had a nesting wave vector, presumably.
Incommensurate 2KF does not have to be commensurate with the lattice, right?
That's correct. So they're all 2KF. And would you say that Kohn anomaly only worked when they were commensurate lattice vectors and spirals was more general, or Kohn is the most?
No, I think. Oh, I see what you're saying. You're saying the picture I showed of this spirals distortion had to was by definition commensurate, like a doubling of the unit cell or something like that, right?
Yeah, that's usually shown.
Yeah, instead of some kind of incommensurate, yeah, that's an interesting question. I don't recall any material where you think niobium triselenide had an incommensurate charge density wave in it?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, it's and tantalum trisulfide and so on, which is why there was this charge density wave transport was so spectacular, because it was only impurities that prevented the motion. My memory is that in those days, we didn't do any neutron. We used to look at resistivity because it had such a humongous anomaly.
Yes.
Because so much of electrons were condensing that sometimes they will go. In fact, you remember the TTF-TCNQ disaster, which was undergoing
chicken fat.
It was going insulator while. So it just strikes me listening to you today is why didn't we actually measure those samples with neutron?
That's a good point. That's a good point. Yeah, we should have, perhaps. So you can, you can certainly get an incommensurate charge density wave on a one-dimensional metal, right?
Right.
I think the Piles distortion is something else where it has to be commensurate, probably. I may be wrong, but I'm not. I don't know the answer
No, I mean,
about
yeah.
whether that's true. Whether Piles distortion has to be correspond to a doubling of the unit cell or something like that.
Yeah, dimerization, as we used to call it.
Yeah, right.
Okay, are there any other questions? Oh, okay. Bhaskaran has a comment.
I think his comment said just exactly what we were discussing. Yeah, please unmute Bhaskaran.
Okay, unmute Bhaskaran, please. Okay. Bhaskaran, can you talk now?
Do you hear me?
Yes, yes, please.
Yes.
Oh, wonderful. Professor Sinha, thanks for a nice talk. Nice seeing you after many years virtually. If I remember historically, Piles instability was for the commensurate case where you have a half-filled band. It's a beautiful dimerization, and you can talk in terms of energy gain and so on. Whereas Kohn's 2K anomaly in one dimension, which is called giant 2K anomaly, is very general. And in fact, as Shobho said, it explains incommensurate charge density waves that occurs in several one-dimensional systems, including a mercury chain compound, I remember very well.
Yes,
There's a beautiful incommensuration.
That's right. Yeah.
Correct.
Then another brief comment I wanted to make, there was a mention about 4K. It turns out in one dimension, once you have interacting electrons, in addition to the standard 2K anomaly, you have a 4K anomaly coming from charge response, which is different from spin response. So you get a 2K anomaly in the spin response, and a 4K anomaly is in the charge response. We can discuss in detail later.
Yeah.
I just wanted to mention that.
Yeah, that's right. That's correct.
Thank you for clearing that up. Yes.
Yeah, for reminding me. Yeah, exactly. Okay. If there are no more questions, Sunny, thank you. It's great to see you after so long.
Yes. Thank you. Good to see you and so many others.
Yeah, and next time you are in Kolkata, I don't know how often you come, do visit us. We have a new gig here, and I think you'll enjoy it.
I would love to. Thank you.
All right. Bye, Sunny.
Bye.
And say hi to everyone.
Yes, I will.
And yeah, and we are recording. Oh, Sunny, we are recording this thing and we'll forward it to make sure that Lu Sham gets to see it.
Good.
It was a mistake on our part not sending that information directly to him. So we'll do that.
Good. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. So ladies and gentlemen, we come to the of our session, and I think there could be no better end than our next speaker, Sriram Shastri, a very good friend whom I have known for a very long time and a very distinguished. And we said that we'll have perfect bookends. Amitabh Bachchi, he began chairing the first, he was a student of Walter Kohn. And Sriram, as we all know, is the grand student of Walter Kohn. He did his PhD with Chanchal Kumar Majumdar at TIFR. He has many distinctions, including the very prestigious Onsagar Prize of the American Physical Society. Also love to call him a friend. I have known him for a very, very long time. He spent time in various places, including IISC, and is now in the Santa Cruz campus. Have I got that right? Yeah, it's Santa Cruz campus of the University of California. So he's the last of the California speakers in, and so the genealogy of Walter Kohn's India connection is now completed with Sriram giving his talk. It's over to you, Sriram.
Okay. Thank you very much, Shovo, and thanks for the invitation. I'm going to share my slides. Is this visible? Can you see my slide desk?
Yes, we can see it. You just go to full screen.
You want me to go to full screen? Well, okay, I can try to do that.
Just go on play. Yeah, that's yeah.
Okay, I'm very happy to be in this conference to give my homage to Walter, who, as Shobha just mentioned, has been sort of somewhat distant, but great idol of mine, and I think of many of you in the audience. And I'm going to talk today about about a set of papers of Walter's and also Kohn and Luttinger. Kohn, Luttinger, and Ward, which is somewhat surprisingly connected with Walter, although Walter is not really a co-author of the Luttinger-Ward paper. So I'm going to talk about this is a minor gem, so to speak. It's a gem all the same. And they are like, one of the papers which is very, very famous is the Luttinger-Ward paper, but really owes its existence to discussions with Walter. And I'll tell you a little more about that connection. So Walter, as you all know, was also a philosopher of some sort. He would like to catch on to some themes, simple themes, and really hold on to those themes and crunch them until you produce some measurable results. So in other words, condensed matter, the cycle really begins with, outstanding theory, but then if you persist, you have the chance of describing nature itself. You can make predictions, which, for example, Sunny just talked about, the Kohn anomalies. These are things which can be seen in experiments, and they sort of leave a much deeper imprint in the world of ideas than a flash in the pan, brilliant theoretical calculation you do, and you disappear, the calculation disappears. In some time, everything is forgotten. But some of these things that we're talking about, like Walter is one of the champion examples of this thing. And I would Phil Anderson, for example, is other sort of incredibly spectacular personification of this idea. You do the theory, make predictions, and sort of have they follow through to make the connection with data, and then the whole community benefits, the teams benefit, and so forth. Okay, so I'm going to pick up on this idea of adiabatic versus isothermal continuity in Fermi liquids, and looking at this talk, and I was writing it, I discovered that this has gone so much deep into my own psyche that I had to really fish out where on earth did I get this, where did I latch on to this idea of the essential distinction between adiabatic and isothermal continuities. And sure enough, the buck stops at the papers of Kohn and Luttinger. So let me talk a little bit about that. This talk is mostly about general ideas, very few equations, almost zero equations. So it should be somewhat straightforward to figure out what's going on. And I would also like to, to give my best wishes to the TCG CREST initiative. It sounds like a beautiful idea, and I'm really happy that Shobho and all of you are involved in this. So let me begin with a picture of Walter's. This is taken in 2011 when Walter was visiting Santa Cruz, and he actually needed to prepare his colloquium. And so he walked into my room and said, Sriram, I'm throwing you out. Can I use your office for writing this colloquium? And that's what he did. He sat there and he prepared his colloquium, and I had a really wonderful chat, as always, with Walter. Okay, so there are two papers which are truly remarkable papers that I'm going to focus on. And finally, I'll talk for a few minutes about some recent work of mine, which actually takes off very directly from these papers. So the first one is the paper on the ground state energy of a many fermion system by Walter and Luttinger, written in 1959. And there is a second paper which has got the same title, and it's got an index 2, but one author is missing, and you might wonder what's going on. And I did wonder a lot about what's going on, and I'll give you the answer to that. So although Walter is not the explicit author of this second paper, they actually tell us that Walter is sort of the guiding spirit behind this paper. And this is taken from the references in the Luttinger Ward paper. They, Luttinger and Ward, refer to this paper as paper number 1, and then they go on to talk about their second paper, which is incidentally in the world of judgments of science. People often regard the Luttinger Ward paper as one of the greatest papers in many body physics. And in fact, its impact has been far more than I think even the authors expected. And I'll make a comment about that later on. I think when they wrote it, they were like, I mean, the two sort of superstars of that era, Ward and high energy physics, Ward identities and whatnot, and, most accomplished field theorists. And Luttinger from the world of condensed matter physics is clearly one of the, technically most wonderful and gifted physicists. T.V. Ramakrishnan, by the way, is sort of just former student of Luttinger, so he can tell us more. I hope he's somewhere in the audience. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the content of these two papers in qualitative terms. What is the mutual relationship, and the consequences of this paper? What does it lead to? So that's going to be the historical part of my talk, and then I'll talk a little bit about my own work. So sort of the storyline has a background to this. I think the whole idea of adiabatic continuity had dominated and continues to dominate even today many branches of physics. And one of the first major uses of adiabatic continuity is in the work of Landau. So Landau was trying to understand helium-3 as a strong interaction between fermions, and yet it looked somewhat gas-like. So how do you understand that? So Landau came up with this most fruitful idea of using adiabatic continuity to understand how a liquid is formed from a gas by just turning on interactions slowly. And the formalism is compelling, and it's almost hypnotic in its presentation. And when I teach Landau theory to graduate students, I mean, people are like they have no problems in accepting everything Landau said, but not Kohn and Luttinger. They actually found a real problem in this, and they highlighted the problem in using adiabatic continuity with so much blind faith. And that's what I'm going to talk here. So, yeah, of course, to date, in many body physics, atomic physics, molecular physics, adiabatic continuity is used, prolifically. And of course, the quantum Hall effect, for example, is one of the modern context in which adiabatic continuity continues to rule. And the reason, of course, is so successful is because of the big gap in the energy spectrum. And whenever there's a big gap, the adiabatic theory works very well. But the other thing which Kohn and Luttinger pointed out is the symmetry. So if you point out that Landau was using adiabatic continuity in a very constrained system. Helium-3 has rotation invariance. I mean, it's a gas in free space. And the Fermi surface has to be, by definition, spherical. So sphere constrains, what things that can happen by way of level crossings, for example. So you end up using adiabatic continuity in a safe context where not much can go wrong. And that realization came out by looking at the example of Fermi surfaces, which are not very symmetric. So I give a very bad example here. I mean, no Fermi surface looks like this unless you rotate it by 45 degrees. So I'm assuming that you will do that. But so in extending Landau's ideas to solids, we sort of implicitly assume that the whole thing will work when the symmetry is lost. And so they actually noted that distortions can happen. You can take a Fermi surface, which looks something like this, but let's say sharp edges, and simply due to interactions, round off things in a way which perhaps preserves the volume, although they were not talking about the volume at that point. The shape can change. And the way they set about showing this and sort of dramatize this whole thing by saying that maybe the entire Bruckner-Goldstone series is wrong. That was their first sort of shot at drawing a conclusion. And indeed, if you do literally the Bruckner-Goldstone zero temperature diagrammatics, there are several terms which are missing, which actually show up in finite temperature many body physics. And these missing terms, which are called anomalous terms, they look divergent. And so they kind of rattled the sword, so to speak, and said, community, please watch out. There's something going on here which is interesting. And I think the implicit takeaway was maybe there's something quite worrisome about the use even of adiabatic continuity, which is underlying so many things like the Gelman-Low theorem, which generates the interacting ground state of a field theory from a non-interacting theory, rests on adiabaticity. And if there is something wrong with the adiabatic arguments for certain situations, then one has to worry. So the Fermi surface distortions has, not really played out in the world of experiments that Sunny, for example, talked about. When you measure these things, photo emission is, of course, an incredibly powerful way of measuring Fermi surfaces currently. So this distortion hasn't really happened in any spectacular fashion, but it's something formally there. So let me show you a little bit about the paper. So in this paper, they say that the resulting formula, which is the Bruckner-Goldstone formula, can be obtained using ordinary perturbation theory on the ground state of a non-interacting fermions, as if the levels of the system are discrete and well separated. Okay, then linked clusters come about, etc. So then they reopen this question for the following reason. In studying the Bruckner-Goldstone technique to study the effect of interactions on the shape of Fermi surface in a metal, we became convinced that effects corresponding to the distortion of the Fermi surface are not described by this technique. And then they talk about what is the meaning of a Fermi surface in an interacting system. After all, when you turn on the interaction, single particle labels are no longer good unless you buy Landau theory, which is the goal. You're trying to get there. So until you get there, you can't really talk about free particle-like states. So how do you define a Fermi surface? So this question was brought up. And they make this point that helium-3 has spherical Fermi surfaces, and there nothing much to worry about. On the other hand, if you have non-spherical interactions, then there is no reason for the perturbed Fermi surface to remain spherical. And electrons in metals is a good example where the interactions may be isotropic, but the band structure already provides some non-spherical content to the thing. So here the interaction is spherically symmetric, but the original unperturbed Fermi surface is only the symmetry of the lattice. So we would expect electron-electron interactions to change the shape of the Fermi surface, which they go around doing through second-order perturbation theory. So actually the tool they use is no more than the second-order perturbation theory, and they list all the possible diagrams that you get in finite temperature second-order perturbation theory and draw beautiful sort of conclusions from analysis of that and say that the formula given by Bruckner-Goldstone is already different from what they're finding and showing and demonstrating to second order. So, I mean, I would say, and this I'll take some pleasure in saying already in the second order. And having read many of Walter's papers, I know this is a streak of his scientific persona. I mean, he always liked to use simple tools to sort of demolish ideas, or to create new ideas. So the idea is if Jack can kill the giant with a spoon, then why bother about the axe? So that's Walter's view towards dogma, as I understood it. Okay, so and they actually point out to something which is interesting. So let me, if you don't mind, I can sort of go through this while you're here with you. So you can do so we turn on finite temperature. Rather than make this assumption, we prefer to calculate the ground state energy as a function of temperature in the limit as T goes to 0. And certainly, if this limiting procedure is done correctly, it must give the correct ground state energy. Actually, considerable care has to be exercised in taking this limit. And then Walter comes out with one of his Latin phrases, which I had to look up, hic rana in aquas subsultat, which means here the frog jumps into the water. In other words, this is where we sort of get into the muddy waters, He loved the use of Latin, and so many of his papers are full of these pithy little things in Latin, and one has to rush to Wikipedia or wherever. So the point being made here is that you have several limits involved. You have the limit of the system size going to infinity, the thermodynamic limit, N and V both go to infinity, so the ratio is constant, but it's also the zero temperature limit. So they say basically that our procedure is to take V going to infinity first. And then finally, temperature going to 0. And that's how you can get the correct thermodynamical results with correct ground states. And they actually say that if you do it this way, first let T go to 0, and then V go to infinity, then you get adiabatic, the Bruckner-Goldstone theory, which is demonstrably problematic here. Whereas if you do T going to 0 and V going to infinity, then you kind of repopulate energy levels. Although T is going to 0, it's actually an isothermal result. So to understand what's going on here, there's a very nice demonstration by Philippe Nozière in his wonderful book on many-body physics, which has not left my desk since graduate school days. I mean, I still look at that over all these years, so many decades now. So here, SF is a Fermi surface, and G is the interaction. And so this dashed line here, this bigger thing here, is the Fermi surface in the absence of interactions. And then it distorts to something like this, and then the depletion of states, electrons jump from here into this. So this distribution is shown by pluses and minuses, minus where you take out electrons and pluses where you dump them. And so basically Nozière says that you can get around this Kohn-Luttinger problem by not starting with the original Fermi surface, but add in just a single electron hopping term in which the hopping Tij can be chosen as a Lagrange multiplier. In other words, you finally choose the best value of Tij, which minimizes some energy functional or something like that. But if you make a commitment to an initial band structure, then adiabatic hypothesis leaves you with no room to escape. You're stuck there. To each order in perturbation theory, the Green's functions have singularities exactly on the non-interacting Fermi surface. So Nozière's very clever idea is don't commit. It's sort of the French way. I mean, you can have a floating Fermi surface, and then for each Fermi surface, you compute your perturbation theory, get some sort of energies, and then optimize with respect to the Fermi surface. It's a very non-trivial thing to do in a practical way, but in principle, you could do that and get around the problems. So, okay, so even more simply, if I were to describe the problem in terms of finite size effects, so if L is finite, then the energy level separation in a metal is typically of order 1 by L. And the adiabatic condition is that the rate at which we turn on the interactions has to be very, very slow. And how slow? Well, it has to satisfy this criterion, namely h bar over tau has to be smaller than the energy gap. And if the energy gap is becoming smaller and smaller, then you have to wait longer and longer. You do it incredibly slowly, and which means slow passage becomes impractical, almost impossible to do such a slow passage. So adiabaticity has a good chance of going wrong somewhere. And Kohn-Luttinger argue that temperature is another player. And if you compare the energy level separations, which are of order 1 over L, with KT, then you get another dimensionless ratio. Gap over temperature gets you the correct ground state, whereas if you get delta over T much bigger than 1, you get the wrong order. And this is what happens if I let if I go the other way. Basically, if I go the isothermal way, I get the correct result, which is V going to infinity first. And then, L has gone to infinity, so delta over T will be small anyway. So that's kind of the way they argued. And they wrote a very provocative paper, I think. And very soon after that, we had the second paper coming from Luttinger and Ward. So why is this in the Kohn anthology? Well, that's because they say that this original paper really started the problem which these guys went on to complete. So in the previous paper, one, which is this one, we've shown that the Bruckner-Goldstone perturbation is not valid in general. And by direct calculation to terms of second order, it was found that unless the perturbation energies are isotropic, the corrections to Bruckner-Goldstone series will not vanish. So this left open the question of whether or not the Bruckner-Goldstone series is valid to all orders in perturbation theory in a totally isotropic case. In other words, even if I were to do completely isotropic theory, is the Bruckner-Goldstone theory valid or not? And then they kind of say that Bruckner-Goldstone can be rescued, it is correct, and you can do things which are of a technical nature which rescue it, okay? So I would say the Luttinger-Ward paper is famous. It's an incredibly famous paper, and it's justly famous because it does so many important things. So the content that I would say is in the Luttinger-Ward paper is that Fermi surface volume is invariant when you turn on the interactions. In other words, the Fermi gas becomes a Fermi liquid but conserves the volume of the surface. And a pithy way of writing the Luttinger-Ward theorem is to say that if I look at the Green's function and see where it changes sign or maybe goes through infinity, doesn't matter. But in the static limit, if I take the Green's function and take G and take its sum over K and spin, it gives me the same number of electrons which I have with a non-interacting theory. So I would say that in some retrospective sense, this is perhaps the second most important paper in Fermi liquid theory behind Landau's original paper. Because Landau's theory doesn't really prove anything about adiabaticity being valid, and these people kind of prove that. And also, Fermi surface volume conservation is one of those things which looks either completely trivial or completely non-trivial. If you're bought into this adiabatic hypothesis, hook, line, and sinker, then you would say there's no problem. To each order I do perturbation theory, I'm going to get the Fermi surface is reproduced. The discontinuities in the zero temperature Fermi surface are exactly where they were. They can't be moved because calculation doesn't allow you to move them. On the other hand, if you don't believe in adiabaticity, then you can say, hey, all bets are off. I can do all kinds of new techniques, especially with strong interactions between particles. I can generate theories which don't have the Luttinger Fermi surface. So why on earth should it still be valid? And I also say something here which is important. Experimentally, in the most interesting current problem of strong correlations, extremely strong correlations, it turns out that in in most relevant cases, Luttinger volume, Ward volume is conserved. So the theorem seems to be valid in nature. And it's sort of, as I said, it's either completely trivial or it's completely non-trivial. Anyway, this paper in its own, terms is a masterpiece of analysis. Luttinger, very strong, Ward, incredibly strong. So these guys really take many body physics and do the diagrammatic skeleton summation, something called the Luttinger-Ward functional. And they create all kinds of stuff, which is incredible if you look back at them and for that time. And they prove this theorem, okay? And they also open the debate, or at least terms in which you can debate the question of how do you define a Fermi surface? What are the criteria for defining a Fermi surface? And they also are obliged to assume something. They assume that the perturbation theory is well behaved to all orders. So this is a proof to all orders in perturbation theory. And if nothing goes wrong in summing over all orders, then this theorem is true. So implicitly, it's an assumption that perturbation theory is well behaved. I would not use the word convergent because convergence implies something much stronger than what they're asking for. They're asking for no blow-ups of any sort. So given that it's so delicately poised on the behavior of perturbation theory, it's very difficult to see why it could survive very strong interactions like in the Mott-Hubbard systems, where the interactions go to infinity. And like I said just now, and yet experimentally in high TC systems, it seems that this theorem is valid in the most interesting regime of density. There are some regimes where it is not valid, but I would argue that the most interesting regime certainly seems to satisfy this. We know this because the ARPA's experiments say so. Okay, now I want to sort of make two comments which are sort of funny. The condensed matter community insists on calling this Luttinger-Ward theorem as a Luttinger volume theorem. And it is a very persistent trend. And I've wondered, I've spoken about this in many conferences, in many meetings, that we are not being very fair. So one sort of ponders this mystery of why is a theorem due to two people given, credit is given only to one of them. Well, there's another mystery behind all these things. The Luttinger-Ward paper actually does not mention this result of invariance of the Fermi surface volume in either their introduction or in their abstract or in the summary. So I found this sort of very funny that Luttinger-Ward really don't know why they are so famous, you know? Okay. Okay, so now let me talk a little bit about search for the Fermi surface. How much time do I have? Maybe no more, maybe 5 minutes? Shobo, can I?
About say five minutes or so.
Okay, I'll wrap it up in 5 minutes.
5 to 10, yeah.
Okay, that's very generous of you. Okay,
and then
I might take 10. So
Q&A, yeah.
Yeah, sure. So, you know, the search for the Fermi surface is actually experimentally a problem. Experimentally, it's very difficult to probe. I mean, Sani just told us one very nice way of indirectly probing the Fermi surface through the signatures in the phonon spectrum. But RPS, for example, requires integration of frequencies to generate this occupation number N of K. And N of K, as you know, has a big jump for non-interacting systems at 0 temperature. And already at finite temperatures, you lose this sharp jump, it becomes somewhat rounded. And then the problem with strong interactions and low temperatures can be illustrated by this figure. Interactions, even at 0 temperature, kill this jump to a very small number. This is a wave function renormalization, as they call it. Z of K is very small. With 0.1 or something like that, you're looking for something very, very small. And at finite temperatures, and especially the effective Fermi temperatures are very low, then you don't have much of a hope of seeing these things. It's basically like looking for a needle in a haystack. So it's experimentally interesting, important, and somewhat topical problem. And we have something to say about that. So I just want to take a few minutes to talk about a recent paper of mine, which is actually already 3 years old, about computing the Fermi surface of interacting systems. This is meant to be an alternative way of looking at Fermi surface volume theorem from the Kohn-Luttinger-Ward idea. And here I use some different tools, and the different tools are actually, I'll tell you what those tools are. So fundamentally, the theorem, Luttinger-Ward theorem, follows in my sort of calculations from comparing 3 exact formulae. So the number of particles at a given chemical potential can be found through first to the last, that would be the Luttinger-Ward. And these two guys are actually new formulae, but they're all connected through an object called gamma. Gamma is the log derivative of the Green's function with respect to the imaginary time at tau equal to beta over 2. So this gamma of K sits in the middle of these inequalities. And if you buy these 3 inequalities, then Luttinger-Ward follows. So we have to understand why these different relationships might be true. But before going there, I should say that although this gamma of K looks horribly convoluted and complicated, it actually has a completely simple experimental manifestation. In fact, photoemission spectra can be easily turned to measuring gamma of k. And I'll give you the relevant formula in a minute. So the first result, n being theta, this requires an understanding of the canonical ensemble chemical potentials. And you need to assume that these chemical potentials are monotonically increasing, which means the concavity in the chemical potentials in the canonical ensemble. And this is recognizable as the positivity of compressibility. So compressibility, of course, is a thermodynamic quantity, but even at the canonical ensemble, you can define local compressibilities, and they all have to be positive, which is sort of an easy thing to buy because repulsive systems typically do. There are some exceptions, but they're very well understood to be dependent on degeneracy. Then we need isothermal continuity, which is the absence of jump in responses, and that gives me jump in response function. So this thing here, it requires isothermal continuity. So far I have not defined isothermal continuity, but here there's a good chance to do that. It simply means that at a finite temperature, if you change something like a density variable or like a magnetic field variable, as long as you don't have like phase transitions or some first order phase transitions in particular, you have isothermal continuity. And finally, the third one which I need is this result, which gamma being related to G, this one here, that's its most simple thing. It actually follows from Fermi-liquid type behavior of the Green's function. So the details can be read here, and I will not bore you with them. But okay, so the interesting thing, incredibly interesting thing about this way of looking at it is that you can tweak this proof also to work for singlet superconducting states. In other words, in a superconductor, you can define the chemical potential for adding two particles, a Cooper pair. And as long as the Cooper pair addition chemical potentials follow this monotonicity, in other words, when I dump in pairs of particles, they don't clump together and have a phase separation, and they like to form a uniform fluid, it satisfies this condition. And under these conditions, the theorem which I quoted just now is still valid. This is sort of amazing because superconductivity, is not a perturbative phenomena. So here you have, from this new viewpoint, a powerful result, which is sort of surprising, even to me, I would say. And I would say there's a primitive version of this. Why superconducting states know about the parent metallic states. The hint is already contained in the famous formula of Gorkov. If you look at Gorkov's Green's function of the BCS theory, so the mean field BCS version, there is U squared and V squared in here. And what happens is here, if you put omega equal to 0, then all the superconducting stuff is contained in the denominator, but the change in sign is contained in the numerator, which tracks precisely the parent Fermi surface. In other words, Fermi liquid or Fermi gas decides to go superconducting, and yet its Green's functions know about where the original Fermi surface was. So this rests on, at the KF, at the bare Fermi surface, the U squareds and the V squared must equal each other. There's something called a particle hole symmetry in this. I'll not bore you with that, but it's there. And if you assume that this particle hole symmetry exists in the superconducting state, then this Luttinger-Ward kind of a theorem is still valid in the superconducting phase. Okay, so basically, in this new way of looking at it, there's no, the assumptions about perturbation theory are replaced by more modest assumptions about compressibility being positive everywhere and perhaps isothermal continuity. And the really operational part of this thing is that it leads to predictions. So let me give you a prediction and stop at that. So I'm going to talk about this function rho g k of omega, which most experimentalists call as a k of omega, the spectral function that you measure in photoemission RPS. So this is the form of the theorem, which is valid for strong interactions and also for superconducting states. So if you take the spectral function and take a weighted average of that, this cosine hyperbolic guy basically cuts out stuff which is happening very far from the Fermi energy. So this really requires information only near the Fermi energy, near the chemical potential. So low energy excitations are enough to compute this object called omega of k. It's kind of a moment, or the first frequency moment of the spectral function divided by this cosine hyperbolic function. And this guy, the theorem is that this changes sign at the Fermi surface as T goes to 0. And at finite temperatures, it gives you a pseudo Fermi surface at finite temperatures, which converges to the 0 temperature limit. And basically, the change in sign of gamma, which is the same as omega, occurs, and you can discover the Fermi surface. So this is still waiting for experimental verifications. I must say this COVID episode has been remarkably bad for communicating science and talking to people and getting experimentalists interested in doing this kind of thing has been very, very difficult. So this still awaits confirmation. So I'm going to stop at this, and I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sriram, for this very, very interesting talk. Let me come to the front so you can see me.
Yeah.
Now, let me just ask, are there questions from the audience and from those brave ones who have lasted for these 7 long hours? Are there any questions on the web? Or Sriram?
Shall I leave the share on, or shall I turn it off?
I have a, okay, Subir has a question, but he cannot unmute. Can somebody please unmute Subir? In the meantime, Sriram, I'm asking, I want to ask you an experimental question. Old days, you remember people used to do Diaz Van Alphen to look at Fermi surfaces. Is this no longer fashionable? Has RPACE taken over? There are certain advantages to RPACE over Diaz Van Alphen?
I think, good question. I have my insight into this is that the Diaz Van Alphen effect is a very demanding technique. Basically requires very pure systems, works in 3 dimensions, also works in 2 dimensions as well, but very demanding, and very few people are able to achieve the purity levels where you have uninterrupted cyclotron orbits. And people like in Cambridge are doing a lot of work on so they have a unique sort of
low temperature
monopoly on a certain set of.
I think the purity is the issue.
Yeah, but indeed they have. Suchitra Sebastian, for example, has found a niche in low doping in certain compositions where photoemission doesn't do very well. They're actually able to do a very good job. So I think they have done a great job, but it's not as comprehensive as standard old RPACE, which basically anybody in the lab can do it nowadays. So it's much more easy to do, especially 2 dimensions. The geometry is ideal for doing photoemission RPACE studies. So I think it's really taken over for that reason. Subir, yeah, good to see you, man.
That sounds reasonable to me.
Hi, Sriram.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, hi.
Okay, Subir, it's yours.
Yeah, nice talk, Sriram. Good to see you. And just one general question, which is, do your arguments leave room for some more exotic states which are not adiabacally connected to the Fermi liquid? Some states that cannot be connected to the Fermi liquid without a phase transition, which have a different Fermi surface volume than given by the Luttinger count. Luttinger ward count, I should say.
Well, Subir, thank you very much for a good question. And I know exactly why you're asking it. And I think it's a great question. I mean, I should say that with all humility, I mean, what I have given is sort of an alternate way of looking at how the Luttinger ward theorem can arise, making lesser assumptions and whether we can extend it to superconducting states. That was really my goal. But I think your question is, of course, much more exciting question about can I get a state due to strong interactions where the Fermi surface is wiped out totally and you get different volumes. And like in your fractionalized states that you talked about. And I also sort of, in the past, talked about them. So they are not ruled out by the techniques I'm using because, I mean, the technique I'm using is sort of replacing the assumption of perturbation theory converging by another assumption of, isothermal continuity, which can be experimentally verified perhaps. So I would say, yeah, if you have like fractionalization, I think one might want to look for signatures in some breakdown of continuity in isothermal measurements of some sort. But in general, that's a very good question, remains to be answered. I don't have the answer to that. But what I've done is something arguably like trading one set of assumptions with another set of unproven assumptions. I haven't proven isothermal continuity is valid here, but I'm sort of throwing the buck on experiments. You can.
Okay, well, I mean, I agree with what you say, but I would modify it slightly. I think you could still have isothermal continuity at finite temperature, but lose it at zero temperature. That's what I think is required. That's really the smaller requirement. You must break down at zero temperature. The other question was about superconductivity. Are you claiming? I mean, is that an exact claim about superconductors that this particle will symmetry at all energies? I mean, it's not true really beyond PCS.
No. Okay, so I would say that in the case of D-wave superconductors, I mean, I've looked at. Okay, so I'm going to give you a peek at a preview of some data which has not been published yet, but there is a peek at the D-wave superconducting, high TC superconducting state. And using this particular formalism, there is, of course, a gap in the photoemission thing, except along the nodal direction. But if you parse the spectral function through this formulae, you seem to find, you seem to be able to locate the Fermi surface where it was, even in regimes where there is no Fermi surface visible in the photoemission. But the redistribution of spectral weight seems to satisfy this condition. So now this actually is a very important experiment which remains to be done. Theoretically, I can't prove it. It's just like, how do I even go about proving it, accepting and observing it is true in Garkov, So that's a huge, big theoretical program. If you really want to prove this sort of particle hole symmetry, one needs ideas and I think open game. But on the other hand, experimentally, I think there's a very good chance of it being true. And I think this is something which requires and actually deserves to be studied a little more. I'm hoping somebody in the audience will be stimulated enough to look at that more carefully. I had a graduate student who took some data and who took data from his friends who are other experimentalists, but they don't have enough quality control to publish, so they're being very, wary about publishing stuff, which may be wrong. But I think the initial peak is that, yes, it's true. It seems to be true. But that's...
Okay. I look forward to seeing that.
Yeah.
Sounds interesting.
Thanks. Yeah. I mean, this way, you don't need to kill superconductivity with a giant magnetic field to look under the hood and see where the Fermi surface was. You just do a careful reanalysis of photoemission, parse it through the right formulae, and you can discover where the Fermi surface should be.
Okay, yeah, that sounds really interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, any other question? So I hope there are experimentalists in the room. I hope some of you will take up the challenge and see what comes out. So let us now, if there are no further questions, let us thank Sriram for giving us the perfect bookend to an amazing person's impact and continuing impact in the area of science and physics and chemistry and material science and presumably in biology as well. It has been an extraordinary journey for those of us who have stayed up this long and seen the range of impact of one person. It's quite an extraordinary experience, at least from, I speak for myself, that before today I knew, but I didn't know really of the impact and the legacy that Walter Kohn lives behind for us to continue. So thank you. Thanks to all the speakers, particularly Sriram, and all of you who are still online for staying with us. And I think you are suitably rewarded for and your tenacity to examine the legacy of a great scientist. Very much. Good night from Kolkata to all of you in California for whom sun is about to rise. Good day to all of you. Thank you very much. We conclude our session today, but with a reminder that tomorrow at 8 p.m. IST, Roald Hoffman of Cornell is giving a special lecture entitled Understanding and Computation. And I hope the intriguing nature of that title will bring many of you back and listen to one of the great living scientists of our time. So till then, goodbye, be safe, have a good day. Thank you.